three cells.
So that's when you look at that kind of debris signature, I mean, well, some of the ones we've seen recently almost indicate where we might have a lot of leaves and a lot of debris that's been picked up, tree limbs, things like that. I mean, when you see something where there is just a strong correlation, that well confined, I mean, you might have structural material that's involved in that with that kind of debris signature. But looking at right now, we have 3 areas of concern. Now, do we have are we still looking at a warning on this one near Forest, Mississippi? JP, okay, so yeah, I mean, we're still looking at tornado warning on this one here as well.
And that's a confirmed tornado.
Another confirmed tornado. Look at this, how this is structured. There's one here. It's almost like we have a cell that's splitting right now. On days like this, when you have these volatile atmospheres, look at that. You have one meso that's in this area where you have the circulation, also another that's south of Forest, Mississippi. Both of those. So, I mean, we're starting to see now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 possible confirmed tornadoes at this time over South Mississippi. All of this lifting in the direction of Alabama. There's Newton, Mississippi. This is Newton County, Meridian, Meehan Junctions right there at the split on 20 and 59 over to Mississippi. It looks like the way this storm is tracking, it's going to stay just to the west of Mississippi. And we've been talking about this throughout the day on a day like this. You know, be the hero, help spread the word, help share the message. And I always mention, you know, if there's someone you can text, someone you can call that's in this area, let them know what is approaching. These are some dangerous storms. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4 supercells, and that's tracking right through that high-risk zone in this general direction. So you're getting the first alert here. We're giving you some warning time if you're in Tuscaloosa, Pickens, Sumter, Greene counties. Let's watch these as they approach and make sure you have a plan here as these get closer to the state of Alabama. This one near Hattiesburg, as JP noted, there's a very strong debris signature. That is a tornado emergency. And is this another tornado emergency now here, JP, on this one?
Yeah, it is.
So we have 2 tornadoes on the ground here producing damage right now in Mississippi. There's one south of Forest. Look at that hook echo. That's about to cross Interstate 20 here between Jackson, actually between Brandon, Mississippi. This is over near Forest. That's going to be moving in the direction perhaps towards Philadelphia, Mississippi. So folks around Noxubee County, or actually Neshoba County, Mississippi, need to be seeking shelter. Folks around Neshoba County, Mississippi, a first alert. If you are tuned in, you are watching this. Let's go through the next 24 hours here, walk through some of this new data coming in, and you can see how the models show a lot of this spreading in from the southwest. Timing-wise, listen, we're going to be right here with you for the long haul. This is going to continue into the evening hours. It will probably be midnight, early morning, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning before we really start to see the back edge of this clearing the state. But that's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So over the next couple of hours, these storms are going to be building into West Alabama. So if you're watching me here in West Alabama, again, let's be ready for these storms that we're tracking right now around South Mississippi. That's typically a lot of those storms from a classic sense that we see on a day like this that move into places like Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Shelby County. We see a lot of that development, Meridian and Point South. Those are the ones to watch. And on a day like this, again, if you have, make sure you have the First Alert weather app. I've had some of you reached out earlier today with those morning storms and lost power. And I mentioned, you know, how will you get those alerts this afternoon? Be thinking about that in the event of a power loss, how you'll continue to receive those alerts. So make sure you charge your mobile device, battery backups in your weather radios. And also, if we do hear those warnings or see those warnings on the First Alert weather app, just know we're simulcasting as well on iHeart radio stations all across the state of Alabama. So you can hear us on the radio. You can see us right here. We're also streaming on YouTube. We have Apple TV, a lot of different ways that you can stay weather alert with WBRC. So again, we've got several eyes in the sky. Right now, a live look from Mercedes-Benz Amphitheater. Look like there, JP, really dark sky. Some of those clouds really starting to thicken up around Tuscaloosa, but we're noticing the winds gusting over 40 miles per hour. Look at in Vernon here in Lamar County. This is when you know on a day like this, we're looking back to the west direction. You can see how the trees are just whipping there, that wind gusty. We have clouds moving south and north. That's the low-level jet. That's all of this warm, unstable air that's feeding to the north. So we certainly have that strong south wind in the low levels, and we've got the changing winds with height, and that's why these storms are rotating so violently back into Mississippi. But for Mississippi right now, a very, very significant situation. JP, we're looking at 2 tornado emergencies right now. One of those, can we actually click on? I want to make sure we get the county right here. There's Hattiesburg. So looks like that tornado warning is passing just north of Southern Miss University, Hattiesburg area. That's going to be tracking, that's Marion County in Mississippi right now with the confirmed tornado warning and the tornado emergency, and Smith County. That warning is until 1:45. The other warnings that we have, Walthall, Mississippi, Walthall County until 1:45 as well. And one thing you'll notice when you look at our radar products, you'll see this little circulation showing up there. That's where we're indicating where we could have a tornadic signature. Now, one of the tools that you'll find us showing throughout the day, you'll see it right here on WBRC. It's called our Future Scan. We give you that 60-minute advantage. So what we can do now, and this is so important, let's take this and let's forecast out the next 60 minutes for folks watching around Utah, Pickens County. Let's show where this is going. So here we go over the next 60 minutes. And if we follow along, actually, the new data, see that? We go out 2 hours. So we can take the forecast data and it brings this right in towards Sumter and Pickens County. Hopefully the storms weaken, but we're going to stay with you every step of the way and monitor these and their behavior. We're doing real-time analysis here as these storms do approach West Alabama. I mentioned that we have teams all across the state. Also, Megan Thomas, meteorologist Megan Thomas, was with you this morning. We've been tracking that severe weather moving across the state. She's still at it in the First Alert Storm Tracker, and Megan right now is in Tuscaloosa in West Alabama, so we're watching the conditions there as well. We also have storm spotters across the state. So let's reset the stage here, JP. I just want to go to the big picture. You just had a great map up that just showed the polygons and just showing across both states, and it was interesting to just see most of the tornado warnings that we were seeing were confirmed tornado warnings. Not a lot of radar, just radar indicated warnings. I mean, a warning is bad enough, but when we just flip on just the warnings on the map and take the radar off, you'll see that, look at this, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 confirmed tornadoes now showing up across the state of Mississippi right now. And this watch is sort of a step up from the watch that was issued. I mean, a tornado watch is a watch, but sometimes you have a tornado watch and then what we call the PDS watch, was more of an elevated threat for more of a significant risk of long track type tornadoes. So JP, I want to let you zoom in again, and we're watching this one storm between Meridian and Jackson. I want to let you take us in for a closer look. I'm thinking, and you're probably on the same page with me here, this one could end up in parts of Lamar and Pickens County.
Yeah, no doubt. This is what we're looking at. This is going to be between Meridian and Jackson, around Newton, Mississippi, around Interstate 20 right there, and just to the south. This one is tracking up toward the northeast, and I was looking at how fast they're moving. The storms are moving at about 45 to 50 miles per hour, so they're moving at a pretty good pace. It's not going to take too long. You kind of time things out here, 1:16. You're probably looking at these storms crossing into the state line just after 2 p.m. This afternoon. So we want to make sure you're getting that first alert for any of the Alabama counties right there adjacent to Mississippi. I think Pickens County could be an area that's under the gun. We could also be looking at Lamar County. That one is concerning, and of course we do have the other two, and maybe even 3 farther down toward Hammond, Louisiana. Could have some development there, but there's 1, there's 2, there's 3. These 2 are in particular a concern because I think they are really going to continue to strengthen. These are confirmed tornadoes. These are tornadoes that are reaching the ground. It's not just the radar has picked it up. It's actually we've got a debris signature, and you have storm spotters that are actually looking at that and reporting back to the National Weather Service. So those are of particular concern. They're not here yet, but we're giving you that first alert. The storms are going to be in the state within about the next hour and 15 minutes, depending on which storm that you're looking at. But I do think around Livingston, if you're watching there, Pickens County, Aliceville, Carrollton, Reform, and then on into Tuscaloosa County, Demopolis area, Utah in Greene County. That's going to be the geographic area that we're really going to be watching initially. And then I think as we get deeper into the afternoon, we'll really have to pay attention to Perry County, Bibb, Chilton, Shelby counties, I think storms will make their way there. Some of these storms that we're watching currently in Mississippi will change radar views, and this is the Columbus, Mississippi NEXRAD. And I know we were watching some storms in just outside of Marion County. No tornado warning there for the adjacent county, Tishomingo, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning, also severe thunderstorm warnings in the Shoals area. And farther to the west, we are looking at a couple of tornado warnings. This is going to be a secondary concern in terms of severity. I think the chances of severe weather may be a little bit less here in this part of the state. I think we're looking at more toward Tuscaloosa, westward, and then probably even after 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon, Birmingham, southward into Shelby County. So those are areas that we're really going to have to pay attention to over the next several hours. And a big part of that is going to be those supercell thunderstorms. Those are monsters in Tuscaloosa, and there's not a reason in the world for those things to back off. They're coming, and they're coming fairly quickly at about 50 miles per hour, Wes.
All right, JP, and also monitoring the communication, I'm seeing we do have, just because of gradient winds, a report from Cherokee County, also Fayette County, just some trees already, some downed trees in some areas. And we had a little bit of storm damage from earlier today with those severe storms during the morning that moved through. But now all these storms are looking more like discrete type cells here. You see we have 1, 2, 3, rather than just a single line that's moving in from Mississippi. I mentioned that we are monitoring not just from in studio. We have the First Alert Storm Tracker, also keeping an eye on what's happening across West Alabama. And right now we want to go to meteorologist Megan Thomas. And Megan, you're keeping an eye on things in Tuscaloosa, and those winds really starting to pick up in that area.
Yeah, good afternoon, Wes. I've lost track of time and what time it is, but yes, at this hour, we just seconds before we just started talking with you, we had a huge wind gust come through. It was holding the light, holding the camera, and I'd say winds gusting right now up to about 30 to 40 miles an hour, and we have some rain coming through right now. It's not too much of a big problem at this hour, but we all know, like you've been talking about and what we talked about this morning, it's all coming in from Mississippi. So we've got our eyes on the sky. I'll step out of the way, and fabulous Mike Tugger can show you kind of where we're pinpointed. We're looking back over the city. You can see the bridge there, the interstate, and then down below would be Skyland and McFarland. And so we've got our eyes pointed just a little bit to the south and to the west behind this tree line. And so we will be able to kind of watch all this come in from the south and from the west. So we'll be here all evening as these storms come in. We will be and give your first alert all afternoon. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Megan, and you can see where Megan, thank you, Megan. You can see Megan's position right there off of Skyland Boulevard there at Woods and Water, keeping a close eye on the sky. And we're going to be monitoring these storms. That's the goal here. We want to make sure you have the first alert. I mean, this is as big as it gets when it comes to a threat for severe weather. Hopefully, you know, as this moves through, we're just going to track this together as it moves across the state. And with these storms back to the west in this sort of environment, we just know all this is moving in our direction. So we want to make sure you have lead time. You have ways to get the first alert, be most prepared, and that's why we're here with you right now. We want to stay out ahead of this. So first up, we have West Alabama, and you can see back to the west, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings now over Mississippi. There's one producing a tornado emergency. This is down into the Pine Belt, as we call it, in Mississippi. This is outside of Hattiesburg. That storm is moving towards Bay Springs, may end up moving towards Meridian. This is one to watch. If it does hold together, remains rather robust and shows that strong circulation like we're seeing right now, and continues. And what will happen with a long track supercell many times as well, it will go through life cycles. So it may look like, oh, it's falling apart, and then all of a sudden the next few scans, here it comes back again. That's what happens with these. They do not just kind of maintain that classic look all the time. Sometimes just think back to the tornado that moved through Tuscaloosa. It moved through Tuscaloosa, and then it fell apart as it got closer to Birmingham. Of course, we saw some damage around Pratt City and some significant damage across parts of Jefferson County, but that storm, it recycled as it moved into East Alabama. So that's what happens with these. They go through cycling stages. outages, those kind of supercell storms. So at the moment, what we have activated on the radar screen, First Alert AccuTrack, this is velocity data. You'll see this a lot today as we track all this together. This is from our First Alert AccuTrack showing you the inbound, outbound winds. This technology's been around for a while, still does an incredible job as we're able to see those circulations. And that's why for a lot of these, you'll notice some of the tornado warnings are different shades. That's because some of these are radar indicated, but we also have cases where debris has been detected. We have a confirmed tornado, and we have all observations on these things, and we end up, in some cases, if you notice that purple tornado polygon, that is a emergency, tornado emergency if you see those, but a couple of textbook tornadic signatures on radar highlighted. We have one here around I-20, just about to cross the interstate there, about, looks like it may be about 10 miles just to the west of Newton, Mississippi. This is between Newton and Forest. Meridian is back in here. There's the Alabama state line. So if you follow along, this may end up moving towards DeKalb, Mississippi, and perhaps into Pickens County. So just giving you a first alert. We're going to watch that one as it approaches Pickensville off to the north. But these storms now starting to move in to northwest areas, JP. That one around Marion County, another one that we need to watch. And look at that. We're probably going to see some very large hail with this one right here. It looks like a couple areas. Do we still have a warning on this right now? Yeah, that's a confirmed tornado. So listen, if you're watching around Scottsville and the Bexar area, yeah, we've got to watch this. Hackleburg, Bexar, Scottsville, especially Red Bay. I see a lot of you follow me on social media from the Red Bay area, Phil Campbell, all these locations in here. Listen, I'm giving you the first alert right now to be ready to take action if we see this warning expanded over into Marion County. This could be for the afternoon event, quite possibly, JP, our first warning may be issued. Let me see what the Weather Service says on this, because that is approaching. I know that, okay, they're watching those cells just west of Marion County.
Those are big hail producers, too. I've got the hail, look at the, this is actually the hail path since the storm's been around. So
Wow, look at that.
Smithville, look at all of that. That's actually where the hail has been. And we go back to our triple threat, and the purples there indicating where not only do we have a confirmed tornado, but we do have some pretty serious hail. This is going to be 1 inch in diameter and larger hail associated with this one that is probably going to end up clipping maybe the northwestern corner here of Marion County and on into Franklin County around the Red Bay area.
Yeah, I'm just looking here. They're watching the storm that's moving towards Marion County at this time. Just concerned. We're not concerned about a wind threat at the moment. Actually, that was around 114, but they're watching it. They're keeping a close eye on both of those. Go to velocity on that one more time. Let's go in. We can probably get in here really, really close. And yeah, it doesn't look, it's nowhere near as impressive as what we're seeing down in the South Mississippi with both of those, but you can clearly tell that there are some indications of wind shifts, especially there around, is that Turon, Mississippi, not far from Smithville. Now, Smithville, that was an area, if you recall, that was hard hit, speaking of April 27th, during that particular event. But this is an area where we often see those storms. You know, they'll track near Smithville, kind of go in here towards northern Marion County. We hear about a lot of bad storms that track in this direction, but hopefully this will continue to just kind of striate, not quite as a tight of a tornadic signature is what we're seeing over South Mississippi. Hopefully this is more linear, I should say, as that moves more towards West Alabama. And watch, by the way, has been issued for the entire, most of the coverage area. That is a PDS tornado watch, and that will go until 8 o'clock for this evening. Now, if you're watching in some of these areas and we're not under a watch, just know that we may see some counties added. This is just getting started, okay? This is going to be, we're going to be here with you right through the afternoon and every step of the way as we track these storms moving towards East Alabama. So at the moment, I believe we have Brian Henry on standby in Tuscaloosa, and we're also watching there some of that rain starting to move in to West Alabama. I know, Brian, we've been talking about this for a few days, and we're certainly prepared and ready to go here in West Alabama for whatever may be about to unfold.
Well, Wes, the rain really hasn't been much of a factor right now, but we know that it's coming. But the real story for now is the wind. The winds really started picking up maybe about 45 minutes ago, and we continue to get gusts of wind. Of course, I'm not a weather person like you are, but if I had to guess, probably at least 25 to 30 miles an hour. Now, earlier, I covered a couple of tornado shelters here in Tuscaloosa, and I would say that 200 showed up at the McDonald's Hughes shelter about 10:30 today when the doors opened, and they are all trying to escape all of this. This is what I'm talking about. It is dark, it is ominous, very windy here, and the worst, it appears to be on the way. Now, this is a view of the west, of course, looking towards Mississippi from Campus Drive here in Tuscaloosa. We are currently under a tornado watch, and the folks who took shelter took this threat very seriously and had no desire to ride it out in their homes.
I'm a little bit nervous, you know. I've never been in a shelter before, so very well organized, and you know, the people are all seem like they all know what they're doing. So
I've been in it before. I was in it before, so just to be safe.
I just want to take cover and just pray and be safe.
4 shelters right now that are connected to Para are currently open here in Tuscaloosa County, and as you heard from a few people right there in the shelter at McDonald's Hughes, you can sort of feel it in their voices. They're a little bit nervous about this, hoping that it doesn't happen, what could happen, but they have all made the right decision to take that shelter at the McDonald's Hughes Center, and everybody is praying at the moment. Back to you.
All right, Brian. Well, listen, we're going to be watching this closely for our friends here in West Alabama and all across the state of Alabama as this approaches. A live look right now from the banks of the Warrior River. It is 73 degrees here in Tuscaloosa. We have winds out of the south at about 21 miles per hour. So it's a very warm, very unstable environment out there as these storms approach. We'll see, you know, what kind of impact this rain has on some of those storms. That's the thing about today is, and what we've seen back in the parts of Mississippi is, even though you see a lot of this wet weather that's happening, notice behind that we have a lot of severe weather, and a lot of those storms that moved across the Midwest last night we saw were right along that main axis. That's where we saw a lot of those tornado warnings as it moved to the east. Now, right now at this hour it's 1:30. Chief Meteorologist Wes White along with JP Dice, Meteorologist Lauren Linehan. We have the First Alert Weather Team in places all across the state of Alabama right now, keeping you well informed. And listen, it's a level 5 out of 5 high risk day. It doesn't go any bigger as far as a risk for severe weather. Now, is a risk a guarantee? No, but the conditions are favorable for significant long track tornadoes. So it's so important and so critical on a day like this. We want to make sure that we give you the first alert and stay out ahead of this. We don't want to wait till the last minute and these storms are moving into the state. So that's why we're staying with you right now, and we're going to be tracking this with WBRC throughout the day and throughout this afternoon. Now, Marion County, we are closely watching this. We're seeing if a warning may be issued, but I'll tell you, if you are in Bexar, Scottsville area, just be ready to go here. We'll probably see a warning perhaps may be issued, may include some of these areas. There are possibility of some large hail, some gusty winds. When you look at some of these radar signatures, you see a lot of these little sort of like little curvatures that show up when these storms on a day like this. A lot of times those can be kind of red flags for where you might be having a little bit of rotation, a little bit of circulation happening. And what you're looking at on the radar, I just always want to stress this, we're looking at precipitation. We're looking at targets that the radar is seeing. So we're not necessarily seeing a tornado and picking that up, but how the tornado's causing those targets to behave. So if they're moving towards, away from the radar, that's how we can pick it up. So I want to go right now back to JP, because we're also watching 2 storms that caught our eye. That's why we really wanted to make sure folks knew about down into South Mississippi. But the one, JP, it seems like the one near Meridian. Okay, so they did issue another warning on this. So that is maybe cycling around again. This is another one of those supercells that we're concerned. You can do some times of arrival on this for West Alabama. Here's Sumter County right here. Livingston, if you're watching me around the University of West Alabama, Boyd, Alabama, Geiger, Amell, all along the Highway 17 corridor north to Pickensville. I want you right now to be thinking about that safety plan here if over the next 30 minutes to an hour this approaches. And JP, right now we'll take you full screen so you can show us some of those times I saw there you were putting on screen.
Well, you know, we're going to be looking right now at Sumter County and Pickens County, about 40 miles away. The storm itself is moving about 45 miles per hour. So if you're in a
yeah. Looks like we got a tornado warning now that has
Marion?
been issued. Yeah, northwest
Okay,
Marion County.
All right, we'll get back to Marion. That's going to be around the Scottsville and Bexar areas we were talking about. That is there just now populated on the map.
So northwest Marion County tornado warning has been issued. National Weather Service just issuing that. That is going to go until 2 o'clock. So the same areas that were impacted through the early morning, JP, looks like Scottsville.
Yeah, and then on into Franklin County, Hodges, Atwood, Vina area, maybe even into Red Bay. A lot of hail with this one, and we are seeing, you can see these little curly areas there, indicates there's a lot of wind shear. So this does not have the tornado signature that we have been seeing with those stronger storms farther to the west and south in Mississippi, but still, nonetheless, we could be looking at some rotation in there. So Weather Service went ahead and issued that tornado warning. That's extending out of Mississippi on into the northwestern corner of our viewing area. So want to make sure you're getting that first alert for Scottsville and Bexar. Where we would have the tornado is still across the Mississippi state line there, but that's going to be moving into the northwestern corner of Marion County within the next little bit. In fact, we'll go ahead and give you the update. Marion County tornado warning until 2 p.m. 2 p.m. tornado warning for Marion County in the northwestern part of our viewing area. It's not all of Marion County. So if you're watching in Hamilton, this does not include you. This is going to be farther to the northwest of you, Scottsville and Bexar. I don't think this is going to include, or they're even going to change this to include Hamilton. I think the way this is moving, it's moving much toward the northeast. So this is going to be more Franklin County and the northwestern corner of Marion County. So that's what we have in Marion County right now. Let's take a look at the big view. And again, we were looking at this one, and this is around Newton, Mississippi. And this particular storm, within about an hour, is going to be in Pickens County, probably northern Sumter County. So it's the storm we're seeing right here, and this is going to be making its way into Pickens County. So Reform, Aliceville, Carrollton, really pay attention to this, watch closely, because I think that's where that storm's going to go. It continues to hold together. Look where it ends up, Tuscaloosa County on into Walker County, parts of Jefferson County. So that's supercell. I like to say that's supercell number 1. We also have supercell, we'll switch over to
2 confirmed tornado warnings south.
That's right. We're going to go to Jackson. That's supercell 1, 2, and 3. So 1, 2, and 3 besides what we have in Marion County. Marion County is really not on the same magnitude of these at all. These are the kinds of tornadoes that can do some major damage. Not just in little pinpoint damage, but these do some major damage. And I do have a big concern that this one is going to be in Pickens County or northern Sumter County within the hours. So if you're listening in that area, I want to make sure you are watching closely. And I do think it would end up in Tuscaloosa County. We've got Megan over there in the storm tracker. She's at, I think, Woods and Water. Great vantage point to see anything that is going to be coming from the west. Wes?
Yeah, let's go to Marion County, and I want to zoom in and track this active tornado warning that we have now. This does include our coverage area. This is that storm. We had a confirmed warning, and we'll get in here really close, JP, and from what I'm seeing, there's an area right there. We need to watch this. Looks like we have a hail core that's just north of I-22. The Welcome to Alabama sign is right there. There's I-22. That is a state line, and then as that moves in around Scottsville, it's going to cross around Highway 19. Bexar is just south of I-22. This is the Bexar area. So Scottsville and Bexar get to that tornado shelter at this time. This is a dangerous storm. We do have some circulation right there, or at least a healthy storm. I'm seeing a hail core. You can see a little bit of a hook right in that area. JP's putting some first alert times on your screen. Looks like around the Hodges area 159. Also around the Pig Eye community around 158, 201. 201 around Burnt Out, Jordan's Mill around 202. So giving you some first alert times for this. Hail detection, you can see right there, a little bit of hail being detected with this. If we go to triple threat, we may be able to pick up some of those winds showing up, but the radar is picking up right in that area. See right there, possibly some very heavy rain and some large hail. So there's also, what's the lightning? We can turn that lightning counter on too and keep that up here. They'll give us a good idea of how these storms are fluctuating. So lightning counter, you can obviously see quite a bit of lightning with that showing up there as well in the Scottsville area. But that is going to be tracking into Marion County, and I'll go ahead and we can pull this up just so we keep this number up here at the top of the screen, and I think we can do one. There we go. So I guess we can't turn one on without the other, can we, JP? No. Okay, so yes.
It's going to clutter it up a little bit.
Yeah, so let's clear that off. Yeah, just wanted to toggle on just to see. We like to watch on a day like this when you see that lightning count, it starts to ramp up. That can suddenly tell us when a storm's about to produce a tornado a lot of times, especially we've seen that with some of those nighttime events. But there you go. There's the shear marker right in that area. It is right on the state line, and when we see that line pop up, I bet velocity, what about relative and base velocity? Let's take a close look at that. And right in this area here, it's not a strong signature that's showing up, but just from this may be cycling around again. I mean, this is an area where the atmosphere's had some time to recover, so we do have some instability. In fact, one of our weather watchers there, Marla Minter in Marion County earlier checked in. I believe I had a report of the temperature there at last check, 71 at Hamilton, dew point 66, and the wind at times we had winds more out of the east to southeast direction, but we're zoomed in really close. We want to give you some of those locations. This is Grant Road, where it's zoomed in across northwest Marion County. Taylor Road, there's Scottsville. I mentioned Highway 19. Now this is close to Bexar's, just at the bottom of the screen. Now Hamilton, you are off to the south. You are south of this tornado warning polygon. Here's the city of Hamilton, Hackleburg. That is an area. This is one Hackleburg. Looks like that warning is staying just off to the west of you. This is going to just brush the WBRC coverage area, but it will continue to track into parts of Franklin County. So those areas further north, Phil Campbell over to Red Bay, all those areas are system detecting here a circulation. So we need to be in that tornado safe space on the day like this. And one thing we did mention, looks like it may be what we call tornadoing right now, JP. It may be producing a tornado because you can see how it's trying to right in that area there. It's sort of kind of starting to hook around and curve around once again as it moves right across the state line. And there you go, right there. Yeah, that definitely looks like that circulation starting to sort of tighten up again. So we have definitely a suspicious area right around Scottsville right there. We need to stay put, and I'll let you know once this passes. This is now right on the state line, but it is approaching Scottsville fairly quickly. What was the forward motion on these today, like 50, 60?
45 to 50 miles per hour.
So, you know, you're looking at 45, 50 miles per hour. That's why we want to keep you well out ahead of these storms. But as JP noted, we've got a bad storm here that is really, just look at the structure of this. I mean, this is the entirety of the storm. And what you deal with a severe storm like this, yeah, you have the tornado component, but you also have the region north of that mezzo. This is a circulating, like a mini low pressure system, these little supercell storms as they move through. And right there, look at that strong rotation. And this algorithm, this is some of the proprietary data we have that kind of dives into all the radar data and tells us where that tornado would be. But just as we get the brand new live radar information, just notice that's a little ahead of this. So we're already seeing that now crossing into parts of Marion County. But there's a lot of components to this. You've got the heavy rain, you've got the intense lightning, and that threat for a tornado. Again, that's around Bexar, Scottsville, and crossing to the north direction. So it's very important right now that we do reset the scene, because we have multiple supercell storms that we are monitoring in areas back to the west over into Mississippi. And I want to let folks know, if you are in Pickens and Sumter counties, that's why we've been here. We're letting folks in West Alabama get that first alert. We have 1, 2, 3 now supercell storms producing tornadoes, and with 2 of those we have confirmed tornadoes at this time. Hopefully they fall apart. I'll be the first to tell you. I wish they would just weaken as they move closer. We just cannot promise that's going to happen. And JP doing his best there to try to draw us some lines, just kind of show you the general projection of where these are going to be moving there off to the northeast. But that's what we're thinking with a day like this with these long track storms. And we've got a level 5 out of 5 high risk for severe weather. The environment is just so conducive to these storms moving northeast. Brody, you may want to check I-22 cams there if we have any. Oh, so we have an I-22 camera. So let's go. We've got some of the traffic cameras pulled up. Let me go to the traffic system, and here we go. So this is one of the Algo traffics. What's the location on this camera? Mile marker 3. Okay, so we have an eye in the sky here over Marion County. Here is that tornadic storm now, just crossing the state line. This is moving into northern Marion County. And you could see, obviously, we have a rain-free base here, JP, with this. That tornado is going to be back in this area, back here to the north. So big hail producer, damaging wind gusts. Almost, does it look to you, JP, like we almost see indications of hail? We have that glow there.
It's a little green.
Yeah, a little bit
green
of green
color.
Yeah, you're going to see that. If you see that on a day like today, that's an indication that we do have some large hail. Let me move to the side. We might have a tornado here, JP.
It certainly looks like the lowering of the base.
Yeah, definitely a low base in here, looking back to the north. But this is off of I-22, one of the Algo traffic cameras, and you can see they're doing a great job too. It's so helpful to have these eyes in the sky on a day like this. You know, we can see how this is comparing to the radar as we track this across the state. Now, this is northern Marion County, so if you're in the Scottsville and the Bexar area, we're telling you right now, you need to be in your tornado shelter, and we will let you know as soon as this passes. This is going to clip the northwest part of the area. You can see it's passing to the north. This camera view is south, so that what we call mesocyclone, you may hear us throw that term in from time to time, but that circulation where we would have the wall cloud, where we would have the tornado, that is passing north of this camera view. But there you can see it once again. Very windy conditions, but a very suspicious looking cloud, no doubt about it, JP.
And you know, that's position, it works right there with the radar data. There's I-22, and where that camera is located is where we're getting that rotation on the radar view. I don't know if we can double box that or not, but you can see there's the.
Maybe we could do that. Maybe we can double box and just show. I know you got that radar pulled up, and just kind of keep an eye on this as well.
Yeah. So right here, and you look behind Wes, and that does at least appear to be a lowering wall cloud. And it had kind of that tinge of aquamarine, that green color that sometimes you get from the refraction inside the thunderstorm.
Right in this area here, perhaps. Yeah, let's go back to radar full screen. Let me pull that up, and I'll just show you again what JP's talking about. That is right in that general area towards Scottsville, so the camera's looking back in this direction. But clearly, it looks like, JP, this storm has sort of, it's caught another gear, as we say around here, as it has moved into West Alabama, and we will see these continue to cycle, as I've noted, but it looks like now you can see more of a hook with this storm as it's now moving more towards into Franklin County. But Scottsville area right now, stay put. Some strong winds with this. Looks like on that rear flank of the storm, we're going to have some gusts in here easily topping 40 miles per hour as that moves in across northern Marion County. So you still have the possibility of severe storm wind gust out of this as well as that moves to the north. But a very suspicious area, certainly from the camera angle, and also we're seeing strong signatures now on the radar. But the first tornado warning of the afternoon with this event. Again, this is still a significant threat that we're dealing with. I know we had a break in the weather for today for a lot of the day. A lot of you have asked, well, did the forecast change? It has not changed. We certainly want everyone to pay close attention to this throughout the afternoon, and it's so important that we monitor what is happening downstream as those storms approach or in South Mississippi, because all of that could hold together. Now, we do have a little bit of rain now starting to move into the Birmingham area, as you can see here on the map, as we reset the stage from Jasper back towards Tuscaloosa, back into Hale County. If you do notice some rain coming in, and maybe even hear a rumble of thunder, just know what's happening at the moment moving into the central part of the area. This is non-severe. That is not a tornado warned activity. This is what what we're concerned about are these more robust storms. And the further south you go, where these storms don't have a lot of competition, where they're able to feed off a lot more of that warmth coming in from the south, those are going to be your more intense thunderstorms, as JP noted, those supercell long track storms. And a couple of those, if you notice on the screen, you see we have some polygons that are red. We know, yeah, sure, that's a tornado warning. We see the counties in orange. That symbolizes severe thunderstorm warnings, but I just want to let you know, if you notice on your screen, you see those purple polygons, that is telling us either a confirmed tornado or tornado emergency. So we have different colors for some of those levels of tornado warnings that we see across the area. But now it looks like 1, 2, about 4, 5 of those now tornado warnings back off to the south, and all of this lifting north towards Alabama. So those are some healthy storms. I mean, they really haven't let up. I don't see anything right now to suggest to me that these storms are going to just fall apart before they reach West Alabama. So if you are anywhere and you're watching us right now, and listen, we're streaming, we're on YouTube, we have the streaming app. So for folks all across the state of Alabama, tuned in to WBRC right now, I want to stress to you, if you are in Washington, Choctaw counties, north to Marion County, all along that West Alabama corridor, next couple of hours, be paying very close attention to this weather moving in from Mississippi. We are here to give you the first alert, and we're seeing these storms moving out of Mississippi. Again, we have a live view from the Algo traffic camera on that tornado warning. We're watching that storm that is moving across Marion County, and on a day like today, that's why we have the size team we do. We do not want to leave any storm unattended. We want to make sure we keep an eye on all these storms, because we could end up, JP, on a day where we're actually tracking, 2 tornado warnings, multiple tornado warnings across the state.
Yeah, we've had that before, where one of us takes one warning, the other Met takes the other warning. And Fox News, Fox National reporting this tornado setup, this severe weather that has impacted Missouri and also Arkansas. 13 fatalities so far. So this is the same system. It is moving our way, so it is something that you need to take seriously. We've got multiple tornado warnings across Mississippi. These are all associated with long track tornadoes that are developed and are moving at about 50 miles per hour to the north and to the east. So we're going to be looking at some of those tornadoes that are behind me. And I say tornadoes, it's simply not radar indicated. These are confirmed tornadoes, at least 2 of those right there, that are going to be moving into the western part of the state within the hour. So I want to make sure you're getting the first alert for that. And when they get in here, they're going to stay, and there's no reason at all to believe they're not going to stay with us right on across the state. So I was timing it out. If they're moving 50 miles per hour, for example, this storm right here, moving 50 miles per hour to get I-65, that's going to take it about 5 hours. So it's going to be a while before this storm gets to I-65. This one is going to be into Pickens County in northern Sumter County within about 40 minutes now. So that one's a concern.
Yeah, you know what we could do actually is we could bring in some of these times of arrival. So you could bring that in there as well and do a, let's see, what do we have on the speed there? Moving it to, say, 55?
That's pretty close.
So we're saying what, about 237?
Yeah,
there
237 right there on this one. So that's going to be about what we were saying, 237. And let's take the other one.
So again, we're talking Sumter County and Pickens County. Let's watch it there, 237 to
that one,
3:15.
And we could even do this, just because it's eventually going to impact other folks. If we take it all the way to, say, I-65, that's going to be 420. 420 on that first supercell, the one that's going into northern Sumter and Pickens counties. There's no warnings now on Sumter or Pickens, but we're giving you a big time heads up, because these storms, you want to know about it. They're out here, they're coming, so we might as well let you know that even though they may be a few hours away, it gives you plenty of time to start thinking about that safe place and doing whatever prep you need before. One thing I remember when I started in TV weather a long time ago, You know, you're lucky if you give somebody, 10, 15 minutes.
Oh,
That was a stretch. These days, not only is it days in advance, but when things start developing, a lot of times we can give you hours in advance. So that's the beauty of this technology now.
And listen, the day we had the Eagle Point tornado, I remember the future scan there, we were 60 minutes out. We had an hour warning on that storm, because that's the thing here is we want to give you the first alert times and take these times very seriously, because this is very good data, and it's telling us if this storm holds together, as JP noted, by 4:20, it could be crossing into central Alabama. So that's one that we're watching. There's storms lined up behind this. The ones right now, again, around Hattiesburg and Laurel, we're seeing hook echoes with both of those. There's a hook there, confirmed tornado you can see in that area, and what you're seeing is the precipitation wrapping around that circulation. Let's go back, because we do have a warning in our coverage area. We're going to get back to this, but we're giving folks the first alert for those storms approaching from Mississippi as well. But there is the possible tornado, and it is now showing up. We've got a live look, actually, you see below me right here. This is the Algo traffic camera, and they have the camera pointed in the right direction. They are watching this thing and have a good eye on it off to the north, and you can see right there it's just now crossing out of Marion County. Now, Hackleburg, you are back in this direction. I know you may be even hearing the rumbles there, picking up some heavy rain, but the hook signature with this, Red Bay to Hodges. If you are anywhere from Red Bay to Hodges and you can hear my voice right now, and I know a lot of you may be listening in on Clear Channel iHeart radio stations across the state of Alabama, stay put, stay in that tornado safe place. I do think, though, for Scottsville, that signature has passed just to the north of you. Okay, so they just expired the tornado warning. So there you go. So Scottsville looks like the worst of that has passed just to the north of you. But keep in mind, we are tracking more of these storms back into Mississippi. So let's just stay on our toes here, Marion and Lamar counties. I think for us, the one good thing is for us here around Winfield and Guin, Hamilton areas, this will all start to end for us a lot sooner this evening, but it's going to continue for quite a bit longer, especially over the eastern part of the state. Now, at the moment, we are still looking at is that a emergency or a confirmed tornado? Just is that which
the
level?
purple, that is
click on that and it should tell us there.
It should be confirmed.
Okay, so that is a confirmed tornado warning, and that is into Kemper County.
You know, some of those counties, if you look back during some of the major severe weather events we've covered, it's been Newton and Kemper that we would see tornadoes develop.
Look inside that and see if it'll go, if it will show us. There we go.
Confirmed.
Yeah, so that's confirmed tornado warning at this time over in the Shelby County. That's near Philadelphia. So if you know someone not far from Philadelphia, actually it's just south of Philadelphia, and it's going to be tracking there just south into parts in Neshoba County. Here's Meridian. So there's Meridian. Highway 119's back in this area, the Naval Air Station. There's Highway 45, and several of these. I actually have a picture of a tornado crossing I-45 that ended up into Pickens County. So this is a popular zone for a lot of these storms to track on days like this, and for folks around Pickensville, Aliceville, anywhere down towards Geiger, all those areas, this is one to watch with this storm. Hopefully it weakens and it falls apart. You can see the history with this. It had very strong rotation. Look at that. All through here. Now this would be almost like seeing where that tornado path would roughly be. You're looking at where the radar has detected that tornado track right through McGee, back to the north. Not to say it was on the ground this entire time, but likely in this general region you can see up through Newton. And if we follow that path, it looks like it may be cycling around again, sort of weakening at this stage. You can see that the circulation, it backed off right in here. You know, this is a great tool, JP. You can really tell how the behavior of this, just looking at that pattern. So we had tornado possible, and then you can see right there we don't have as strong of circulation, but if it does sort of recycle, you can follow the path that's going to bring this right in, not far from Geiger. And then let me put my finger, there's Geiger, Alabama. Pickensville is in here. Aliceville, Benevola, Utah, Tuscaloosa, So you kind of see all these areas that we need to watch for the storm as that moves to the northeast. So just making sure you have the first alert. But notice this one, nothing like what we're seeing to the south. Now this is further from the radar site, but I mean, look at this. I mean, that is red to green. If you open up a radar textbook, that's what it looks like for detecting a tornado. So very sharp cutoff point there with the velocity. We have the inbound, outbound winds. So tornado here. Again, it's clearly confirmed. I mean, you can see with the polygons there and the purple shading. So we have confirmed tornado warning still happening, same areas. Now we have seen in this one area right here, what would you say, 4, 5?
Yeah, that's kind of a breeding ground for them because it's more and more back into Louisiana that we're starting to see develop. So I think over the next several hours, whatever is developing back into here is going to be our problem. Some, in fact, this one probably within about an hour, but within 2 or 3 hours, these are going to be an issue for the state of Alabama.
Okay, so first alert, West Alabama, we're letting you know. We're going to stay out ahead of these as they move north. Franklin County, seeing a report coming in, some rotation along Highway 19 near Pilot Hill and Vina. So we clearly have some rotation with that warning that we just tracked across northern Marion County. So folks still listening in, if you are listening in north of Marion County, if you are in Franklin County, if you are right there around the Vina area, from Red Bay towards Vina and Phil Campbell, and you're watching our stream, our tornado coverage here on WBRC, I'm just letting you know that we are seeing some reports coming in now from storm spotters of some rotation with that. So we have some visuals now coming in from parts of Franklin County. So that warning for Marion County has expired at the moment. Let's go to the big picture and set the scene. And we did see that warning expire for
Marion County?
Okay, so yeah, we did see that warning expire. So are we up to time here on the radar?
We're going to go ahead and loop this.
Okay.
So this gives you the overall kind of the idea of what's going on there.
Yeah, that's a good view. And you can see, for Birmingham and East Alabama, we still have a ways to go before some of this starts reaching into the central and eastern part of
In fact, I just got a text from one of my friends in the Birmingham area. He's like, man, what time do you think the worst of it for us? And I would put that window for Birmingham proper, you're probably going to be looking at closer to 4 p.m. And a window, because I think we'll see several rounds of it with some of these cells back into Mississippi. You're probably looking at 4 to 7, somewhere like that. It's going to take a while for some of these to get here.
But pay attention to this, just in case we get a storm that just pops up. Anything that pops up in this environment, especially out ahead of this, it could go severe. It could produce a tornado. So 4 to 7 o'clock, and I think by 7, 8 o'clock, we'll start to see some northwestern areas cleared away from that tornado watch. So we will start to see some improvements in areas back to the northwest. East Alabama, this is going to go on through late tonight. I mean, 11 o'clock to midnight tonight. So for those East Alabama counties, we're going to stay with you as well until we get this out of the state. So as we approach the top of the hour here, it is 2 o'clock. You're watching WBRC. We're in continuous severe weather coverage mode because it is not just a first alert weather day. It is a high-risk first alert weather day. I mean, we're talking about a level 5 out of 5, and with these kind of severe weather parameters across the state of Alabama, we just can't take our eyes off of this. We want to make sure everyone has plenty of alert time, plenty of warning time. I know it's a Saturday, and it was actually turned out to be a beautiful day.
Yeah, it still is, across much of the area, at least for now.
But man, I mean, when you look at the meteorology, and you look at what's going on in the atmosphere, that's what's so tricky about a day like this. A little bit of sunshine, it's warm, you've got winds out of the south, and then all of a sudden it pops. Yeah. It's like a powder keg out there. It's like a pot of boiling water.
Historically, a lot of big-time severe weather days have been pretty nice days before the storms arrived, and that gives us ample time to prime the atmosphere, to get unstable, to get that southerly wind flow, and increase those temperatures and get us ready to go for any kind of severe weather. So we want to give you as much first alert as possible. You can see behind me, we're watching those storms in Mississippi. There's multiple supercell thunderstorms that are tracking toward Alabama right now, and that's what we're watching. The tornado warning has expired for Marion County, that small part of Marion County, Bexar and Scottsville. That's moved on into Franklin County in the Shoals area, but we are keeping our eye on several cells back to the west and southwest that are going to be a big concern later this evening. When we get to see, you know, closer to 5, 6 o'clock, it's going to be really active around here. If you're in Pickens or Sumter counties, within probably about the next 40 minutes, 30 minutes, you're going to start seeing that one cell that we've been tracking around Philadelphia, Mississippi, impacting you. So keep that in mind. These are going to be some hard-hitting storms. They're going to be fast-moving, and they do have the capacity to produce tornadoes. In fact, they are producing tornadoes right now. This is a heck of a system. It's been several days long. Yesterday, Arkansas and also Missouri, lots of damage, 13 fatalities. So this is why we want to get out ahead of this thing and make sure you're in your safe spot, have a safe plan where you're going to go when these storms come across, because they are going to move across the state. Doesn't mean everybody's going to be impacted, but where we do see those impacts, it's possible it could be significant. Wes?
All right, JP, and let me see if I can I'm working right now on an image, and this was sent into our sister station, WDAM, and let me just see if I can get this. This is down in the Hattiesburg area, and this is a tornado. Let me see if I can show this to you. This was near Tylertown, Mississippi. Okay, so let's go to Apple TV source and need to pull up the Twitter feed here. So there we go. So yeah, this is what you're seeing there. Big wedge tornado, Tylertown, Mississippi. This is down in the Pine Belt of Mississippi. That was sent in to WDAM, our sister station. So this is what we're dealing with out there today, folks. This is moving in across South Mississippi, some of those storms that are moving to the north and east. And these are the current storms that we're dealing with, the ones that we are warning on that are near Hattiesburg and Laurel, Mississippi, south of Meridian. And I mentioned this earlier, and on a day like this, you can be a hero, as we always say, but those around you, those you know, if you have friends, you have family, you have relatives in parts of Mississippi there south of Meridian, you can text, you can call, help provide that warning. If you see these advisories today, you see this information on social media, help share that information. Pass along the message. Word of mouth is so critical on a day like this to help make sure everyone is alert to what's going on. But again, that is coming in right now from South Mississippi. I believe we have Claire standing by also as we kind of prepare here in Alabama. Claire, I know we're getting ready. You're in the Hoover area at this time. Wind's picking up, but we're certainly keeping a close eye on what's on the way.
You're absolutely right, Wes. We are here at the Hoover Public Safety Building off Valleydale Road, Pelham just across the street over there, just a little bit down from us. The wind has certainly picked up within the last hour since we have been here. Now, we went inside the Hoover Command Center earlier. They actually set up the command center on the second floor here at the Public Works Building, and they have all of their department heads in one room working together, monitoring the situation. So they say when the storm hits, they will first have their first responders from 11 fire stations from around the city. They will be responding first. They also have their public works employees and crews stationed around the city, and they will be responding as well. Of course, one of the main priorities will be clearing some of the bigger roads so that they can get to everyone, especially if there are down trees or even power lines. They will be working with crews, sort of a team effort, making sure that they can all communicate in one room to make sure that they can get to these places as needed. One thing that I found very interesting was that they've also opened a second 911 center today, and Hoover Mayor Frank Mercado explains why they did that.
Communications is so critical in an incident like this, and tornadoes are habitually knock out communication. So in the event this main dispatch center goes down, we've activated our old dispatch center, which has always been a backup, but we actually are manning that center even as we speak, so that there won't be any interruption should something happen here or if they have to evacuate this building.
and it is all about being prepared, and that is exactly what the Hoover crews are doing here at the Public Safety Building. Now, earlier I was at the Jefferson County EMA building in downtown Birmingham, underneath Birmingham City Hall. We were there for a while talking with the leaders there. They also have all of the agencies in one room. They also have video monitors up on the screen. They are tapping into several camera networks. They have ALDOT cameras. They also have City of Birmingham cameras. So they are watching those cameras. They told me if they possibly see a tornado on those cameras, they can report that quickly to the National Weather Service. And I know our First Alert meteorologists are part of those group chats. So then our First Alert meteorologists can get that information out in real time. It happens very quickly, but they will be monitoring those video feeds inside the Jefferson County EMA building. So a lot of people getting prepared for this. We're going to continue to follow the latest information on this. So be sure to stay with WBRC on air and online. Reporting live in Hoover, Claire Huddleston, WBRC Fox 6 News on your side.
All right, Claire, and listen, we're going to be with you, as we mentioned, every step of the way through this. We're going to track this together throughout the afternoon, so just stay right here with us, and we'll monitor every scan that comes in on the radar. So that's what we're here for right now, is we want to make sure not only are you prepared, but we want to make sure you have the first alert, and that's why we're watching these storms closely over into Mississippi and a couple of areas right now where some bad weather's happening, some terrible weather's around Taylorville, Mississippi. That's where we have debris signature, and I want to show you this. Pictures coming in now. This is over in the Hattiesburg area. That is a tornado that was spotted, and that was tracking not far from Hattiesburg and Laurel, but moving to the north. That's some of the same storm activity moving towards Bay Springs, Mississippi. This is south of Meridian, but a lot of those storms are moving to the northeast. If we look at the storms, we have 1, 2, 3 supercells, all of this lifting north, but there's one right here in particular. I want to go in on this one, JP, because I think if we do have another warning soon, it may come from this particular storm at the moment. Now, here's Livingston. University of West Alabama is back in here. I mentioned Meridian a few moments ago. So Meridian actually has a severe storm north of town, one to the south. There's circulation showing up in this area. We're actually scanning from the Brandon, Mississippi radar site. And notice, if you look at the radar, what we call the unambiguous range, the outer skirts of the radar, we're right there on the outside of the scan. So it's not the best territory, JP, as far as radar resolution. Now, we might want to check this out from Columbus. Yeah, check it out from Columbus.
That's better.
Yeah, there's a much better view. So, yeah, so there's north of Marion, tornado possibility there. Sugarlock, Mississippi. That's how you say that, Sugarlock. That's south of Macon. So Sugarlock, Mississippi, it's about to cross Highway 45. That area needs to be monitored. Do we have a warning on that one as well, JP, around Highway 45? That's a strong signature there showing up now. Let's keep an eye on that one. There's Aliceville.
No warning.
Okay, so no warning. So 2 areas we need to closely watch. This one that had the warning, JP put a time of arrival. You can see around 3:01 around Aliceville. So Pickens County, Tuscaloosa County's back in here. We're staying well ahead of this to keep you informed as this approaches. And by the way, we have Megan Thomas on standby right now. Meteorologist Megan Thomas in the First Alert Storm Tracker, keeping a close eye on the sky in West Alabama.
Yeah, Wes, our eyes are looking up. I'm looking southwest, watching these cells develop like you've been covering in Mississippi and the damage that it's leaving behind. And you and I both have worked in Mississippi at one point, and we know that, moves west to east. And what happens in Mississippi usually will cross into our end of the state. And that's why it's imperative that we stay here. We are on air, online, all day long to give you all the first alert. Rain has picked up slightly in Tuscaloosa County. We are sitting at the top of Woods and Water looking back over Skyland and McFarland Boulevard. But I do want to point your attention to the power trucks down at the bottom of this hill. We have lots of them. They are ready to go. And this is just an example of the team effort that this state puts together. It's not just one person, one team. It's everyone working together to make sure everyone is safe. And again, that is a good chunk of power trucks ready to go in case power is knocked out. These linemen and women really do an incredible job to get things restored as soon as they can. Thankfully right now, again, it's just very windy at this point. We've got light rain falling. It has dropped. The temperature has dropped a little bit cooler behind that first wave of rain and wind that came through. So I'm hoping that kind of works in our benefit. But with that stiff wind out of the south and what's going on back towards Mississippi, I do think that those storms will continue to march east. The other thing is earlier when we were talking to you last about the last half hour, the sun broke out for a second, and that's kind of what I'm a little bit concerned about, is if we continue to see the sun break out, temperatures will continue to warm. That's why I'm feeling a little bit of this cooler air and thinking hopefully my fingers are crossed, because again, worst case scenarios will be on air all day tracking these storms. But again, the power crews are down below. We've got our eyes on the sky here in Tuscaloosa, and again, very windy. The rain coming through, coming in waves. We are again watching the sky. I can see the clouds to my south and west. They are screaming this direction. So we'll keep you updated in West Alabama, in Tuscaloosa County, outside of Woods and Water. We'll send it back to you in the studio with more information.
All right, Megan, and just north of you here, a live look from Vernon here in Lamar County. See those clouds racing in from the south. That's going to be feeding into those storms. Be alert here in Vernon along Highway 17, Vernon to Sullivan here in Lamar County as we track these storms moving in. One of the key things that we need to provide for you right now, those first alert arrival times. And meteorologist Lauren Linehan is standing by at the moment. And Lauren, we now have a PDS tornado watch that is in effect through 8 o'clock this evening, and it looks like as we go into the evening hours and the overnight, a lot of what we're seeing back into southwest Mississippi will be tracking in this direction. Let's update folks there on what we're expecting timing wise.
Yeah, Wes, and you mentioned this is a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch. We don't see these often, so these are only issued when you have a situation that, as the name suggests, is a particularly dangerous situation. So most of us in Alabama have been fairly quiet so far. We are seeing a tornado warning now in northwest Alabama, but the ones we really want to concentrate on for our area, our viewing area, are these ones to the south and west that are moving towards that I-20 corridor. So definitely if you're in West Alabama, I want you to go ahead and be as close to your safe place as possible, because these storms will be coming in soon. So we have really great information here in technology at our disposal here in the First Alert Weather Center. We can estimate these times of arrival, use algorithms within the computer based on what the wind speed is or the storm speed, how quickly they are moving. So this particular storm that is around DeKalb in Mississippi is moving at about 45-50 miles per hour. So based on that, Aliceville, this storm that does have a tornado warning on it and is producing a lot of lightning, potentially some hail, and a possible tornado, arriving at 2:46 in Aliceville, 2:57 p.m. in Carrollton, a first alert for 3:14 p.m. in Foster's, 3:27 p.m. central in Tuscaloosa, 3:41 p.m. in Wyndham Springs, and going into Bessemer around 4:11. And that actually lines up, JP was mentioning a little while ago, if you're in the Bessemer area or Birmingham area, Jefferson County, this could be knocking on your doorstep, the first of the storms, around 4 o'clock. And then notice this is kind of in a line. It's almost like a conga line of storms that we're seeing here. So you look a little farther to the south and west, around Bay Springs, just to the south of I-20, we have 2 tornado warned storms. So this particular one that is moving through Bay Springs right now, if you're in West Alabama, if you're in Pickens County, Sumter County, over into Greene, Hale, Tuscaloosa County, even Bibb County, you want to watch this storm closely. So those first alert times moving into Meridian around 2:49 p.m. Central, Livingston 3:28 p.m., Demopolis 3:46, Utah 3:58, Marion 4:23, and that second storm coming into Tuscaloosa around 4:36. Now, as meteorologist Megan Thomas was just mentioning, you know, she is out in the elements and she is able to sense how the atmosphere is behaving ahead of these storms moving in. One thing she noticed is it feels a little cooler there with that first little round of rain that came through. We're going to remain hopeful, but we do not want to let our guard down because the atmosphere is very prime to see damaging storms, and some of those storms could very well produce tornadoes. I want to bring up one of our weather models that we have in-house here. It says the HER model, but I actually switched this this to the IBM model, and I was looking at some of the data, and this particular model has initialized really well with the storms that we've been seeing moving through Alabama. So I think it has a good handle on how these storms are going to behave once they cross the state line. So let's take it forward in time here. Here we go to around 3 o'clock. We're beginning to see those storms right on par with those first alert arrival times, moving into areas like Pickens, Sumter, Greene County, Lamar County, possibly a second wave coming into Marion County. And then we go forward in time again. Here we are around 4 or 5 o'clock. See, this may actually speed up a little bit because these storms are gaining some momentum, moving towards that I-65 corridor around 4 or 5 o'clock. And then beginning to see some of the worst of it, that leading edge of these supercell thunderstorms possibly coming into East Alabama around 6, 7 o'clock. Now, remember, the worst of this, where we could see those ingredients most prime for damaging storms, is in West Alabama. But if you were in East Alabama, I mean, look how gnarly this looks. You don't want to let your guard down either. So around 7, 8 o'clock, moving into East Alabama. And then by 10 o'clock, remember this tornado watch, this PDS tornado watch is in effect through 8 o'clock Central Time tonight. We'll see if it gets extended, but for right now, I still think around 9, 10 o'clock, we could see some damaging storms moving through East Alabama. And then possibly by midnight, the worst of it moving through East Central Alabama into the Chattahoochee Valley. That's East Alabama, the Auburn area. So we're going to continue to watch this closely. And Wes and JP, we should actually be getting some new model data updates here shortly. How things are going to behave for the rest of the day.
Hey, good job there, Lauren. And listen, we're going to come back to you. I know you're doing some real-time analysis, keeping us well informed. This is a level 5 out of 5 day. So we have all tools and all hands here to help keep you well informed. We're actively monitoring right now winds out of the south. Look at these wind speeds. JP just posted 46 mile per hour winds in Birmingham. It is starting to pick up again. And we talk so many times about when those winds start to pick up, those gradient winds, that's often a sign of a powerful system. And you can see with the way these arrows are lining up, when you see those tightly packed, that also represents some very, very strong wind gusts. So here it comes, the main axis of where we're seeing a lot of those warnings just now starting to push its way into West Alabama. It's 2:17, and we were highlighting the afternoon. So as far as time of arrival goes, it certainly looks like this is the timing is on track. So all that information Lauren's telling you, very good data. That's one thing we look for, is how well it does this initialize, and it is doing a very good job. So we have Macon, Mississippi right now. This is just over the state line, so Noxubee, Kemper counties, we're seeing tornado warnings that are just over the state line from Pickens County. So for folks watching me, I just actually, JP, I got a tweet a few moments ago from some folks in Eldridge that are watching, and they were in their safe place. Some folks in along the state line that are already getting prepared for some of these storms moving in from West Alabama. So it's great to see everyone weather alert on a day like this, and hopefully this will pass on through with little impact. But we need to be ready here from Aliceville back in towards Ethelsville and Reform and Gordo. There's Highway 82. JP will go back to the radar again. You can see those winds now over in the West Alabama, right out ahead of that line, still gusting up to 47. Now the wind shift is still back into parts of Mississippi, so it's not far away. That's where we see the severe weather threat coming to an end. Live look from Pickens County. This is at the North Pickens County Airport. We're at Reform, a live look, so we've got an eye in the sky here.
It's raining there.
Yeah, it's raining. That's a good thing. But the temperature, you see 73 over 68. So we do have, the dew points come way up. I noticed that was in the 50s. Yeah. And that's one thing that helped us out during the morning hours, is that despite models telling us the capes would be off the chart or even high overnight, now we were seeing values 2,000 to 3,000 over parts of Mississippi. So that's a severe weather parameter that we talk about. And typically, a lot of times in the winter when we have severe weather events, we look at levels like 500 when we can see severe weather. I mean, we're seeing levels like 2,000, 3,000. So just as a comparison, comparison to some of the past severe weather events that we have dealt with here across parts of Alabama. That is basically what I'm talking about. Is when you step out, you know those days here in Alabama. It's warm, it's hot, it's sticky. You just know that feel is in the air. It could be stormy. Well, what we're talking about is the instability. And when we look at temperatures in the 70s, those dew points in the 60s, that's what brings about that stickiness and a lot of that energy that feeds storms. That's why in the summertime we often see so many storms out there. So we want to show you right now in Alabama there is a new tornado warning in JP Russellville area right now. This storm, it has more of a kind of a HP supercell look to it right now, sort of that kidney bean type kind of structure. You can see clearly there's a hail core showing up. We're scanning this from Birmingham. I wonder what it looks like from High Top or Columbus. I think
That's actually Columbus.
Oh, that's Columbus. Okay, so we're looking at it from Columbus, and that is also including parts of Lauderdale County. Looks like Florence. We might have a camera there, JP, one of those Barron cameras. We may be able to pull in Lauren. You might want to just take Colbert County and replace the background, but there are a couple of North Alabama cameras we can go to there and see what it looks like. But Limestone and Lauderdale County now included in a tornado warning across North Alabama. So for folks there that may be listening in, I believe we had a shear marker that just showed up. I don't know which radar you were looking at, but a lot of times what you'll see is as we go between radar sites, because we're looking at different elevations of the storms, you may look one moment and you see this circulation. We flip over to Columbus and have a better view of the low levels. You may not see that show up in some of those situations. So if you notice that as we track this weather together this afternoon, I'm just letting you know we're going to break out a lot of tools here. We have 3 or 4 different radar systems here at WBRC. So Lauren's monitoring storms, JP. We have eyes on all this weather that's happening back into parts of Mississippi. So Macon at this time, we're looking at a tornado warning in Mississippi, but I'm showing you this because this is just over the state line from Pickens County. So this would be probably the next warning if we get one into parts of West Alabama. So Aliceville, just giving you the first alert. Let's keep an eye on this. I mentioned earlier Carrollton, mentioned also. So that's a live look right there. Okay, so we do have the view. So here we go. That is a live look from Colbert County at this time. And man, what a stormy looking sky out there today. This again is that severe storm, that tornadic warned storm that is now moving through North Alabama. I'm just trying to look here. It's from, I believe that's at the EMA tower. So just based on that particular view, I can't see, I mean, at least the buildings that we see in this view look okay from what I can see there, but visibility has just dropped completely off as that moves to the north. But everyone in, I mentioned Limestone, Lauderdale County, if you're watching our severe weather stream, you need to be in your safe place. Let's go to JP now. He has some updates on those first alert times that he was going to share with us.
Yeah, right now we are watching that storm in Mississippi that's getting ready to cross into Pickens County. This is the track. This is the circulation. You can see that in the velocity data there. Pretty good circulation in that. This is not a confirmed tornado, but it is a tornado warning indicated by radar. And if you're watching in Pickensville around 2:38 for Pickensville, Forreston at 2:42, and Archer at 2:43. This also would include Ethelsville, and we would be looking at this storm just moving to the northwest of Aliceville. So giving you that first alert. It's not into Pickens County yet, but it is getting very close. There are no warnings yet for Pickens County. Pickens County under the tornado watch like the rest of us until 8 o'clock tonight. But make sure that you are paying attention in Pickens County. Pickensville northward, you're likely to be looking at a tornadic cell that is going to be making its way towards you very shortly. One of many. Mississippi is full of tornado-producing storms right now, and you can see even farther to the south, we've got this cell around DeKalb and Scuba that we're looking at. Farther to the south, Bay Springs, Quitman, then down toward Collins. It is one after another. This is all Mississippi. Here's Alabama. These are all tracking off to the northeast. The generalized speed on these is around 45 to 50 miles per hour. I think the computer said 47 miles per hour a few moments ago. Lauren did a good job of telling you where these storms are going to be over the next several hours with a computer forecast model and kind of the prime time. If you're thinking about the I-65 corridor, that's going to be closer to 4 4, 5, 6 o'clock, depending on your location. So the storms they're a ways away, but we got to watch these. They're now beginning to cross into the Alabama state line. And if you're watching in Sumter County, Pickens, Tuscaloosa County, Greene County, all the way up toward Lamar County, pay particular attention. The storms are going to be impacting you very, very shortly. They're moving fast, and there are many, many supercells back to the west in Mississippi. Ingredients here prime for it. We saw this 46-mile-per-hour wind gusts at the Birmingham Shuttlesworth International Airport. That's a wind out of the south that is really pumping in that moisture and setting the stage for better instability. We saw the dew points. The dew points are higher now than they were this morning, and that's thanks to that south wind. So that's what we have right now. Pickersville, Forest and Archer, Pine Grove, 246. If you're in these areas, pay close attention. Also, the Utah area, before too long, you may be impacted as well. But this is a lot of storms back to the west and west. Every single one of these is either a confirmed tornado, a tornado emergency, or at the very least a strong signature on radar. So lots of weather out to the west, and kind of resetting the view here. The big picture is we started on this early to give you as much heads up as possible. Much of the state pretty calm right now, but this is quickly going to be changing as we get into the late afternoon and early evening hours.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, what you would expect on a high-risk day. What I want to do right now, let's get into Pickens County. I want to zoom in really close to where this could cross over and point out some of these communities for folks here that are listening and are tuned in. So we have a strong indication what you see in this direction here. This is a supercell storm. You see the hook signature right here. We have the anvil. All the upper level winds are blowing the precipitation off to the north towards Cliftonville, I should say, but this is over into Noxubee and Kemper County into Mississippi. So Pickensville, this is Highway 86 right here that runs from Carrollton back in, there you go. You can see Highway 86 to Gordo. Now, JP mentioned a few moments ago Archer. This is on Pine Hill Road, okay? So Archer and Pine Hill Road in Pickens County. There's Pine Groves, Pine Hill Road's right there, Highway 14. So if I'm calling out your areas, that's where this storm would cross over into Pickens County. McShann, I mentioned Ethelsville, Highway 82 corridor. If you are watching me there, giving you the first alert to be ready to seek shelter. I know there's a community shelter in Carrollton. And by the way, if you haven't had a chance to check it out, we've compiled an entire list of where community shelters are. If you go to our website at WBRC.com, you can find that. We've shared it out also on our First Alert Weather Day page, so you can check ahead, know where those are located on a day like today. But right now, Pickens County, looks like if we do have a warning, if this holds together, you can see the signature right there. JP's showing it. And the thing about it is, actually, we do have a pretty good view of this from Columbus. If this was further south, there is a region down in here where it's sort of difficult sometimes to see these circulations, but it's clearly evident on a day like this, right, where we have all those ingredients coming together. But there's the scan. Here it comes, the latest sweep across the screen. So we're getting those live updates here, and you can see there it is. It just drifted to the north and east, so moving southwest to northeast. That's north of Macon. There it is, strong indication. It looks like, JP, this is another one that's doing that recycle, that's cycling through again. So updated first alert times on this, that inbound winds towards and away from the radar site. You can see the Trinity area around 243, Bigby Valley around 239. Again, we're approaching 230 live right now on WBRC, continuous tornado coverage. It is a first alert weather day for a high risk. If you're wondering why we are on right now, is to give you that first alert. We want to make sure you have time to prepare, because we do have a tornado warned storm now approaching Pickens County. So again, Pickensville, Archer, Ethelsville. If you're watching me in Carrollton, let's also make sure that we're ready to go here. Also Reform, Gordo, and Lamar County, also be on alert around Highway 96. If you're watching me in Millport and Kennedy, those areas, let's keep an eye on this one, because it is making a turn there towards the north. There's Ethelsville and Beards Mill. So we could have a warning perhaps. Let me just make sure we're not drawing, the Weather Service is... Okay, so the Weather Service are drawing up a warning for Pickens County. They're holding it for right now. They're keeping a close eye on this, but at any moment we could have a tornado warning coming out for Pickens County. So I'm giving you the first alert right now. Quickly, I want to go back over to Brian Henry, who's live in Tuscaloosa, another area we're closely watching. Brian, all these locations, this is going to be the first, or that main round that we're expecting the first impact West Alabama.
That's right, Wes. In fact, right here in Tuscaloosa, I'm just outside the Hampton Inn Hotel on Campus Drive, and it continues to be very windy, but very little rain as of right now. Now, this is what it looks like from my perspective towards the west, towards Columbus, Mississippi. A lot of wind now, but very little rain, as we just talked about. Shelters like the one in Holt opened around 10:30 today, ready to welcome anyone who felt the need to seek safety. Christy Griffin and her daughter Jalen had planned to do just that before the storm.
I'm a little bit anxious just because of, like what's happened in the past and everything. But I also like to be better prepared so that, if something does happen, that we do have a clear plan.
Like if we get like a bunch of warnings and stuff, then I'll start getting a little anxious.
Check with a couple of EMA directors in West Alabama, one here in Tuscaloosa County and then the other one up in Marion County, and so far there have been no reports, excuse me, there have been no reports of any damage to speak of. Your reporter in Tuscaloosa, Brian Henry, WBRC 6 News, on your side.
All right, Brian, we know you will certainly stay on top of it, do such a great job here in Tuscaloosa and West Alabama, and we're going to watch that closely. We're zoomed in over Pickens County right now. We're monitoring this for a possible tornado warning. We're watching this storm that is south of, let me see, here's Columbus, Mississippi. So you know Columbus, Highway 82. This is south of there. So this is going to be crossing right over the state line, not far from Ethelsville, it looks like. Now, I was mentioning Carrollton a few moments ago. This may stay just north of town, may stay north of that area, but Ethelsville, Stafford, Liberty, all these communities in the north and northwest part of Pickens County, and including southern Lamar County as well. Now, Fayette County down the road, let's keep an eye on this. JP, can you put a time of arrival? Can we take this out to Fayette County, give folks here an alert? If this holds together, which it certainly could on a day like this, the chances are more likely that some of these storms will hold together.
Stand by.
Okay, you might could do the time of arrival tool on that, and we're going to draw out the leading edge of this. You can see this would be around 3:11. So, yeah, you're looking at another, roughly 30 minutes or a little bit more than that before this reaches Fayette County. So there's the city of Fayette. So you're getting the first alert here. And even before that point, very soon, that's going to cross. Now, we do have eyes on this. We're monitoring some communication coming in out of East Mississippi on this storm. You can see there the signature. Let's go check out a couple different views. I mean, it looked really impressive. May want to, can you loop back a few scans and we can just kind of watch how this has behaved? Maybe go back a few frames, because when it was back in here, really looked quite impressive a few moments ago, JP, which I think, are we looking at, there we go. You can pick up the tornado, see the circulation, that's right there around Macon, and see it crosses into DeKalb County and crosses over into Kemper and Noxubee counties. Here comes in that direction. That's going to take that right around Ethelsville. So folks in the Ethelsville area, just be ready to take action if this does hold together. It looks like one of the stronger circulations was right there. It really cycled through at X Prairie, according to our maps here that you can see, and that is north of Paulette. So there we go. We have a warning now to the south, JP, that looks like that includes parts of Sumter County. So if we can zoom the map out, we have a tornado warning right now. This would be down. It would be down into northern Sumter County. So that's for this tornado warning that is moving out of Mississippi. That is near Electric Mills and Scuba. So this is the one to the south that was just north of Meridian. So a tornado warning right now, Fair Oaks, Geiger, Hamner area. There's Highway 17. This is the tornado right here that the Weather Service is warning on, and that is radar indicated. That is moving towards Geiger. So again, folks here in the Geiger area, we've been keeping a watch on this stuff here for now over an hour. hour, and it's just now starting to close in. You can see at the top of the screen, this is Greene County, so Lewiston, Bologee. Let's see where this is. There's Bologee's right here, so we know where Bologee's at. Interstate 5920, Epps, and Livingston, along the interstate there. So that's just south. The Interstate 20 corridor is going to be just south of where this passes. But Porterville, right around Highway 45, this is crossing right around Porterville. JP's putting some times of arrival on here. So folks, if you are watching and tuned in, 2-hour stream in this area, Macedonia around 252. Looks like around Lake Over Estates, there's Pine Grove around 250 on this. But that track, that's going to bring this right into let's see, that is West Greene. West Greene is a community I want to mention right in here. West Greene. If you are watching me around West Greene, you are in the path of this as well. Even though we're not in a warning, just be ready in case that warning is expanded. So this storm here is really ramping up, and this is one area that has been less contaminated with respect to a lot of rain there further south. It is more unstable. We do have those winds out of the south. That's now crossing the state line as we speak. So give yourself, I would even stay, a couple minutes out ahead of this with respect to what does the scan look like right now, because we are looking at it far from the radar site. But there's the shear marker, and on a day like today, when you see that yellow marker show up on the screen, even if it's not a tornado, with situations like this, you often can have some strong damaging wind gusts. Now, what we're doing right now is we're diving into the storm. JP's actually bringing up sort of a 3D perspective and just showing us some height compositions. We're breaking out a lot of tools today, but just to show you sort of the depth of this storm and how we're looking at it. And there you go. You can see the slice from this is showing a storm. You can see 30,000 foot top echoes with this particular storm, 30,000 feet up. And one of the things with the colder air, higher up, once the air rises above that freezing level and you have these intense updrafts, that's why we end up with such large hail with storms like this. But kind of an interesting vantage, but what that does tell us is this storm is very healthy, obviously, and you go in and you can actually break down where that hail core is located, and that can also sort of help you identify where that tornado would be. So it's all really lining up right around Akron, the Porterville area, and this is all, we could have some large hail, some intense lightning with this as that storm's about to cross. So there's Giles, Geiger, Highway 17. This is a tornado warning now for Sumter County. And Lauren, what's the expiration time on that?
Let me see. 3:15 p.m.
3:15 p.m. Okay, so 3:15. We're going to have a lot of these warnings coming out today. You might notice some of these on the screen might be in purple, these tornado warnings, and that would mean if it is a confirmed tornado, meaning that we have spotted that moving across the area. So Sumter County now, tornado warning. We're still watching Pickens County, Moundville. You're in here. There's Tuscaloosa. So Tuscaloosa, Moundville, Utah, Knoxville area, we're watching it for you. Looks like the way this is going to cross, it's going to stay north of Livingston, Demopolis. This is going to stay north of you. Looks like well north of Demopolis, in fact, on this particular one. But note, we've got some more storms that are back to the west that we're watching that will be moving in from southwest and northeast. If this stays on track, this is the one we got to watch, Tuscaloosa, okay, 3:32, okay, giving you the first alert. This is just now crossing the state line, and we're telling you right now, we're giving you an hour advantage, Tuscaloosa, on this storm. If it holds together, it's going to be moving in that direction. So listen up, if you're in the Tuscaloosa area, let's closely monitor this one in case it holds together. That one is tracking to the north. The one thing I'm watching for are the environmental parameters with this particular storm. You look at it, it's more isolated, not a lot happening down in here. So we've got a strong south flow that is feeding into this storm. It's sort of the mouth of the storm. And what can happen on days like this, what you hope for is to see maybe some stormy weather to the south that could cut this off. But we're not seeing that right now. So to the south, there's an unobstructed flow of energy into this storm. The south wind is flowing into this. So that's going to maintain itself. It's circulating. Hopefully it will weaken up. Right now there's some signals that it is trying to produce a tornado here as it crosses the state line. I mean, obviously we're seeing that yellow marker I told you about, and sometimes, I mean, that's pointed due north. I don't think it's necessarily on the mark with respect to the direction. You got to keep in mind, when you're tracking circulations like this in tornadoes, we know they don't move in a straight line. So every time the radar, tries to analyze how this is moving, what we end up with is sometimes some of these markers may move, but we are going going to give you those accurate tracks and paths of what we think's accurate here. And what JP's doing is placing some of those times of arrival based on that northeast projection, and that is showing Gainesville around 2:50. So listen up, Gainesville, first alert. You're right there on the edge of that tornado warning polygon. Make sure you are in an interior room. Hopefully, if you can't get to a tornado shelter, you can get to a site-built structure in a hurry. And this is days like this. You do not want to be in a vehicle at the last minute trying to get to a shelter, try to outrun some of these storms. And also, you want to be in a site-built home. It's all about the anchoring system. And when we talk about manufactured homes, you want to be in a site-built structure. Even with some site-built homes, if they don't have a well-built anchoring system, that's the thing. And make sure if you do have, we always say underground, concrete reinforced safe rooms are the best places. But most importantly, too, when you go to your safe place, I would have, I know we talk about helmets, but even a pillow, a blanket, something to offer some extra head and neck protection. I mean, some of the basics with tornado safety that goes back to elementary school. I remember, you would go to the hallway, right? Put your hands over your head to offer some extra protection. That's what it's all about, head and neck protection. We want to make sure you are safe out there. This is about to enter into Sumter County, and right now we're probably, if you're in the Geiger area watching me, you're probably hearing those loud rumbles, some gusty winds. The rotation looks like it's going to cross Highway 17 not far, JP, from, it looks like Amel, the Amel area. So Amel, places like, you can see Hamner showing up on the map here, Sumterville. There's Geiger, Sledge. Amel is right in this area. Here is Scuba, Mississippi. East Mississippi Community College is over here. Big forestry school in Mississippi right there in Scuba. But the tornado, and is that the latest scan? The 240, so the latest scan. So there we go. So that's a healthy looking mesocyclone. Let's go to the north real quickly. I just want to make sure this doesn't sneak up on us here in Pickens County. And looks like, what may be happening, JP, is this storm to the south may be sort of robbing this storm perhaps a little bit with all the rainfall. That's right around Pickensville, about to cross over into Pickens County. We may see a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, so they had the warning drawn up for Pickens County. The Weather Service looks like they are going to hold off on that for right now, and rightfully so. As you can see, the circulation, it definitely looks much weaker than what we're seeing. I mean, look at this. I mean, clearly a difference there. When you see the
I think you're right. I think the one down to the south is cannibalizing the other one. So I think that's going to limit the one toward Pickens County.
That's what you see a lot of, JP, on a day like this.
This one down here, which could end up in Pickens County, the southern part of Pickens County. It's possible we could see this more toward the Aliceville area. So that Pickens and Sumter County area is what we really need to pay attention to. Anywhere from Aliceville, Utah, Interstate 2059, all of that we need to watch closely over the next little bit, because these storms now are finally starting to make their way into the state. We've been watching these for a while back into Mississippi, and just to kind of give you a heads up, if the storm were to hold together on this trajectory, that would put it, well, we'll do Tuscaloosa first, around 340 for Tuscaloosa, and then Birmingham by around 435. Based on how fast it's moving about 50 miles per hour. So that's what we have right now with that particular storm. That's a pretty significant rotation on that storm that is now into Sumter County. So I'll zoom in a little bit. Geiger area, Gainesville, Fair Oaks, New West Green. These are all places you need to be in your safe place right now. If you're not already there, go ahead and do that. Mount Hebron, Clinton, Lewiston, Ridge, you're outside of the warned area, but still go ahead and get in your safe spot, because I think this is eventually going to move your way. The overall movement here is about 50 miles per hour. So this storm, I think, will eventually, it's in Sumter right now, will eventually move into southern parts of Pickens County. First alert for Aliceville, and then on into Tuscaloosa County here within the hour. So make sure you are in your safe place, because we are seeing a rotation on this one. It's not a confirmed tornado on the ground, but it is radar indicated at this point in time. And just to kind of show you what else is out there. Farther to the southwest, we do have confirmed tornadoes that are just south of Meridian and then down toward Collins. So we have all of this stuff that we're going to have to contend with over the next 3 or 4 hours. But right now, the business at hand, most critical storm that I am seeing on radar right now is the one going into Sumter County. Just to kind of regroup here a little bit, this is just some rain across the Birmingham metro area, then back toward Winston County. So this is rain. This is nothing severe. It's going to be what's now beginning to cross the line out of Mississippi that's going to be the primary concern, Wes.
Okay, JP, and yeah, just monitor some of the communication coming in with this storm moving into Sumter County. Listen up, if you're in Utah, some of these areas, we've just seen too many of these storms over the past few years. Let's be ready to go here just in case we do see a warning expanded into Greene County. And what is happening is Lauren, I want to flip over and let you take control of the radar here quickly. I want to go to Let's go into first off, let's start with Pickens County, and then we'll go south to where we have this tornado warning. So we do have an intense storm that is about to cross over. I know we've been talking a lot about Ethelsville. If you're in Carrollton, if you're in Aliceville, Pickensville areas, we've been talking about the possibility of this becoming a tornado warning in Pickens County. That's not happening here. We have a very good eye on this with the Columbus radar. So when we go to that scan and show the velocity right in this area, that's about to cross over into West Alabama. You can see there's a little bit of circulation that we're watching, but it's not quite as intense. But still, we need to stay on top of this. We need to be ready to take action in case this cycles around. We're seeing a lot of that happening on a day like today. So this is just about to cross the state line. Now, we do have the tornado warning that is further south. There's Highway 14. Lauren's taking us down into northern Sumter County, and this is the tornadic signature now crossing the state line. That's just south of Geiger. Can we go in a little bit closer? I believe this is a Mel right in here. That may be a little bit south of here. There's Hamner, but there's Highway 17. There's a gas station right there. There's the little cut-through road that goes back over towards Scuba, Mississippi. That's about, well, it's just over the state line. I mean, it is sitting right on the Alabama-Mississippi state line. So in this general area, if we have a tornado, if that continues its track, that would move towards Gainesville. We mentioned parts of Greene County. That might move close to the Greene-Pickens County line. So that might put this around places like Benevola. There's a Mantaway to the north. Actually, this is northern Greene County in here, so it's just a little south of there. So there's West Greene I was telling you about a few moments ago. There's West Greene. There's Mount Hebron area. Bologee is to the south. So there's Bologee. This is just over the Tombigbee River, so this would be passing just north of you in Bologee. Notice the updated polygon there. Gainesville, we're right on the corner of this. You can see if that crosses, that tornado is going to be tracking right there close to Gainesville, crossing the river. Lewiston, Mantaway, Union, Alabama, you are in the path of this. That is moving towards Gina. So that would take this, if this holds together, I mean, this is a scenario, we're just preparing you, making sure you have the first alert. But if this holds together, it's going to be moving in this direction. Tuscaloosa is back in this direction, back in here. So that is the one to watch at the moment. And as JP noted, I want to flip back over to the radar we were talking about over into parts of Mississippi. Other storms that we are monitoring, and what's happening is, yes, it looks like this one storm to the south may be sort of robbing some of the energy from this one to the north. I was just noticing, JP, let's go back to the one in Pickens County. The last scan that you brought up, let's go back to Columbus, Mississippi radar, this one here to the north near Carrollton. It still looked like that storm still has my attention that is moving across the state line around Carrollton. So still need to watch this one right here. I mean, obviously you have a little curvature, a little hook with this particular storm. That is the one right around Ethelsville. So still watching this. It is definitely spinning a bit. We can see that. That one's moving towards Millport. There's Carrollton. We should have a good view as that passes north of the Pickens County Airport. That's not far from Reform. So we have one to the north. Got to watch this one. It may be sort of weaker right now. It may start to act up again as that one moves back to the north. You're going to have quite a bit of lightning. some gusty winds with that. But you look at that storm and compare it to this storm, obviously a much larger supercell here back to the south. And there's the Hook Echo area. This is where we watch for typically when we see a tornado with a storm like this. What you're looking at, this is called the inflow notch. Winds from the south feeding into a circulating system right here that's moving to the north. And typically below this is where you find the wall cloud, and it's in the southwest flank of storms like this. That's why we often tell storm spotters you want to be south of the storm. It's moving away from you. But a lot of times on a day like this, what ends up happening, you see this, not a lot of rain here to the south. So you end up with sort of a rain-free viewing region there to see some of these storms on days like this. And we've seen a lot of those images. And as JP noted, some of the news reports coming in today, we've been seeing overnight. I know in Missouri alone, I saw a report of 10 fatalities. So sadly, this has been a devastating system across parts of the country. Moved through parts of St. Louis last night. And a lot of the severe weather has been happening also behind a lot of rain. I just want to stress, even though we're getting some rain in some areas right now, that does not mean that's cooling things off. This just isn't that kind of day totally. We're still seeing, as you can tell, even west of us, we've had some rain move through, but the atmosphere is still kind of getting primed in as this moves into West Alabama. So we have right now a tornado warning. We're tracking over Sumter County. I want to quickly go over, I believe we have Ajane on standby. Ajane is monitoring those conditions in central Alabama. Ajane, I know you're in Shelby County right now. These storms just now crossing over into Sumter County. We're going to get right back to this as we track this storm into northern Greene County. But tell us a little bit about preparation there for folks watching out ahead in Shelby County.
Well, Wes, yes, exactly what you said. We are here in Calera in Shelby County. I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the wind that we've been experiencing out here. We just had a huge gust of wind that happened just a few moments ago. This has been pretty intense. We've had some light rain, not much going on except for that wind, but you can tell by some of the lights here that are shaking pretty badly. We're definitely seeing some folks come over here to this storm shelter over here. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit about the storm shelters open in Calera. They've got 2 city-owned storm shelters within a mile of one another, one located by the Calera Elementary School, the other located by Oliver Court Apartments, and here at the Intermediate School. Now, unfortunately, here at the Intermediate School, no pets are allowed, but they do say service animals, you can bring them to this location. Now, Heitch, I spoke with Chief Heitch earlier today. Now, he tells me his main focus today is having that extra manpower for just in case. We can kind of start to see that weather change and that weather pick up a little bit, but Heitch says his main focus is having that extra manpower, beefing up those officers, making sure that they're on standby. A big thing when it comes to a storm like this is having other agencies help out. Now, Heitch says he even had a couple of instances where he's had to help out the community, and there's been other agencies that have taken care of his family.
I want to point that out, that the boundaries really don't matter. And there are a lot of police officers and firefighters that live here in Calera, and they are out of Calera now in their jurisdictions where they work, helping to make people safe and watch over them.
The biggest thing today is ensuring that everyone is safe, and Chief Heitch tells me that starts with having that plan. Wes, you've been saying it all day. Make sure you've got that plan in place. Make sure you know where you're going, where your storm shelters are located, and if you need a place to go, Calera Intermediate School is open now for folks to come and take shelter here. Your reporter in Shelby County, Ajane Robinson, WBRC 6 News, on your side.
All right, Ajane, and listen, we have a new tornado warning. We got to stay on this. This is in northern Greene County and southern Pickens County, and this is approaching Tuscaloosa County. So this is a storm to watch here. This is in northern Sumter County. This is right around Geiger at the moment. We have a tornado that is tracking. You see right there the hook signature. There is the circulation, okay? This is tracking into northern Greene County. This is moving towards Lewiston and Mantua, and about to cross Highway 14. So around Clinton, Union, Mantua, right now, seek shelter. This is approaching. You're getting the first alert at this time. JP is putting the times on the screen there. It's 3:14. Olney area around 3:15. Lewiston around 3:10. So 3:10 to 3:15, that tornado is going to be arriving in those areas. So we're in West Alabama. Here's Ralph Foster's Tuscaloosa. Down the road, if this holds together, this would impact the western part of Tuscaloosa County. So if anywhere from Ralph to Foster's, and what can happen, I just want to stress this. I know this cone shows, this polygon shows this warning to the north and east. Sometimes, when you have a powerful supercell, sometimes they can turn towards the right direction a little bit. So we need to watch for that. We call those right turners. I've seen that happen a lot of times. So don't be surprised if as this polygon, as we go along, if it's adjusted, okay? So, you know, I wouldn't totally take into total account straight line as far as direction, okay, just in case it shifts a little bit more towards the east direction. But JP showing you times of arrival there on the screen. Again, that tornado is now in the state of Alabama. If it's there, it would be impacting this part of Sumter County. So that is northern Sumter County. So future radar, some of the future radar data does take that. You can see right across the polygon, that tornado will move right across. This is the Sipsey River, Benevola. Benevola Road is in this area. There's Aliceville and Carrollton. This takes it, I think, a little too far north. You can see it takes it in the northern corner of Pickens and Tuscaloosa County. I think it's actually going to stay maybe just in this area here, which would make this
Samantha, probably.
Yeah, probably Samantha, and over towards Ecola, Highway 171 there, Moores Bridge areas. If you're from Coker, Lake Lurleen State Park area out there, let's watch this one. There it is, showing up the system, showing that circulation now. This would be south of Aliceville. The tornado warning does include parts of Pickens County. That is around Benevola. That is also around the Gordo area. But you can see really tightening up. JP, we might actually have a little debris ball kind of signature showing up with that. What are we looking like on the debris signature? I know it's difficult as we're in between multiple radar sites here.
Nothing in terms of debris, not yet, but
yeah.
We're looking a little higher in there too because we're not necessarily that close to any one of those radars.
So I'm getting reports right now in northern Sumter County. Seeing reports of transformers blowing in that area. We're seeing some reports of some power outages in those areas, so we're getting some impacts happening right now across parts of Sumter County. So some of those reports coming in. Brody, do we have traffic cams anywhere on 2059 we can go to there looking to the north in Sumter, West Alabama? Let's keep an eye on this. So here we go. So we've got on the radar, even with the reflectivity right there, crossing around Geiger, a tornado that is moving across northern Sumter County. We're probably picking up some debris here. Yeah. On the radar. That's what we call, sometimes you'll see this on these supercells when we say debris balls, not necessarily all precipitation. It might be picking up materials, tree limbs, things like that as it's moving to the north and east. But the way this is tracking, if you're in Benevola, if you're in Lewiston and Mantua, you're going to have some rain, some loud rumbles, but notice the actual tornado threat is still further to the south. It's approaching from the southwest. It hasn't quite gotten to you yet. And if you try to, at this moment, try to outrun this and wait until the last minute, there's going to be even heavier rain. This could be some large hail that's happening out here between Cochran, back to Fair Oaks and the Warsaw area. This is right there at the corner of the Sipsey River. This is also along the Tom Bigby River as well. This is passing just south of Pickensville. You can see the heaviest of the rain, the intense lightning right now in the southern Pickens County, northern Sumter County, but right in this area around Geiger, that is where this is about to cross at West Green. But that is moving towards Lewiston and Benevola, so giving you the first alert times. And it's going to be one of these days, unfortunately, where we're going to see more storms like this that develop. They're long track type storms, unlike the lines that we typically see. Best advice in a situation like this, again, if you're just now getting the warning, if you're in Mantua, in some of these locations, and this is right on approach, about to reach where you are. If you do not have a place to get underground in a concrete reinforced safe room, we always tell you, the central part of your home, but avoid areas where wind can just really get into the home. You want to stay away from garages, where a lot of times I see situations. I've seen houses that have garage doors facing the wind, and when the wind gets blows in the garage door, that's when most of the damage happens to the home. And then the other home, if we don't see the garage door fail, it has less damage. I've seen a lot of situations like that. So, you know, it's interesting how wind can impact a lot of these homes and impact, you know, structural integrity. And that's why one of the critical things, and one of the reasons why we say, I know we say often, don't be in a manufactured home, don't be in a vehicle, anything that's not anchored down. You know, we want to make sure that you are in a site-built structure, and specifically when we're talking tornado days, we want to make sure even in site-built structures, you are in a storm shelter. And there's a lot of community shelters out there. That's one of the reasons why we jumped over to Ajane. She was talking about some of those shelters available there in Shelby County, but you can find those as you go to our website at WBRC.com. But help spread the word. I mean, we've been saying it off and on, but it has been so helpful what you have been doing on days like this. You know, we side by side track this weather, you know, as so many of these events that have moved through Alabama. And as I mentioned earlier, we're going to walk through this every step of the way for you here today. That's why we've been with you the past couple of hours. We're going to stay ahead of this. And I know we haven't talked a lot about Central and East Alabama, but I promise you, as this continues to move, we're going to time it out for you as it moves across the state. We're covering the entire state of Alabama, but right now we want to make sure folks are paying attention in Tuscaloosa and Northport, north to Samantha, North Side, Northridge area. Make sure you're watching this. We have a live look, an eye in the sky right there from the First Alert Storm Tracker. We have meteorologist Megan Thomas also in Tuscaloosa keeping a watch on this as well. But here it is, and we're going to be watching that thing as it moves right into Tuscaloosa if we have a tornado here. So Moundville, one of the last areas, probably one of the last confirmed tornadoes that we had in the area. There was a survey, it was an EF0 with that last event that happened in Moundville. Moundville, the way this is tracking, this one actually looks like it's going to stay just north of you. JP's brought in the triple threat, and look at the wind with this right now. So strong indications. We've got the wind data as comparison. Everything's just overlapping to suggest we could have a tornado here with this storm. It's about to cross the river. So Bolaji is to the south. So for folks that may be listening in, now we're on stations like 98 TXT, 94.1 ZBQ, iHeartRadio, all across the state of Alabama. But if you are listening into our simulcast here in West Alabama right now, I want to let you know if you're on the interstate and you are south of Tuscaloosa around places like Bolaji, this is just north of you, okay? But for a lot of folks on the road today listening in, if you're caught in a situation and I call out a tornado warning, you want to pull off the road, get to a gas station if you have to, someplace that's a site-built structure. You do not want to be on the road with one of these storms out there crossing for today. So at this point, though, it looks like as far as the interstate system goes, this is just north of I-5920, and it's going to stay tracking mostly along the Sipsey River right there, not far from Benevola, but Lewiston, Benevola area, and West Green and Ridge. Looks like West Green's just outside the polygon. That's a very confined warning. You can see a high confidence in that track there with this thing. Carrollton, you're just to the north. There's Pickensville, but right in this area, some of the roughest weather at the moment. Quite a bit of rain, some intense lightning with this as well. Notice you pulled up a few moments ago, JP, some of the lightning data with this particular storm, and it was just really ramping up there. Look at that. That's sign of an intensifying storm. 600. Actually, if you tilt the screen over this way a little bit, one thing about the lightning count is it encompasses even all this to whatever's on the screen. So when we actually focus in solely on this one storm, you can see we're still showing, look at that, over 500 strikes with this particular storm. Now, sometimes I get this asked a lot, what's the difference between positive and negative lightning strikes? Those positive strikes emanate from the upper part of the storm. A lot of times when you hear about people being struck by lightning, it's from positive lightning strikes, because sometimes those are the ones that can happen. You look up, there's sunshine, and those bolts that can sort of happen further away from the center of the storm. Bolts from the blue, as we have called it before. So listen, some loud rumbles, certainly with this, some large hailstones, some gusty winds. It's a severe storm. So outside of the tornado threat, you're going to have the risk in here, anywhere in this storm, of the possibility of some winds that are going to be topping 60 miles per hour. But obviously the most dangerous part of this is right around the Vienna area in West Green. This is in northern Greene County. This is about to cross. There's Highway 14. So Clinton, you are to the south here. Utah's at the bottom of the screen. Demopolis, we are well south of this one. Of course, we're watching what's happening, but here's the track. There's the tornado now crossing the Tombigbee River. Ridge, about to cross Highway 14. Lewiston, Benevola, Pioneer, Gina. And if we follow along, that is going to end up looks like close to Romulus in the Tuscaloosa County if it holds together. JP, just from the past few scans, can we loop this? Let's just see how it's kind of behaving here. See if maybe it's falling apart or trying to at least weaken some based on what we're seeing. I'm not seeing, Lauren, are we seeing any confirmed information out there as well? Okay, so we're following some of the communication with this. I'm not seeing a report of a tornado on the ground with this at the moment, so at least that's a positive sign. But if we follow this, you could see right there the circulation looks about the same as it moved from Geiger right into New West Green. So now this is more, if you're in Sumter County, this is more of a Greene County storm right now based on what we're seeing. This is about to move out of Sumter County, so we'll be able to clear a way for folks here seeking shelter. Hopefully very soon we'll be able to sound the all clear for you. And just stay with us right here because I'll let you know once that warning has cleared when the danger has passed. And at the moment, it looks like really southern Pickens and northern Greene County, that's the area that's of greatest concern. We're going to get that new scan. This is crossing the river right at this moment. You can see there at 3:03. Lewiston, though, Benevola, Mantaway, and Gina. These are areas in here we need to be in our safe place as this approaches. I mean, you see classic supercell storm. We've got the hail core with this, hook echo, our system showing the tornado right here, the circulation. Could have a little bit of debris mixed in with this as well. This is radar indicated though. We are keeping an eye out for reports on this. We could have a tornado producing damage at this time, but the way it's tracking, it's moving in that classic southwest to northeast fashion here. So if it holds together, I mentioned Tuscaloosa County again, just can't stress enough, we need to be ready in case a warning is issued for Tuscaloosa County. But some reports have been coming in of some reports that it may be sort of rain wrapped in that area, and looks like there is a nice little inflow notch with this. JP and Lauren, you can see right there moving in from the south, and the hook is wrapping around. We're seeing actually precipitation. I mean, you're not looking at a tornado here, you're looking at the precipitation, but it can help us find inside of this storm where that would be. But there's not a lot of competition. It's one of those days where these storms.
There's an update.
Okay. So it still looks like it's going to hold together. I'm not seeing anything that's going to cut this off, even though it might try to cycle through again. But that is a healthy looking storm right there. That is quite the little inflow notch. And actually, with a view like this on the radar, just based on the way this looks, there's probably going to be some good visuals eventually on this particular storm in this area. So JP's bringing in debris detection. So it looks like we do have a debris signature showing up with this now. And this is debris that has been lofted on a day like this, coming off of, we're just now going into the growing season, and I saw one of the excellent meteorologists at the National Weather Service mentioned earlier this week, one of the things to look out for in tracking these tornadoes and when looking at some of this debris is there's still a lot of dormant vegetation, a lot of leaves and limbs, a lot of that gets picked up too. So just because we say debris detection all the time, it doesn't always mean
there you go.
It's a house, right? But in this particular case, I mean, we're not just seeing weak debris signatures. These are very strong returns. These are large objects. These are not raindrops that are showing up. And that's what you're looking at with the debris detection. The correlation is using the statistics there to correlate the different types of returns that are coming in. And you can see, obviously, right there across, we've factored out a lot of the lighter returns where you can just see really where we're picking up some of the strongest indication of what may be tornadic debris that's been lofted well up into the atmosphere. And just looking at this too, it's important to note that that doesn't guarantee the tornado is actually still on the ground. It may have produced damage. We're seeing this after the fact when you do see a lot of this, but it's like we've always said, having a virtual spotter. So we do have lots of signatures here telling us that there is a tornado with this. So a healthy supercell storm producing a tornado at this time. That is moving towards Lewiston. So here it goes, and there, yeah, you can see that latest scan. We're still back on Columbus radar. So there we go. We're looking at this from Columbus. I believe we were looking, was that Birmingham or did you click Jackson?
Jackson.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Next.
Okay, so Columbus has the best view. So Columbus radar site there is what we're using. So that when it flipped over a few moments ago, just know we're going between different radar sites. We want to make sure you have the best look at this storm because that's going to impact, you know, the arrival times and all that information. So Aliceville, that's an area right now. You're probably getting some large hail with this storm. Do we have I believe, do we have the severe thunderstorm warnings toggled on? There might be a severe.
Yeah,
okay.
They are.
Okay, so I mean this is an intense storm in this area. So Aliceville down towards Bridgeville area, even though you're just outside of that tornado warning polygon, there could be some damaging winds, some gusty winds. I know it's been gusting already 40+ miles per hour in that area. But Benevola, Pioneer, this is approaching from the southwest direction, and these storms moving at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. It's just past 3 o'clock. Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt, this is probably one of the more robust storms of the day that we have seen, and you know, these are the same storms we've been tracking. Started out over South Mississippi, and as we expected on a day like this, you've got a level 5 out of 5 high risk. A lot of these storms are long track, and sometimes they can produce long track type tornadoes. The one that we're watching right now, we're over West Alabama, and we have some arrival times on this. Now, Tuscaloosa County at the moment, we're not in a tornado warning. We're just giving you the first alert. If this continues to produce a tornado, it's going to end up in Tuscaloosa County. But JP was putting some of those times of arrival on screen for you. Now, further north around Reform, we have 70 degrees, and don't know when this updated, JP. Looks like that has 313 at the top. So let's go. I don't believe that's an old image. Let's go over to, there we go, Avadian Credit Union. I believe we have a live camera there from the amphitheater. There we go, yes, 74. So here's a live look from Tuscaloosa. You can see winds gusting at 29 miles per hour. So we need to be watching back in this direction. That storm is going to be approaching from the west and southwest. Right now, look at the winds at Utah and Aliceville, 49, 50 miles per hour. But notice to the north how you can see some areas where some of those winds kind of get cut off. And that's because some of these storms to the south are helping out a bit. Let's go to the big picture here, though. We need to reset the stage. We have folks watching all across Alabama, and as we monitor this now, we're going to get back into West Alabama just to show you we do have quite a bit of rain now starting to work in around parts of Jefferson County. Further north, check this out. We do have a lot of scattered storms in this area, but nothing at the moment really stands out. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings. They're not tornado warnings. You know, JP, what may end up happening, hopefully, I just can't say for certain at this early stage, but this may be this area where we have less competition with respect to the storms. That may be the main area to watch.
I think so.
Here. Yeah, this may end up, not to say we couldn't see a warning. I mean, we're under a watch here to the north. There's actually a warning Huntsville area under a tornado warning just north of town. They're still tracking some of those storms, but once that passes by, maybe the rain could sort of help us out in these areas further north. Hopefully that will happen. But Tuscaloosa and Pickens County right now, look at that storm. I mean, that is about as healthy. I mean, the scans just keep looking more impressive here. This thing is developing. It's getting its act together. It's moving in towards Tuscaloosa County, just making sure all of you here are listening to me. And go ahead.
I was just going to say, there's no warning yet for Coker or Buell, Northport, but I'd go ahead and really start paying attention to this if you're in those areas, because that's where it's going, and it doesn't look like it's weakening. We're seeing some tightening up on this. There's been a debris signature that we saw with the dual pole data.
Right.
It's moving at about 45, 50 miles per hour. So Coker, Buell, anybody along Highway 82, Northport area, all the way up towards Samantha. Just consider this a pretty strong first alert. Go ahead and start heading toward that safe place, because this is going to be in your neck of the woods very, very quickly. And, you know, that looks like we have a hook there, and certainly we do, but I would also say that's some reflectivity from some debris that's being lofted as well. So it is a hook, the old school hook signature that you see on radar, but we have the hail around the Aliceville area, and then right now, let's just zero in on this a little bit closer. Lewiston area. If you're in Lewiston, Pioneer, Jenna, all areas, you need to be in your safe spot. This is a tornado warning. The tornado has, I'll go ahead and go to the dual pole data there. Look at that around Lewiston. So we've got some evidence. The blue is where you have the debris signature. So anything that's non-meteorological, that's not rain or hail, shows up a different color. So we're looking at, could be leaves, could be shingles off a house, could be anything non-weather related that's actually being tossed up in the sky. So that indicates we probably have some circulation there that is reaching the ground. So we want to make sure Pioneer and Jenna a first alert, and then on into Tuscaloosa County, Romulus, Coker, Buell, Elrod. Make sure you are in your safe place. This is a supercell thunderstorm tornado warning right now. Our debris detection is showing that. We're looking at the Columbus, Mississippi NexRad right now, and this is where we're seeing one of these storms right after the other as we go back into Mississippi. Look at this. This is where we talked about this earlier today, that this would be the problem. And I think these storms that are farther to the southwest are going to continue to line out and be the problem. Not a lot of competition for anything here. This is kind of untapped territory. Farther to the north and west alluded to this fact that I think we are going to be looking at a lot of rain up here, but typically when you see this big blob of rain, that limits the severe weather development. So it could be a situation where some of those classic places that a lot of times we do see severe weather, and that's Marion County and Lamar and Winston counties, where we have had a little bit of severe weather in parts of Marion County. I think that is not going to be as much as of the hotbed as a little bit farther to the south, where those storms are coming in out of Mississippi. And again, we'll get to Lauren here in just a little bit. She had an excellent graphic a few moments ago. It kind of lined things out based on some model data from the IBM graph model of where all of this is going to be over the next number of hours. But if we draw a line from this one, this is going to be I-65 at about 4:54 p.m. That would include maybe the Hayden area, Gardendale. So just thinking ahead, these things tend to hold together. So if you're around I-65 north of Birmingham, this could be a storm that may impact you. And within the next 30 minutes at least, or maybe a little bit quicker, this is going to impact areas just to the north of Tuscaloosa. So that's what we have right now. Lauren, I don't know, are you ready to show that model data?
Yes.
She's got some model data that is going to take us through the rest of the evening, because I know for a vast majority of folks, you've been untouched by any kind of weather at this point in time. It's been a warm day, a very windy day, but not necessarily a severe weather day, not yet. Lauren's going to walk us through that. She's got the model data that takes us through the rest of the evening and how this whole situation is going to evolve.
Yeah, and I just want to say here quickly, JP, that for areas in Tuscaloosa right now, what we're starting to see is we're seeing this storm approaching places like Romulus. We were mentioning earlier around Coker, around Elrod, the Buell area. Just want to make sure you have the first alert as this moves in. We might see a warning out of this. Looks like it's still showing. You can see the hook signature with this, and there's the couplet. It is right there along the Sipsey River. So it's moving at about 53 miles per hour. So I'm just making sure if you're around Ecola, around the Coker area, you know, if it takes you a while to get to the community storm shelter, we want to make sure you have plenty of time to do so. Just make sure you're out ahead of this, because that is approaching from the southwest direction, but that is around Elrod. Now this would stay north of Moundville. There's Tuscaloosa, the city of Tuscaloosa. Do we have a live view that we can go through out of Tuscaloosa? I want to check that shot and stay on it. And also, Brody, can you check the traffic cameras and make sure we have, I just want to see if we have an eye on this. I just can't believe, you know, with the kind of radar signature we're seeing, we haven't seen. If we do have a tornado here, we should be able to get some reports on this. This is around Lewiston. This is moving towards Murrow's Grove at this time. There's County Road 183. This is right there along the Sipsey River and about to cross at Lewiston. It looks like it's now across Highway 14. So there's Highway 14 at the bottom of of your screen here in northern Greene County. The tornado has crossed. It's moving right along County Road 60, Lewiston, and also Murrow's Grove. A first alert. This is right on top of you. That signature of a tornado. Strong. It's moving right along. We always heard, listen, I heard this growing up in West Alabama. Tornadoes move along the river, and it's just because of the orientation and the way a lot of these storms track. They move southwest to northeast, and you can see right there along Sipsey River. Look at that. It's just moving right along the river to the north and east. There's Benevola, Murrow's Grove. Look at those winds, 100-mile-per-hour winds. We have a tornado here, folks, probably that's on the ground that's in part of Greene County based on a lot of these radar signatures. Sumter County, we have been cleared of that tornado warning. Sumter County, I just want to stress, this has passed you and it has cleared the area. And Lauren is on standby. And Lauren, I wanted to jump in because let folks know we're keeping a close eye on this. But what we want to do here soon is we are going to take the radar data, take this out several minutes. We want to give you an early alert for folks downstream around Birmingham, Warrior. I know a lot of you are tuned in and watching. Lauren, if you want to go ahead now and walk us through some of that brand new forecast data. We have some of the forecast radar information to let folks know how this will continue to play out for the remainder of today.
Yeah, Wes, we've gone in and adjusted actually the time on some of this, and we've gotten in some brand new model data. This just came in at 3 o'clock, and so this is taking in the weather balloons all across the country, the weather balloon data that we got here in Birmingham, ingesting it to the computer models and taking that current state of the atmosphere and giving us an idea of what's going to happen as we go forward in time. So as we go into 4 o'clock, and we are about at 3:30 right now. Oh, my watch is dead. So 3:18, getting close. So as we get closer to 4 o'clock, we're going to continue to see these storms moving into areas like Fayette County, over into parts of Winston County, and this will continue pushing eastward. Here we are at 5 o'clock. I wouldn't be surprised if this pushes a little farther eastward by 5 o'clock. So areas like Coleman, Birmingham, down into areas like Centerville, over down into Perry County. You need to go ahead and be ready to go to your safe place by 5 o'clock, if not sooner. And then these storms will continue progressing eastward. So here we are at 7 o'clock, really seeing the bulk of these storms beginning to cross over into East Alabama. So around 7 p.m., Gadsden, Sycamore, Calera, down towards Marbury, you could be seeing some of those damaging storms in your area. And then around 8 o'clock, seeing this moving closer to the Alabama-Georgia state line. And I still think there's going to be some lingering storms even as we get past the end of the tornado watch at 8 o'clock. So by 10 o'clock, you see Gadsden, Oxford, Alexander City still seeing some storms moving in. We may be able to sound the all clear after midnight, but right now, Wes, we are under the gun for watching this dangerous storm that is moving through West Alabama.
That's right. We're actively tracking this for you, and we're going to stay with you. And if we can double box here because we do have some camera views, some live views that we can bring to you out of Pickens County where we are monitoring this. And right now, Mantua to Benevola, those are areas. This is a live look. And can you give me a Pickens County? So is this Highway 82? I guess this is southern. Okay, so this is in Pickens County there along Highway 82, so this would be just north of that storm, and you can see it is really coming down there. And if we can just double box this, I want to make sure we keep the radar up and track this storm, but you'll see that we have the camera view, live look there, just kind of monitoring those conditions as we track this storm moving towards Tuscaloosa County. But let's go back and make sure we get back to the radar, and want to make sure we have that on the screen there, and we'll keep that camera view also boxed in for you so you can see. But right there is the storm Lewiston over towards Mantua, Benevola. That is now tracking towards Pioneer and Gina. So we're giving you the latest scan on this. JP has the updated first alert times. We'll get this out of the way and we'll make sure we're focused in on tracking this. Elrod around 3:39. There's Gina showing around 3:30. As Lauren mentioned, we're coming up on 3:30. So this is rapidly approaching you. And then if you are watching me in areas along Highway 14, I've sounded the all clear a few moments ago. Again, this is past passing on by. I know we're still in that warning, but the tornado is now in this area showing up between Lewiston and Mantua, right there on the Sipsey River. So it has now passed. There's Highway 14. It's now over here. So it has passed to the east, moving towards Benevola, right there along the Sipsey River. So first alert, Carrollton, you're north of this. Aliceville, you're north of this. This is staying to the south of you. Utah, this is staying to the north of you at this time. Moundville, looks like this is going to stay north of us. Here's Foster's, Big Sandy area. Even the city of Tuscaloosa, you know, the way this is moving, this may be more of a, well, it's going to be close. There's Tuscaloosa right there. So that's Inglewood School that you see on the screen. But you can see, obviously, quite a bit of lightning on the side of the screen there as that storm powers through now parts of Pickens County. It looks like maybe a first responder there showing up in the distance. You can see some vehicles out there on the road right now as we track that tornadic storm. Here it comes, moving into Pioneer at this time. Benevola, Olney area. Stay in your shelter. Stay put. Here's what you need to do. I mentioned earlier, try to find a place where you have as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I can't tell you how many times I walked up on homes after tornadoes over the years, and the only thing left standing is a closet. Those center parts of the home, and you know, when we do say that, there's a reason for it. And you know, sometimes when you go to these safe places, it's good to have a helmet, some extra protection. We want you to be you know, just extra vigilant on a day like this. Obviously, it's a level 5 out of 5 high risk kind of day. But as I mentioned earlier, this has been one week. We've been talking about it for so many days now, and I know there's been so much emotion, you know, the build up to this, knowing that we could have possible severe weather for the day, but just know that as we're doing right now, we're going to continue to track this step by step and make sure you have the information. So again, just don't go anywhere. We will keep you well informed. And what do we have there?
I was just saying, we've got some incredible pictures. I don't know if we can go to the video from Megan Thomas, but we do have, she's at a vantage point where I think she can get a good shot of the storm.
Yeah, we need to go to Megan. We need to get that Tuscaloosa view.
Yeah, that's a pretty incredible view she's got there.
Okay, so yeah, and if our team's listening in Tuscaloosa, just based on what I see right there from that camera, if they could angle the camera back to the right, well, there you go. You can see the lightning in the distance. So that's the one we've got to watch. And from that point there, we need to take that camera and we can zoom back to the north towards the city.
Look at the lightning.
Yeah, you see the cloud to ground lightning. So if we could take that camera and point it to the right some and look back towards downtown Tuscaloosa, we might see the tornado here as it moves into the city of Tuscaloosa. Yeah, there you go. So, well, maybe not that far, but but we're going to get that. We're going to get that shot set up for you there. So we're going to have a great vantage point on this, JP. If we have a tornado, we're going to see it there back to the north if it moves in. So we'll know what we have with this. I know we're out here right now over northern Greene County. We're seeing a lot of indications that we do have some damaging winds, possible tornadoes still showing up with this. We've just seen these storms, JP, move through this area too many times.
Yeah.
And when you see this showing up on the radar, we could have some damage happening right now. But for folks in Lewiston now, it looks like the worst of this has passed. You can now, the danger has passed you. Murrow's Grove, the danger has now passed you. So here we go. What you're looking at there back to the north, obviously you can see Bryant-Denny Stadium. So just as a reference point, you're looking back to the north. That's from Woods and Water there in Tuscaloosa. So we're looking back over Interstate 5920. So that storm's going to be coming in from the northwest and some intense cloud to ground lightning.
Tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County.
So we now have a tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County. So Tuscaloosa County, there you
go.
There it is. I would, if you're in Tuscaloosa County, again, over around Coker, those areas we've been telling you about, get to that tornado shelter right now. It is about to cross over. We're seeing the lightning with this now from our live camera. And again, let's just keep this on screen. Let's double box. Let's get the radar up, and we'll keep this for you. And watch that view as this approaches. There's Coker, there's Tuscaloosa, and here it comes right here from the southwest direction, moving. And by the way, for our team in Tuscaloosa, just letting you know, you you are in a safe position right now, okay? You are south of this. We have team members all across the state right now and that are also listening in. So, you know, got to certainly remind our folks out there in the field, we're certainly wanting to be storm safe as well out there today while we bring some of these visuals and this information to help you and make sure you are prepared. But Tuscaloosa County now under a tornado warning. And the Tuscaloosa County tornado warning, by the way, that will be in effect until it looks like 4:30. So the National Weather Service, they're telling us the severe thunderstorm producing a tornado, if you read the statement here, is located near Benevola, 12 miles east of Aliceville. So again, Aliceville, this is well south of you. Also, quarter-size hail detected with this storm as well. So often, you know, when you see those go in tandem, large hail, some intense lightning, and also a storm that is producing a tornado. But just to name some areas where this is going, if you are in Northport, if you are around Lake Tuscaloosa, if you're out around places like County High, where the Tuscaloosa EMA, the new EMA building is, all those areas there, it looks like it's going to take a sharper turn more towards Lake Lurleen and in that general direction based on the polygon. So again, there's a look at Tuscaloosa. Further north, you can see there along, there's Highway 43. This is going to be crossing out around Highway 43 and looks like around Pier 43 area too as well, Lauren. I don't know if we have that camera. You can check out the view there from Lake Tuscaloosa. But a live look, this is a live look you're seeing on the side of the screen from Tuscaloosa on Skyline Boulevard. That is right there around Woods and Waters. We watch that storm to the north, but it looks like the worst of this, again, from Skyline perspective, we're going to be seeing that pass just to the north in this area. But here is Lake Tuscaloosa. So let's get in really tight on this and talk about some of the communities in the path of this. I do think this is going to pass out towards Mitlary Road. There's Appling Bend, there's Carroll's Creek, Carrollwood areas, Thorndale, also Highway 171 out here where it runs into Highway 43 right there. You can see Pinedale, Barclay, also around Huntington Place Elementary School, all those locations as well. And even if you're watching me around North Side, I was over towards Westwood Elementary School and those areas to the north there, we could be impacted as well over the Ram country there across northern Tuscaloosa County. So let's get in here really close. We're in Cloverdale right now, just showing you some of these areas in Tuscaloosa where this will cross. You can see we're under the warning. So JP, just back out just a little bit. Let me try to get my bearings here, see where we're at. So there's McFarland Boulevard. So that's Highway 69 here. So Highway 69 and also McFarland Boulevard. We have a camera right here at Irving's. I don't know if we were able to capture that view, but all along 82, you pass Northport City Hall, you get out here towards Coker and all these areas. We need to be in our safe place at this time. Let's go in really close right here to there's Briar Cliff, and just getting into some of these neighborhoods, I just want to call out, there's Candlewood Acres area, there's Northwood Forest. You're in the tornado warning polygon as well. So if you're around Northwood Forest, get to that safe spot at this time. It looks like also around the Tuscaloosa Airport. Basically, if you know where the Tuscaloosa Regional Airport is and points north, you are going to be in the path of this tornado as it moves through the northern part of Tuscaloosa right now. It's approaching around where Buell and Elrod's located. So there's a live look, another view from the river, and we're looking in the direction of where that will cross. It looks like it will stay north of the river, though, based on the way this is tracking. So north of the river here in Tuscaloosa, again, there's another view there. Look at the cloud-to-ground lightning, the intracloud lightning. You see that? Now, this is just south. Of course, we're looking back towards the Tuscaloosa Amphitheater, but here it is. It's going to be passing there just to the north. This is around Coker, over towards Buckhead. From Buckhead to Coker, if you're watching me also, I'm around Mount Olive Road, Upper Columbus Road, again over towards Lake Lurleen, Elledge Lake, in that area as well. Let's see, there's Wood Estates, and it looks like that polygon is going to be, JP, right over, I mentioned Mitlary Road, which right there, that's not far from County High and those areas. Northport Intermediate School, Tuscaloosa County High School, Rose Boulevard Baptist Church, all those areas. You know where that intersection is. where the high school is located. Frank Larry Road to Mitt Larry Road areas, Graceland Road, all those locations need you to go ahead, get to that shelter. If you live in Smoke Rise, the Forest Glen subdivision, need to make sure that you're also getting into your safe place. But where's the tornado located right now? We mentioned Gina to Pioneer. This might be just north. JP, some of the best barbecue, Robinson's Barbecues, right here just off to the south. That's an area right in this area where Robinson's Barbecue is located. That's going to be tracking just to the north there. Let me also, I want to just check. We have some other views you're seeing. There's McFarland, and that's actually Interstate 5920 McFarland. That's right there near the old McFarland Mall that you're looking at. Let's see. I'm going to check with our First Alert weather watchers as well. Just make sure we're not missing any information here. But looks like a possible, just something else to throw into the mix right now. Looks like a possible brush fire that is in the Trussville area. We've seen a lot of those. There was one in the Oxmoor Valley last night, so I know it's hard to imagine with all the rain, but with all this wind, it can drive a fire and it can get out of control in a hurry. So over in East Alabama, the Trussville area, just passing along, that was just one of the reports that came in. So we're on now with a tornado warning. We're zoomed in over Tuscaloosa County. I mentioned a few moments ago the Glen Allen subdivision, a lot of these areas, Lake Tuscaloosa, you get around Pier 43, County High areas to the north. That's where this is going to be more of an impact as it moves into Tuscaloosa County. JP, any information that you're seeing you want to throw in? Yeah, you know, I think the big thing is this storm is moving at about 50 miles per hour, and it is going to pass very close to the Tuscaloosa Airport and Lake Tuscaloosa. So this is the track right now. Give it about 10 minutes, and we're going to see this storm. It will clear. It will clear Pickens County, but Graceland Acres, Appling Bend, looks like Coker, Buell, Highway 82, within. We'll go ahead and not estimate this. We'll just go ahead and do the timing. I just want to say, too, I'm watching closely, and I'm going to let you pick back up here, JP, but this is crossing right at Sipsey Valley Road. That's where the tornado is crossing at this time. So folks around Sipsey Valley Road and Gainesville Road. Yeah, I was going to say 351. This is going to be Highway 43 in Tuscaloosa. That's where it is going to be. So this is going to move to the north of downtown Tuscaloosa. It is going to be more toward the Northport area and farther to the north. Airport, Lake Tuscaloosa. There's going to be some hail in this as well, and we did have a debris signature on it. I'm going to go back and look at that again, see if we are still getting that. The computers were showing a debris signature a little earlier, and we're not seeing the debris signature right now, but we are still seeing quite the circulation happening around Jenna and also around Pioneer. So giving you that first alert within just the next few minutes, this is going to be moving into Coker. I would expect some high winds with that. If I go back to our triple threat, the triple threat does not look quite as bad as it did before. We're seeing the winds are still there. They're not as intense. We're looking at around 70 mile per hour winds. At one point, the triple threat was processing those winds at 100 plus miles per hour. So still very serious storm, but it could be going through a cycling right now and weakening just a little bit. We'd like it to completely weaken, but I don't think that's going to happen. It is moving very quickly, and I was looking at I-65. So this is going to continue moving likely. I was looking at some of the times of arrival. The Warrior area, this would move toward Warrior, and that would happen around 4:50. So again, 4:50 around Warrior. There's no warning for Warrior or anything like that, but with these storms and the intensity of them, I like folks to have as much advance warning as possible. So we're going back right now to... This is almost going to be out of Pickens County within the next few minutes, so this will be largely a Tuscaloosa-based warning, and that's eventually going to move up, cross into the Black Warrior River, and then make its way into Walker County, parts of Jefferson County. Hail, gusty winds, and a tornado possibility with this storm. There's Highway 43 in Tuscaloosa County right now. We're looking at a live picture, of course. Folks doing what they need to do on this afternoon and staying put. Not a lot of cars on the road, so we like to see that as these storms are moving across the state. And I just want to reset here just for a moment.
We still have a number of other storms back to the southwest around Meridian and Laurel, Mississippi. Those are going to be the concern as we get into the next 3 or 4 hours. Farther to the north, just want to bring you up to date. This is largely just rain. I'm not seeing anything that's showing any signs of severe weather across Coleman, Double Springs, back into Jasper at this point. All eyes immediately are on this storm that's moving into the Coker area right now in Tuscaloosa. West.
All right, JP, let's get in here close. We want to track this for folks here in Tuscaloosa County. And at the moment, as JP noted, this is about to cross out of Pickens County. But listen, stay put, get to that safe spot. Elrod, Holman, Buell area. Very strong indication right now. I'm seeing a tornado with this, and this is about to cross into Tuscaloosa County here, State Highway 82. And listen up for our teams in the field here in Tuscaloosa. Be ready to seek shelter if the track on this changes. Right now, it looks like it's going to be staying just to the northeast and moving towards Thorndale. I mentioned Highway 171. This is going to take one of those tracks. It looks like it stays north of the river. It's going to move into around Lake Lorraine area, over towards County High, Mitt-Larry Road, eventually tracking towards Lake Tuscaloosa. Anywhere up along Lake Tuscaloosa, you need to be getting to a safe place, especially the northern end of Lake Tuscaloosa based on the track. But that signature looks very robust right now as we track that to the north. We do have a lot of views there. It would be interesting to go back to that view from Megan just to see exactly, or just keep both of these double boxed, so we just keep an eye on this as it tracks to the north of the city. And JP, monitor that that view that we have on the river there as well, because we might be seeing that pass by as it moves to the north. Okay, so okay, let's hold those views right there. That's Mitt-Larry Road I was telling you about, and let's keep an eye on this, and we'll see what what's going to happen here as this crosses. So there's Woods and Water at the bottom of the screen. So we have Woods and Water looking to the north, and Mitt-Larry Road as this tornado, if it's there, we may see that as this moves to the north. So there's Buell, there's Coker about to cross Highway 82. At the moment, if you're in Pickens County, if you were watching, we need to also, if we can mute JP's mic, by the way. This is passing near Pioneer and Benevola at this time. This is now pushing through Pickens County. There's Olney and Pioneer. This is passing on by very soon. We should be able to clear away most of Pickens County. Meteorologist Lauren Linehan on the radar right now. So Lauren, let's go in here really close to the tornado, and let's put a track, and let's bring this up towards Highway 43 to this area. Let's show folks in here where this is going. That's Benyon Heights. There's Samantha, Benyon Heights, Beacon Point. So you can see if we take this out to 4 o'clock as far as a time of arrival, if you're in Benyon Heights, we look for this to reach you by roughly 4 o'clock. So again, it's 3:38 right now, so this is rapidly approaching from the south and west. We've seen a lot of these with top speeds over 50 miles per hour, but clearly look at how this wind is just curling into this storm, and that's where we have that indication of a tornado. So Elrod, Holman area, Buell, and also that's showing the Bel Air Estates community as well here in Tuscaloosa County. And looks like, as Lauren is noting, we might have a storm here sort of recycling once again. Looks like we have where it may be starting to produce, look at that, another tornado maybe trying to sort of reform here. You see that? So this is a very significant storm, probably definitely one of the most intense storms that we have seen all day moving across the area. Just watching some of those views back to the north there, especially from Woods and Water. I mean, maybe we could even zoom that camera there maybe further to the north. We've had quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning, but you can obviously see that there's sort of a rain-free base there to the south enough. It's not raining heavily at that camera to the south, so that means, this storm is not really going to be cut off a lot, and it's just going to continue to intensify. And on days like this, you end up with these long track type supercell storms, and that's one of the big things you run into on days like this. So let's get back to, let's see where we're zoomed in here. I just want to kind of go in and maybe clear some of this off the screen for folks. You can see right there Ecola. It's almost out of Pickens County. Notice most of that polygon has been cleared. Now Reform, you're fine. Gordo, this is passing just to the south of you. In fact, folks south of There's Kirk. That's another area. So this is Benevola Road where this is crossing right now at Benevola Road. For a lot of folks down in here, especially if you're south of this, you may have seen that wall cloud, that base lowering, which hopefully at this point everyone is seeking shelter. But I'm just noticing on the screen, you see right there, looks like the low base, that cloud now just starting to roll in. If you look closely, I see the water tower. You can see that out near the Rosedale area. That's actually off of 359. When you drive into town, into Tuscaloosa, you see the big blue water tower. It says City of Tuscaloosa. It's back out to the right. That's what you're seeing on that camera there at the bottom of the screen. So just kind of give you a frame of reference. I'm just looking to the north there, and you can see the lightning really starting to pick up, but very strong signature. There you go, and that's a live look. That's looking north towards Bryant-Denny. That is the tornadic storm. And notice, again, if you are watching most of the University of Alabama, this is passing north of you for the University of Alabama, back over towards the city of Tuscaloosa. Clearly, this is staying north of the river, but this is a significant threat right now for all of us here. We need to make sure, if you're watching me around Coker, Lake Lurleen, if you're watching me at Kirk, as I mentioned a few moments ago, just crossing the Sipsey River Valley into Tuscaloosa County, the environmental parameters in Tuscaloosa are favorable for this storm to maintain intensity as it moves across the county at this time. That is in the direction, you're looking at what years ago we'd be seeing McFarland Mall, but you can see just to the north there we have the view over the bridge, over the new bridge on 5920 there over McFarland Boulevard. Look at all of that lightning happening. It is popping there to the north. Listen, if you're in your safe place, you're in your storm shelter in northern Tuscaloosa County, stay with us because I will let you know once that threat has passed. We are closely
Wes, we
monitoring.
have a debris signature now that's moving into Tuscaloosa County.
Okay,
near
so
Holman.
Let's go back over as Lauren has brought this up. So here we go. So we have debris, a confirmed tornado now.
Oh, there's the warning.
Yep, let's back the view out. So we have a confirmed tornado impacting Tuscaloosa County at this time. There's Holman, there's Elrod, Ecola, and Brownville. Here it is. It's just now crossing, and we probably had a touchdown right in this area here between Kirk and Benevola Road and the Holman area, just over on Highway 82. State Highway 82 is in this direction. Listen, Tuscaloosa is here. University of Alabama's back in here. This is just to the north of you. But if you are watching me around Skelton Bend Estates, Benyon Heights, Appling Bend, Wyndham Springs, Sandtown, down the road there's Browntown. Listen, Walker County, let's keep an eye on this. Further north there's Jasper, there's Cordova. So looking at areas there further to the north, this might end up moving into parts of Walker County. There's a look at some arrival times. 4:07 p.m. Wyndham Springs. This is Highway 69. State Highway 43, Highway 171, Moore's Bridge, right in this area. Brownville, you're all in the path of this. I need you in a safe spot right now. Pickens County, for the most part, is in the clear. You can see it's now crossed over, and we probably have some debris now that's been lofted that's crossing right at Highway 82 right there at the Holman area. There's Buell, there's Elrod, and here's the tornado that's crossing around Ecola. This little, notice on the map, you see that valley right there? That's the Sipsey River, so that's where this is about to cross. There's Elrod again, and you can see Buell, and this is Old Highway 11. That's the Old Columbus Highway right there. There's Coker. So this is moving right along the Old Columbus Highway. Highway 82, moving in towards Lake Lurleen, we have a debris signature. And just to stress, once again, when these touch down and they loft the debris, the tornado has already touched down. So this could still be on the ground at the moment, but we know it is confirmed. We can see that debris that has been lofted, and that is around Ecola Road. So right now, looks like what we're going to be doing right now, we have teams obviously all deployed all throughout West Alabama, and they'll be seeking shelter. Obviously, we want all our teams safe out there, so we have teams seeking shelter, although it looks like right now, the way this is tracking, I think this is going to stay well north of, this is mainly going to be a North Tuscaloosa County storm here. This is going to be moving towards Lake Lurleen State Park, Highway 171, Willow Point, Larry Lake Road, just to name more of those areas. Looks like this is going to be tracking in your direction as well. So again, we have eyes on this. That is a live look. Which view are we looking at there? Is that Okay, so that's in downtown Tuscaloosa, so that's right there along Queen City Avenue. If you could bring up that Mitt-Larry Road camera again, some of those areas, State Highway 82 as well, those will be some views to give us a good idea of this thing there off to the north. But again, it's crossing right at Ecola Road. This is the far western part of Tuscaloosa County. Tuscaloosa County is one of the largest counties in the state, so if your weather radio is going off, you're south of the city, even if you're in the far eastern part of Tuscaloosa County, watching us maybe around places like Tannehill and your weather radios are going off, just know that this is right now on the Tuscaloosa-Pickens County line where we have that strong signature of a tornado. That warning is set to expire at 4:30 p.m., but more than likely we're going to see a continuation of this as this continues to move across Tuscaloosa County. So some areas, again, just want to let you know, if you're around Samantha, Wyndham Springs, this is your first alert. I want you getting to a safe spot. This may stay just south of New Lexington. I know that's right there on the Fayette and Tuscaloosa County line. And speaking of Fayette, this is staying just to the south of you at the moment, but we're seeing signatures of where debris has been lofted that's now approaching. There's Brownville, Shirley, Ecola, there's State Highway 171, Benyon Heights, Samantha, Bel Air Estates. I mentioned Lake Lorraine State Parks down in this area. There is Briarcliff, and just naming a lot of these communities out there for you out ahead of this, so you have time to get to that safe place. Burnt Pine, Appling Bend, Pier 43, and north to Wyndham Springs, also around North Side. So North Side, Samantha areas. Again, I mentioned just the other day, we had a storm the other night that actually moved in this direction, moved out towards Northside High School, and actually traveled over to I mentioned Westwood. It was Walker Elementary School the other day. Walker Elementary School visited out in this area, and Walker Elementary is right there at Northside High School. So if you're familiar with where Northside High School, Walker Elementary is located, I think that is probably one of the northern extents of where this could track as it moves to the north. So again, that's in Tuscaloosa County. Will this end up in Birmingham? Let's talk about the big picture here. I want to spread the view out and just show you that's the one warning that we have. It's a confirmed tornado warning. It looks like this would be more of a concern. Look at this. Next 60 minutes. Looks like this will be moving across Walker County, so across Jasper and perhaps Smith Lake if this holds together. So I'm giving you Jasper a first alert. This will be tracking to the north and east. But also notice down the road that we are seeing, again, another storm that could pop up and make its way across Pickens and Tuscaloosa County. So we are seeing more of these. Did you say Megan's on standby? Okay. Okay, so listen, let's go back into Tuscaloosa County where we have the warning. Megan, I know we're looking at this on television, but from a meteorological perspective, you have a close eye on this storm to the north. Can you just kind of give us a visual of what you're seeing? Are you able to see a wall cloud with this from where you are?
So, Wes, earlier, yes, there was a bit of a lowering, but now it has all become rain wrapped and it's getting further away from us. We're sitting on the top of Woods and Water, and I mean, the lightning has been incredible. The thunder has been body rumbling. You can see that one that was just happening back outside of Bryant-Denny. Now, I will say that it does look like it's moving further away from us. It's north of us right now, like you've been covering. But from what I could tell, from our standpoint, the inflow was strong, the winds picked up, and as it was tracking just to the north of our location, you could really feel kind of the air calm, and then it would suck back up with the thunder, with the lightning. It was loud, it was rumbling. I will say that we are far enough away, we are safe from this point of view. Looking back at this storm just north of us, you can see the water tower, you can see the lightning just outside of Bryant-Denny again. It has been lighting up like a Christmas tree, and for right now, it is warm, it is muggy, the air is primed. So the storms that we're tracking to the south and west in Mississippi have a very favorable environment. It hasn't rained right here for long enough to stabilize the air. So we want to stress again that just because you're not seeing stuff right now doesn't mean that you won't later. I mean, the things that are coming back up and through Mississippi Meridian, that's going to take that same trajectory and could impact us as well.
Okay, Megan, and listen, we're going to stay on top of this. I'm just checking on some reports coming in from Tuscaloosa, and right now it looks like this is going to be moving towards Grand Point. which is right there behind Northport Elementary, County High area. So listen, Grand Point neighborhood. And Megan, just keep us apprised to what you are seeing, because right now I know you have, obviously when you're looking at things through a camera lens, you have a much better view of what we're seeing there off to the north. But if you do see any indication that you can see that tornado there, just let us know. But we're going to continue to follow. We have several eyes in the sky all around Tuscaloosa County. So stay with us here as we continue to track this. But as Lauren goes over to the velocity data based on what we're seeing, still a tornadic signature in here. And that is, again, looks like that is going to be passing right there, not far from Grand Point, and tracking behind. There's Appling Bend, there's Beacon Point, and there's Coker. It's just now crossing Highway 82 out here. So Coker, we're now seeing the tornado is going to be crossing around Buell, Coker, Elrod, and it's about to move, I mentioned, around Lake Lurleen and Camp Partlow out in this area as well towards Camp Partlow. But there's Samantha, Binion Heights, Beacon Point, all in the path of this. Again, as this tracks north of the city of Tuscaloosa, this is staying north of downtown Tuscaloosa. I just want to say staying north of downtown, but if you are watching me on the Lake Tuscaloosa side of Tuscaloosa County, that is the area we're concerned about at this point. So stay in your safe place. Pickens County, no warning at this time. Although, I just want to go back over to the radar view back to the west just to show you, we've got another storm that we got to keep our eye on that's lining up back in here. You see that? That is into Tuscaloosa County. So we need to watch that one, or I should say that one's to the west of Tuscaloosa County, but we need to keep an eye on that one. That could also make its way into Pickens and northern Sumter counties again. So we have more of these storms that are lining up. So training severe thunderstorms, tornadic thunderstorms today. So the warning is now a confirmed tornado warning instead of radar indicated for Tuscaloosa County. Chief Meteorologist Wes White here. It is 3:52. We are approaching 4 o'clock here. Our continuous coverage on WBRC, a first alert weather day. It's certainly one of those days you never like to see a high risk. We haven't seen one of these since 2021. It's been quite a while. We had multiple fatalities over the night from this particular system, so we know it is a potent, it is a dangerous system. Right now, we only, in our coverage area, we only have one active tornado warning, and it is that one across Tuscaloosa County. But the one thing you notice south of these storms in here, not a lot happening. So that's why these storms are able to go tornadic, and while we're seeing more severe weather in this area to the north, this is the back edge of this line in here. If we can get this back line through our area, it's over. So that's going to be the back edge of this, and that's what we're going to be tracking for later on tonight. A lot of rain, though. It looks like, though, we might be starting to, we're looking at Columbus radar. Let's get the Birmingham radar and track this one. And yeah, so looking at it from Birmingham, you can see it looks like there might be some rain falling out ahead of this, and that might impact the visibility. We're seeing some precipitation. I think behind me there looks like maybe University Boulevard that we have pulled up. Is that University? Is that Alberta City? Okay, so it looks like we have some of the traffic cams. We're just looking at traffic cams all around the city of Tuscaloosa, but below that, we're zoomed in to the north from Skyland, looking at this storm from the south. So we haven't visually been able to see, well, there's some rain falling out there. You see that? So we're zoomed into the north. There's some rain happening to the south of this, out ahead of this. So it's going to be difficult to actually see the tornado as this crosses the county. Outdoor warning sirens are certainly have been activated in certain parts of Tuscaloosa County as this tracks to the north. Your weather radios are likely going off in these areas, and if you still pick up, listen, watches and warnings, they're issued county-based. So when you see Tuscaloosa County go off on your weather radio for a warning, just know Tuscaloosa is a large county, so that's why we're here to specify exactly where that's at, and that is going to be just to the north of you. But where this is moving, it's now out of Pickens County. So Pickens County, we're in the clear. And Lauren, have we seen even more debris signatures with this? I know at one point we had that strong debris indication right there, and you can see how the debris that's kind of drifted there off to the north. So we might have had a brief touchdown, and then it lofted some debris, and now it's sort of maybe cycling through once again. So that, I mean, that's what we're seeing based on the view here coming in from the Birmingham radar site. But the confirmed tornado warning, clearly it contains most of the polygon, most of Lake Tuscaloosa. So I just want to make sure, if you're listening here, just hang in there. We're going to be through this warning here. It's going to run through 4:30, and then hopefully this storm will behave and start to weaken as it moves to the north. But we're watching it. Let's see I want to see the latest scan on this. Let's see which way this is going. Still a strong indication right there. Let's go all the way into street level and see where this is located. So that's in the Anidra subdivision right there at Highview, Thorndale, Olivewood Road, Bel Air Estates. That's where the tornado is located right now, Highview. So we mentioned earlier Beacon Point. This is just minutes away from reaching you, and Chestnut Hill, and there's Rose Boulevard. Pay attention to all these areas. This is where 43 runs into Highway 171 right here. The Toll Bridge Road, it's crossing out around the Toll Bridge Road. Let me see the once again where we're at. There's Saratoga Estates, Chapelwood. Listen, if you're anywhere from Highview back towards North Valley Acres, Beacon Point, you are still, it's getting close here. This will soon cross into those areas, so just hang on here. This will be past your area. Right now it is at Preacher Lee Road, seeing strong signatures, and you see just right in this area. I know it looks kind of broad when you get in this close, but this is where that rotation is going to be, generally in this vicinity, and it's approaching Thorndale, about to cross Highway 171. So there's Holiday Shores, Beacon Point, Appling Bend. I don't know, I mentioned earlier we've got that Pier 43 camera. We can see what it looks like there. Okay, so it's down right now. So just wanted to see if we could get a view there from Lake Tuscaloosa. So sometimes, you know, when we get weather like this, some of these cameras, they go out too. So we try to stay out ahead of this, and that's exactly what we're going to do right now. So big picture at the moment, we've got this warning happening in Tuscaloosa County. There's more confirmed tornado warnings back into Mississippi, and just to show you, you can see around Meridian, there's another storm that's approaching from the south. One thing I saw earlier, Lauren, one of our weather watchers messaged me a few moments ago and said I was checking the WBRC First Alert Weather app and noticed an earthquake over Mississippi. And I got to look at it. We saw this on, again, I'm not saying this is April 27th, but during that particular event, I remember some of the earthquake measuring devices picking up when tornadoes were on the ground. It could detect that. And that one earthquake report I noticed was over in Mississippi. I can't confirm this. This was not far from Taylorsville where we had that tornado earlier, but could a tornado have caused that? I have seen that, and in fact there have been some studies out in the Great Plains where I have seen researchers have placed the earthquake monitoring devices on the ground as well. So if you notice that, it will be interesting to follow up on that and see if that was exactly the case, because we have seen some big tornadoes on picture, on cam, in parts of Mississippi earlier today. So Tuscaloosa County, let's stay on this. Birmingham, this is back to the west of you at this time. I mean, based on the way this is moving, this is probably going to stay right there along northern Jefferson County, southern Walker County, if this does hold together. Still a pretty good looking structure to me based on what I'm seeing. This is staying north of Tuscaloosa. A lot of rain coming in from the south side of this right now, starting to wrap in. You get just outside Tuscaloosa out here towards Stillman College. You can see a lot of rain there starting to wrap into the north. So this is becoming a little bit more rain wrapped at this time as that moves through northern Tuscaloosa County. Again, a lot of lightning. Also, we're seeing possibly some large hail. Again, you're watching the view there as we track that storm. We're in safe position. We have our teams there south of that storm as it moves to the north. But there it is. You're looking at the tornadic storm moving through Tuscaloosa County. Okay, so this is Dean Barry's stream. Okay, all right, this is with Live Storms. Live Storms Media. Okay, so we have another another storm spotting team out there tracking this particular storm. So just another view from Tuscaloosa County, and this is from Live Storms Media. So that team always doing an incredible job helping provide threatening weather information and visuals that's the thing about radar, and when you're tracking storms like this, visuals are so important because radar can only see so much. It can only see what's just off the ground. So that's what you're seeing on the side of the screen there. We have storm spotting teams out there tracking that storm, and they're right behind it there as it moves to the north. So we're watching. It will be interesting to see just based on the view. I'm looking here to see they might be there on, it looks like maybe Highway 43 they're on there moving to the north. So I think they're on Highway 43 to the north. So let's just watch and see if we encounter any downed trees, any debris. They're following along. But anyone out there, I see a lot of folks, you see that on the road right now. And listen, you do not need to be on the road. I mean, these are professional storm spotters, but they're south of it. They're going to intercept the storm. But we see people coming from where the tornado would be, tracking to the south. And you do not want to be in a vehicle. And it goes the same. I know you always hear when we say stay out of manufactured homes, but with manufactured homes, with vehicles, anything that's not anchored, you can end up with it's just very dangerous. Obviously, we've been hearing about it. We know that from wind engineers when it comes to tornadic threats like this. But right now, at the moment, there's a lot of folks out there on the road, and we've got a confirmed tornado warning. I mean, it is one car after the other. And I do encourage you, if you are listening, please get off the road, get to a site-built structure until this all passes. And again, a lot of these folks are coming from where that storm, it seems like, well, it looks like some folks pulled over there. But just want to reiterate that on a day like this. But at the moment, are you guys seeing, are we seeing damage okay, so the good news so far, even with this storm, even though we have had a debris signature, I'm not seeing any reports of damage. I do see some pictures there. A lot of the first responders there in Tuscaloosa County and the National Weather Service, the Weather Enterprise, and weather information all around our state do such an incredible job.
North of us.
Do an incredible job communicating the weather information and helping. We're all in chats here and we're sharing information, so we get those reports around the state. But I'm just seeing some pictures coming in just to take calm and knowing that from some of the images I'm seeing from Tuscaloosa County right now of this storm as it first moved into the county, it looks like if we did have a tornado, maybe it didn't last as long. Maybe it was a bit more brief, but we still could have one producing damage at this time. We just don't know, but we're watching closely. The radar is telling us that we could have a tornado here. So where would it be located? Are we up to, let's see, 350, it's 402. Let's get the latest radar scan on the screen.
Hey, are we able to mute that mic from Megan's live shot, potentially?
Are we ingesting current radar data there?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Oh, here we go. It's updated now.
Okay, yeah, just making sure we got the current data. Let's go back to velocity data on this. Okay, so it's around Binion Heights. Let's get in here close and okay, so it does look like storm spotter teams, they're positioned there for this to cross. Maybe they're right here around Highway 43, Highway 69. So you can see just how far this has tracked in just 10 minutes. Yeah, let's keep an eye on that time. Let's see, there's 403. So yeah, this is live radar at the moment. So this is now at Hagler Mill Estates, Beacon Point, Holiday Shores. Here's Highway 69. So this is crossing Highway 43 right now in Lake Tuscaloosa. So the north end of Lake Tuscaloosa at this time. The tornado is crossing the lake. Probably at least going to have some very strong straight line winds with this severe storm as it crosses northern Tuscaloosa County. I just want to also note that if you are in western Tuscaloosa County, where we've been monitoring that tornado warning from Coker and back in. Hey guys, can we go to the storm spotter feed? Can we take that full screen? I want to see that camera view right there, from the storm chasers. Okay, so let's go to this view. I just, something caught my eye there. I just want to double check. Okay, so yeah, you can see all the spotters there. It's crossing the highway. Is that Highway 43? I believe it is. So I believe we're looking at Highway 43. It looks like it's crossing. You can see a little bit of, you can see the rotation in the cloud base, but I noticed a couple of clouds there off the corner of the screen, and it really looked like some strong rotation I was seeing there in a couple of those clouds. So they're on it. I mean, they're tracking it in the right direction there, so we'll see what it looks like as far as the path goes. And one thing this does say, I mean, obviously it's crossing Highway 43. If you're watching us back towards County High and some of those areas, the worst of this has now passed on by. This is now tracking over towards Highway 69 in that area as well. But man, just some rough weather to be out there in, you know, just even trying to spot some of these storms today. But there it is. I mean, there it goes. You can see back to the north direction there, and that's staying south of Fayette, by the way. It's staying south of Fayette, and this is going to be moving more towards Walker County in that general direction. So we can go back to double box. Again, we'll keep an eye on this in northern Tuscaloosa. It's still showing up. It's now crossing sort of a broad area of rotation, maybe not quite as tight as some of the signals that we saw earlier. Notice now the Weather Service, they've upgraded or changed this now. It's more of a radar indicated warning, no longer confirmed tornado warning, so we just can't confirm if it's still producing damage. But Lauren is showing these storms, they still have the rotating updrafts. They're rotating, so at any moment this could produce, if it's not at the moment it could produce another tornado. So that warning has been upgraded. That means areas back further along Highway 171, we are good now. The threat has cleared. The danger has passed. If you were listening to me in your safe place on 171, I'm giving you the all clear. Again, Tuscaloosa, this is staying well north of you. Northport, downtown Northport area, this is staying north of you. But there's some pretty good visuals there to the north there along 43 and 69. I mean, even though a lot of this part of Tuscaloosa County, there is a lot of timber, a lot of hills, especially you get closer to Walker County, some high terrain in there, some very high terrain in the southern around Oakman. You get into that part of Walker County. So visibility, when it comes to spotting storms, it's dangerous territory. And even as you can see there, the signal might break up at times as we get out into the parts of the county there to the north. But in Northport, okay, is that from what we're seeing in this view, or do we have? Okay, so they're telling us in the back that from this view we are seeing debris in the roadways there. So some of that lofted debris is falling. And am I correct on this? We are looking at Highway 43. It's just tough for me to see there. Okay, so that is Highway 43 north in Tuscaloosa County. I recognized a couple of areas there, but just looking at the box here from the green wall, I just wanted to double check and make sure. But we are starting to see, as we're hearing, some debris in the roadways there. So we have had some of this. We know debris was lofted. In some cases, when these tornadoes touch down, that debris can be lofted thousands of feet up. I mean, we've had tornadoes touch down in Tuscaloosa, and here at the station, we've had debris falling here on Red Mountain. I'll never forget the day that happened, but that just goes to show you that, you know, these things, when all this, whether it's insulation, whether it's pieces of a home that gets lofted into the atmosphere, large tree limbs, things like that, it can stay up there for quite a while and fall at great distance, well away from the storm center. So that is a possibility as well. So at the moment, the only warning, Pickens County still not in a tornado warning, right? So Pickens County, we're watching some storms over in the Mississippi. It's just Tuscaloosa County, this one that we're watching, but no, it may be cycling through again. This could be kind of catching the next gear as this moves off to the north and east. Lauren, you want to jump in here because I know at the moment, hold on a second, I'm getting a report here from Tuscaloosa County. Okay, so also chatting with... So, yeah, it looks like right now, if you are, just back this view out. I want to see where the highways are, just so we can sound the all clear for folks. So Tuscaloosa, this has passed by. This is north of the city of Tuscaloosa. Highway 43 corridor, this has almost passed. So if you're around North River Yacht Club right now, you need to be in a safe place. North River Yacht Club. However, I mentioned earlier Moores Bridge, Brownville. Here's Highway 171. Threat has cleared. This has passed Highway 171. County High, this is lifted north of that area. This has moved on by. Very soon, Glen Allen, looks like I mentioned Glen Allen subdivision a little while ago. Looks like the worst of this has passed that area at the moment. But it is now, you're probably still getting some wind, don't get me wrong, but where that tornado would be, looks like that's mostly along Highway 69 now, about to cross Highway 69, that tornado right now, and we are at 409, and it is now approaching North River Shores, is located where that tornado would be. Here it is, and actually looks like a stronger signal right now, Lauren. It looks like it has ramped up a little bit. So Skeleton Bend Estates, Moore's Bridge, there's Wyndham Springs. You can see visibility to the south of this has really dropped off. We're getting some heavy rain, some lightning around. There's Tuscaloosa. You can see back towards Bryant-Denny Stadium. But Wyndham Springs, Wiley, Whitson, Highway 69. Here it comes, another tornadic storm, a possible tornado in this area, and that is moving right along 69. Yellow Creek is going to be in this. There's Yellow Creek back in here. So if you live in the Yellow Creek area, have a camp in that area, also a first alert for you as this passes close to your direction. But it has now crossed. This is mostly a northeast Tuscaloosa County tornado warning at this time. Northeast Tuscaloosa County. Brookwood, this is north of you. Cottondale, this is north of you. Birmingham and into parts of Jefferson County, I think this is going to stay maybe just north, but if you're watching me anywhere between Jasper and Birmingham, we need to pay close attention to this. I think this will go in between, and also, you know, some places like Oak Grove. Let's keep an eye on this. Areas north of Oak Grove, you get in towards parts of Walker County like Parrish and Pumpkin Center down around the Gorgas, old Gorgas plant area. That's where this particular storm is going to be tracking. So I'm just giving you some first alert time so you can prepare. We want to stay out ahead of this at this time. So at the moment, the storm is still showing some signals that could be producing a tornado as it's in northern Tuscaloosa County, but it's a lot more rain showing up with this. This is not the base reflectivity. We're looking at the velocity, the winds inside the storm. Let's go back to radar mode, base reflectivity mode, see the precipitation, and yes, right in there, we might have a tornado, folks. It's right around Wyndham Springs. Listen, stay in that safe spot. I just can't stress enough. Wiley, Wyndham Springs, get to that tornado shelter at the moment. You don't have time to try to outrun this. You do not have time. Stay, if you're in a site-built home, make sure you get to the hallway, get to the center of the home, grab a pillow, grab a blanket. We will sound the all clear once this has passed. It's about to pass that area right now, but what this is telling me, what this is telling us, the radar, is that we have strong circulation right now around Wyndham Springs and Wiley, around Highway 69. This has sort of ramped up based on the latest scan that I'm seeing. There's 412, so we got a new update here. So this has crossed. Let's get in here really close. This is now past Skeleton Bend, okay? This has now lifted north. This is north of the North River Yacht Club at this time. So if you're familiar with that area, there it is right in here. This is right around Wyndham Springs, and we can go in even closer possibly on this, Lauren. It'd be interesting to see what shear rate looks like on this too, the Barron rotation tracker. Clements Road, look at that, Clements Road. Here it is. Strong rotation, Clements Road to Wyndham Springs. It is crossing Highway 69 out here. That is Bull Slough Road, Watermelon Road. This is the northern end now of Watermelon Road that you see on the map there on the screen. So for folks tuning in, this is pushing out towards the Mulberry Fork Wildlife Management area, so it is moving out into that part of northern Tuscaloosa County where it's it's going to be moving out in some rural areas there very soon. But at the moment, we're concerned about Wiley. Just trying to see here, make sure that we're not missing anything.
We got a TDS.
Okay, so we have
Wyndham Springs.
So we have another debris signature showing up near Wyndham Springs right now with this. So there we go. So that, yeah, it either briefly touched down again or it's still on the ground. I mean, we know it touched down, but I don't know if it might still be on the ground here in northern Tuscaloosa County. But stay sheltered, folks. You're listening to me on the radio here in northern Tuscaloosa. I'm just checking to see where this might have touched down, trying to get this information for you. I seem to have lost my connection, but we'll try to get that. Lauren, just jump in here if you have any information. I know you were bringing up the latest times, but this, I know a lot of you have been seeking shelter if you are on Highway 43, Highway 171, some of these other parts of Tuscaloosa County. The threat has ended, even though you still see the warning on the screen. This is now, this is it. I mean, right here, this one area. This is where the tornado, you can see evidence that a tornado's touched down. We're picking up the damage, picking up the debris that's been lofted into the atmosphere. So that is crossing right around Windham Springs at this time.
Looking back at this data, and we've had 2 debris signatures that have been evident. Oh, and now we're seeing that they have cleared a lot of spots from the tornado warning. So initially, this tornado warning that we had seen was just a regular tornado warning for the second half of it. But now they have switched it to a confirmed tornado warning, because you see that little blip around Windham Springs? That is showing around Goodwater Road that we do have another debris signature that is showing up. So if you recall, when we were tracking this in western Tuscaloosa County, it did look like at the time that there were potentially 2 almost areas of rotation. There was the initial tornado and possibly a secondary area of rotation just to the south of that. And so this may very well be from that second area. So this is around Goodwater Road, and this is just to the east of Windham Springs. But we want to see those places that are potentially in the path of this. If we zoom in here, it looks like it's making a beeline for Three Forks. So it's not the most impressive debris signature we've ever seen by any means, but even a smaller tornado can certainly be problematic. So this could be moving just to the south of Wiley and Whitson, and then eventually arriving in Browntown and Three Forks around 4:28 p.m. So right around 4:30, we want to go ahead and give a first alert for areas also along Bethlehem Road, and as we mentioned, Goodwater Road. You need to be in your safe place. That's that interior room away from windows. If you have any helmets in your safe space, this would be a great place, a great time to put those on, because you definitely want to protect your head. And we're getting a new scan in here, and it still looks like this is almost running parallel along Goodwater Road just to the south of it. It looks like we have Went Done Road here as well that could potentially be in the path of this storm in northeast Tuscaloosa County. Right now, most of this is staying to the south of Highway 69, but I'll go ahead and tell you, if you're in Windham Springs, Skeleton Bend Estates, Samantha, New Lexington, you're in the clear. This is not an issue for you anymore. So basically, the warning has been trimmed back and only includes areas like Sandtown, Wiley, Whitson, Browntown, and Three Forks. Now, as of right now, this has not been extended over into Walker County, but we're going to keep a close eye on this to see if this potential little secondary circulation, if it can hold together. If you look at the grand scheme of things, sometimes with these tornadoes, they don't have to be necessarily large to make an impact. If you look at this polygon, you almost have to squint to see where it is, but that's why we use our technology here to zoom in so you can get the best view of where exactly it is. And right now it is moving just parallel to the north and east along just to the south of Goodwater Road. So this will be moving into northeast Tuscaloosa County here within the next few minutes. And this particular warning is in effect until 4:30. If you're really overwhelmed with all of this information we're giving you, which is understandable. I know a lot of folks in our area have storm anxiety. Just so you know, it is almost 4:20 p.m. and so this particular warning for Tuscaloosa County is in effect for about 10 more minutes, and then we'll see if it potentially gets extended. So what we're looking at right here, where you see that little tiny orange blip on the radar, which we say tiny, but it is in fact a confirmed tornado. That is actually an area where we have the potential to have debris lofted. So let's say it moved through Windham Springs, potentially it moved through some trees or something. That could be detecting structural debris, but it could also be detecting trees as well. So any of that type of debris that gets lofted. And we just got in a new radar scan, and now that debris signature has gone away. So there's the possibility that the tornado briefly formed, touched down, and then now is possibly lifting back up again. But that's just the debris signature, right? We can also see how the winds are operating with inside of the storm. And as we see here with this polygon, Notice we've got the greens and the reds right on top of each other. That's still telling us, even where you see it almost looks like a light pink there, there's still some broad rotation within the storm. Even if we don't still have a tornado on the ground, we talk about how these systems, especially with supercell thunderstorms, have the ability to recycle. So you could have one briefly go away and then it pops back up. And that's kind of the life cycle we've seen of these storms as they've been moving through Tuscaloosa County. So if you're in Whitson, Three Forks, Browntown, it's moving through Wiley right now, but a first alert for Whitson, Three Forks, and Browntown. This broad rotation that still has a potential tornado associated with it is pushing to the north and east towards you. Now, outside of this warning, we still have areas like in Walker County, we've got Cedar Lake, Tutwiler, Driftwood, Little Shoal, Maxine, Gorgas, Drifton. So this is basically making a beeline as it pushes to the north and east towards I-22. So areas like Cordova, Boldo, Sipsey, I'm not telling you this is necessarily going to be producing a tornado while it's in your area. But Wes, we still have to watch these storms closely because in this type of environment where we can see these supercells form quickly, we have to certainly be on guard.
Yeah, good information there, Lauren, and I want to take you right now to a live, well, this isn't live, but this was just a few moments ago. It's from my buddy Chip Griffith at North River Yacht Club, looking to the north there in Tuscaloosa, and you can see that storm. I'm sorry, we got a lot of comments popping up there, but you can see that storm there just to the north of North River Yacht Club, and we're just looking at this, that basically looks like a large rain shaft in there back to the north as it's passing there over northern Tuscaloosa County. So again, we have eyes on this at the moment. It looks like we had maybe another brief touchdown. Brody, what you got? Okay, so Walker County tornado warning. Let's get back over to radar. So we are going to continue this into Walker County. There we go. I mean, this one storm, notice all the rain south, even with a lot of rain to the south. This is the one that's just, it's still going here, but it is running into a lot of rainfall. Listen, if we go back to the big picture just quickly, I want to go back to Walker County, but you notice in here a lot of this wet weather, and we don't have warnings. You know, hopefully, let's hope we see more of this, right? This is what we want to see. Let that rain keep on falling, helping to keep those temperatures under control here across parts of West Alabama. Just know that the wind energy is so potent out there right now. That's why even embedded in all this rain, the stuff's trying to rotate. But right now, let's get into Walker County. So there's Jasper, there's Dora, and JP, you may want to go ahead and get that Sanders Aviation, some of those views up. We're tracking that tornado there pushing into Walker County at the moment, and we'll be keeping eyes out there as that moves in to Walker County. So Gorgas, I mentioned earlier, Parrish, there's Cordova, Dora, Summerton, Quinton, we're included in that warning polygon. There's Sipsey, Empire areas, all the way up to Curry, we're included. It looks like near Duncan Bridge there to the north, in the northern part of that warning polygon. That is confirmed tornado warning for Walker County, not just tornado warning, confirmed tornado, because we have had debris detected with this. So this is pushing across Highway 69. Here it comes. Lauren is zooming in. Right there's the tornado. Now that is a strong indication. That's the strongest in our coverage area that we have seen all day long, but that is right over Whitson and crossing Highway 69. So Browntown, Oatman, it's going to be close here. Just keep a watch. I know we're outside of that warning polygon. This is just south of us, but you right now are not in the threat zone. The Weather Service, they've got it highlighted where that major threat is going to be from a tornado. It's going to be in this polygon that's flashing, and it is purple because this is a confirmed tornado warning. So we're zooming in on that right around Whitson, about to cross in here on Highway 69. There's Three Forks. I mentioned the Mulberry Fork area. If we even go in closer, we might be able to see some of the county roads back in here as well. And let me just name some of those. Tutwiler Road. If you're watching me on Tutwiler Road, this will be reaching you within the next couple of minutes. This is moving quickly off to the north at 53 miles per hour. But the one thing about it, it's going to move over quickly, and it will be over quickly. So just stay with us right here. We'll walk you through this as this moves through Tutwiler, Littleton's, Cedar Lake area, Drifton, High Level. Also, I mentioned Gorgas a few moments ago out here towards the Pumpkin Center. You've heard us mention that community in the past. So live look there there. Coming in now, Walker County, as we actively monitor another confirmed tornado warning right now. We're going to continue with our severe weather coverage. It is 424. Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt, along with meteorologist Lauren Linehan, JP Dice. You're watching WBRC 6. We're going to stay with you. It's a first alert weather day, and we've been with you tracking this out of Mississippi because, you know, our thing, we want to make sure we give you plenty of lead time, especially on a day like this. And one thing we talked about leading into the event, this is happening in real time. We are evaluating these storms, analyzing these storms as they move across the state of Alabama. And with a lot of these events, they're all unique. And I know April 27th came up so many times this week. And as we mentioned, you know, this is not April 27th, but you end up with something like this where you can have these violent rotating storms, and it only takes one, right? But long track type storms. We've been tracking this storm. I believe we started tracking this storm near Hattiesburg, right? Yeah, it was down in the Mississippi, so it's made its way now all the way in Alabama. It's probably going to keep going for quite some time here as well. But we're zoomed in. This is almost out of Tuscaloosa County. This is now a Walker County threat that we are tracking, but this is now about to push into, looks like this is going to be around Three Forks and Tutwiler Road, just mentioning Tutwiler Road. And this is just a view of what it looked like a few moments ago. See if I can go back to that camera view. Chip Griffith, one of my friends and followers on Facebook, you can see posted from the North River Yacht Club. It looks like maybe right in that area. It's hard to tell. There's a lot of rain in that area, but we certainly have the debris that's been detected as that's moved across northern Tuscaloosa County. Let's get back over to radar. And what we want to do now is continue to track this as it's almost out of Tuscaloosa County, and we'll get back over to JP and Lauren here also on standby as we monitor this. Brody, you seeing any other reports over there? Okay. So some trees blocking Highway 43. So folks in Tuscaloosa County, even though the threat has passed, just keep in mind we do have some debris down in those areas across northern Tuscaloosa County. And as we always say, you know, avoid those areas where we do have, you know, first responders trying to get out there. If we do have any structures, any homes that have been damaged, just be careful out there. Probably going to be some down power lines in some areas too, so watch out for that. Okay, so we have a couple of views now. First Alert Storm Tracker back on the move at the moment. We're headed northbound. You can see at the top of the screen, moving towards that storm to intercept here in Walker County. At the bottom of the screen here below, that is a live look from Walker County, and this is live radar. Tornado warned storm just now crossing the tornado now. Whitson, it has crossed Highway 69. It's now right over Tutwiler Road. This is it. It's really wrapping up in this area. Now, this all is part of that thunderstorm, and I know right now you're probably hearing some intense thunder around Oakman. The lightning, the cloud-to-ground lightning has been just off the charts out there with some of these storms today. But to the north, if you are encountering that, just know, I know the tornado is just to the south there, crossing into Walker County. So for a lot of us, even though you might be hearing the thunder, you might have some heavy rain. I know it's frightening out there, but what's happening is that the tornado is passing just to the south of you if you are around Oakman. This is a live look from, this is Sanders Aviation, just north of Jasper. We've got a great eye in the sky here, and we are going to be keeping a watch. And a lot of rain out there with this. So this is some, you know, with respect to, again, spotting the tornado, it's going to be kind of difficult in some of these conditions out there as it's becoming a little bit more rain wrapped as this moves north. But it's there. I mean, we can see it on the radar or the rotation. And at this point, we got numerous reports of trees down on houses. We're hearing some reports. This was in the Samantha area. So northern Tuscaloosa County, hearing some reports now from some firefighters in that area. If you're listening, newsroom, Tiers Patton Road area, numerous trees down in Tuscaloosa County. So northern Tuscaloosa County, we're starting to get some reports now of some trees, some of those possibly on some homes in Tuscaloosa County. So Just terrible news coming in right now that we are seeing that. Looks like, Lauren, we have another tornado debris signature with this now. This is out of Tuscaloosa County. This is now mostly into Walker County at this time. This is approaching Cedar Lake, so we still have a tornado, still have a storm producing a tornado now approaching Cedar Lake. Let's get into this area right here, really, really close. There is Pleasant Field Road. If you're watching me, Pleasant Field Road, the tornado's crossing. It's now over Tutwiler Road. Stand by here, Tutwiler Road area. If you're in your safe spot, stay there. I'm going to let you know when this passes. This is out of Tuscaloosa County, now over Tutwiler Road. This is going to pass very quickly here. Just stand by. This will be moving to the north. Cordova, if you're here, if you're in Chapel Hill, this is tracking in this direction. So you have some time. Let's go ahead, get to that safe spot. There is a tornado warning. Try to get there as soon as you can. This is going to be passing by very soon. It's moving in the direction of Highway 269 here. There's Good Springs. There's Parrish to Good Springs. You need to be in a tornado shelter. You need to be seeking shelter right now. And listen, I've said this countless times. I'm going to say it again. Be a hero day. That's what this is all about. Text someone. Help spread the message. This is going to be a long event here as this continues on into East Alabama. So help, text, call. If you know someone in this area, let them know that we are tracking a tornado here on WBRC that is moving in that direction. Cordova, Barney, also towards the Sipsey area, but that's it right there. Did you notice John DeBlock was reporting a few moments ago that we had another TDS?
I'm not seeing one. Let me see if it briefly showed up.
So we're looking now, let's see, it's 4:30, so let's make sure, okay, so 4:30, so yeah,
I'm not seeing one.
We might pick that up here very soon. I know we had a strong signature. It might actually been a text, might have been referring to the one that we were seeing in Tuscaloosa County a few moments ago, but we were seeing a couple of debris signatures as it's crossed into Tuscaloosa County. We saw one just as it moved into Tuscaloosa County, and then it looked like, Lauren, again right as it crossed 43 and Highway 69 right in that area. Really goes in tandem with what we heard about Samantha, so where we had some of that damage in that area. But listen, the way this looks, Tutwiler Road, this should be past you now. It's just out crossing, so conditions will improve here. I know we still have a lot of rain, rumbles. It's stormy out there, incredibly stormy, but the tornado is now into Walker County. Tuscaloosa County tornado warning is still showing up, I believe, but the threat has now passed. It is now into Walker County, but if it has not cleared, we'll be seeing that warning cleared very soon for Tuscaloosa County. So to the south, this is the Warrior River, the Mulberry Fork area here to the south. You can see how the river just kind of splits there to the south. So if you have camps, you live out in these locations here out around Quinton, area south around Gorgas. I mentioned Highway 269, all these locations. We're going to be on the southern end of this, but sometimes what we can see with a storm like this is sometimes they can kind of turn. So don't just focus on the center of this polygon and say, well, I'm going to be fine. I'm to the south or I'm to the north. Sometimes they're kind of chaotic. You know, we often compare it to tracking a rogue missile sometimes when it comes to a tornado. That's why we go wall to wall and track these in real time, just in case those tracks do change suddenly. But based on the way this is moving right now, this is now mostly a Walker County storm. This is out of Tuscaloosa County. This is right over Quail Road. If you're watching us around Quail Road, Littleton, Cedar Lake, Good Springs, Highway 269, you are in the path of this. Let's talk about Jasper. Jasper, where are we at with comparison to this? And again, we were showing you that camera view from Sanders Aviation to the north. We had a lot of rain falling. Jasper's just outside of the warning polygon. It's just to the south. Looks like this is going to stay just to the south of town. So this is more of a parish concern. Cordova, concern for us, and also Sipsey. Let's do some times of arrival, Lauren. Folks are trying to get to where they need to go here around Cordova. What's the TOA on this? So we're looking at 4:45 in the Cordova area. Sipsey, 4:51 time of arrival. And Arkadelphia is at the end of the polygon, 5 p.m. Now, we're saying Arkadelphia down the road, first alert, Coleman County. We're staying out ahead of this now. Let you know if you're in Hanceville, if you're in Coleman, Dodge City, say this holds together. That's what we're dealing with today. Long track type storms. Be ready to seek shelter. If this track does not change, if this intensity does not change, that will end up in Coleman County. But this is now out of Tuscaloosa County. Let's quickly go to the big picture. We're going to get right back into Walker County because we do have other storms out there. I like what I'm seeing right now on the radar, especially in the West Alabama with all of this. This is just a lot of rain, nothing severe at the moment, and on a high-risk day, that is a blessing because we could be ending up with, on days like this, with the kind of wind energy in the atmosphere, the rain is really helping out in these locations. Looks like a couple severe thunderstorm warnings in those areas, but North Alabama, it's just a lot of rain. Let's back the view even further out, Lauren. And I just want to see what's happening around Meridian. Looks like another warning. Still need to watch these. All this with time could end up moving in this direction. So this is probably some of the activity that we're going to see. Just know this part of the atmosphere down in here is still very unstable. So these storms don't have a lot of competition. And as they continue to move north, they're likely to also maintain intensity. So this is just going to take a while to get this through here for this evening. But let's take you back to Walker County, though, the immediate concern and the warning. And we're going to get really into some of those roads and some of those streets to help you out. But this is out of Tuscaloosa County, and well, I think I figured out why. Let me see if I can show you this here on television. Let me see if I can share this, and I think I want to show you why our camera is probably not working at Pier 43, but it looks like we've had some damage there on Lake Tuscaloosa. So let me go ahead and bring this up. And you know, always here on Channel 6 during the week and during the shows, we share a lot of the images from Pier 43. Well, there's Pier 43. That is in Northport. So that's there off of Highway 43 area. So you see the kind of winds that move through there in Tuscaloosa and what we dealt with there a few moments ago and with these storms that move through. And I'm trying to look, Lauren, does it look like we may see just across the water there some damage?
To let you know, we have a new tornado warning in Pickens County that just popped up.
Okay, so here we
5
go.
o'clock.
So again, that's Pier 43, and so we've had some damage in northern Tuscaloosa County, and now, as Lauren's noting, now another tornado warning, and this one is really embedded in quite a bit of rain. Let's get into where this is located, and actually, you can see what we call the mezzo. It's like an eye. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
That circulation right there, a little bounded weak echo region right over Pickens County. That is around Hickory and the Olney area. So another embedded tornado and all this rain. This is tracking now across Highway 17. So folks, once again, in Pickens County, this has flared up. This has ramped up. Tornado warning in Pickens County until 5 o'clock. We need you getting to that tornado shelter at this time again. I know we've done this before, but let's get to that shelter once again. This threat is central and eastern Pickens County. So Pickens County, this polygon also includes the town of Gordo. So Gordo, you need to be also seeking shelter, and you can see the time. Let's do a time of arrival for Gordo here. Gordo, 4:49, okay? This is going to be arriving around 4:49, 4:37 on that. Do we have a shear marker that's popping up on this? So we don't have a barren shear or barren severe storm marker. Okay, let's go back to Walker County, and let's get back into Jasper. And still, this one right here, very strong indication. Listen, Parrish and Good Springs. Let's zoom in really close. You know what, Brody, pull up Tower Camera 2 and look to the north. Usually we have a great view from we can see back towards the Miller Steam Plant here from Red Mountain. It'll be interesting to see what the cloud structure looks like out there, just looking north of Birmingham. But that is right around Aldridge. So this has now crossed. There's Jasper. There's Highway 269. Back towards Good Springs. This has now crossed 269. Oakman, you are in the clear. Earlier I was mentioning around Quail Road, some of those areas around Three Forks. You are in the clear. This is now past you. Jasper, this is staying just south of town. And what we may want to do is I don't know if we have a view there where we can kind of look to the south. I know there's a lot of rain in this area, but we have a couple of views there from Jasper. But there's Cordova in the path, Red Star, I-22, and Summerton, I should say, is back in this area. That's another view there. Lauren will probably have a good eye in the sky from the Summerton camera as well on that storm. But if you're watching me along I-22, anywhere from the Miller Steam Plant pretty much all the way to Jasper, in that region, you need to be in a tornado shelter here for the next, well, the warning actually goes in place until 5:15, but hopefully we're able to allow that warning to expire a little bit sooner, at least the next 30-40 minutes here as this tracks to the north and east direction. Another one of those days here, a lot of storms out there, but we've still seen, with respect to the number of tornadic storms that we've seen so far today, again, it's not an outbreak of an afternoon like April 27th, but it's still a significant severe weather risk that we're dealing with today, especially when you have a situation like this. You have so much rain, you have these storms that are still rotating embedded in all this heavy rain. It just shows you how potent the atmosphere is. But we're hearing thunder right now on Red Mountain, so we're getting some of that intense cloud to ground lightning that we're hearing in the Birmingham area at the moment. So we have a couple of tornado warnings. Let's go back to Lauren, just keep this one on the screen, and if you're listening in the backs, if you could double box links too. I want to make sure we don't want to leave any storm unattended. Let's track both of these storms on the screen. So Lauren's got the Walker County storm. I want to go into Pickens County, and let's track Pickens County so we don't lose sight of it. So here is Pickens County. Let me bring the view up on that one.
All this rain may help us out.
So, You heard JP right there. As JP said, the rain might help us out a little bit.
That's the worst thing right there.
Okay.
The ones out of Mississippi are running into a bunch
Wes,
of rain.
got to change your mic battery.
Oh, we do? Okay. Yeah. All right.
Okay. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on it.
There?
If you're listening in the back, if we could kill JP's microphone. Listen, we got microphones, everybody's mic'd up, and we're all we got a full staff in here tracking storms. Lauren, I'm going to let you take over, and I'm going to change mic batteries because we've been talking here for hours. But what you see on the screen is, and what you can do, Lauren, is just go to shear rate, keep yours over Walker County. I've got the one over Pickens County. We're double boxed. And let's just keep both of these on the screen. So listen, if you're in both of these tornado warnings, we've got both of them for you right here on television. We're not leaving one of these storms unattended. So just stay with us right here. Lauren, you can jump in as we track where these are going.
Yeah, Wes. So we've got two tornado warnings that we're watching, and our weather watcher here in the studio, Mississippi State broadcast meteorology student Brody Wesson, he just let us know that from the National Weather Service, they are saying that we now have a tornado debris signature as well on the one that Wes was just showing you. So that is down in Pickens County. And so we are tracking two active warnings right now, two confirmed tornado warnings, one in Pickens County and one in Walker County. So we'll switch over to the Columbus radar site so you can potentially get a better view of this. So you'll notice we've got the red and the green right on top of each other. That's where we have the rotation, the tornado south of Highway 86. So if you live in Bostic, Bell, Gordo, Nolan, Fairview, I want you to go ahead and get to your safe place right now. That lowest level away from windows. Go into your safe space, put on helmets, and make sure you're padded down with pillows. Bring, of course, your children, your pets in there. Now is the time to do this because it will soon be crossing Highway 86 and then eventually crossing Highway 82 as it moves towards Gordo. And I'm going to pop up to see, yes, we can see that very clear debris signature on here south of Highway 86. This is near Ray Bass Road in Pickens County. And this is going to be moving to the north and east around 4:46 p.m. We are at 4:42. So within 4 minutes, it's going to be crossing Parham Road. And then this tornado will be crossing Ridge Road near Noland around 4:50. Then as we go a little farther to the north, passing near Gordo around 4:55 p.m. right along Highway 82. If you live in any of those locations, you need to get to your safe place now. This is a damaging storm and a confirmed tornado. So that is the one we are watching in Pickens County. We're going to zoom out the view and move and switch to the Birmingham radar site and look at the storm that is moving through Jasper County, or I'm sorry, Walker County. So we look at the shear rate on this, which shows us how strong the rotation is within inside the storm. And you can see the heart of this right now is crossing I-22, moving towards Corinth, Cordova, Dovertown, up towards Linz Park. So this is just crossing I-22. We're still not getting a debris signature on this. I think our friends at the National Weather Service said they were seeing one, but we aren't picking it up here on our system. Don't care if we're not seeing it. I want you to treat this as a confirmed tornado. So around New Parish Highway, around Cordova, this is pushing to the northeast. So a first alert for Linz Park, Argo, right along Highway 78, Sipsey, Rocky Hollow, Dilworth, Coon Creek, Kershaw. All of these areas are potentially under the gun here in Walker County to see this confirmed tornado passing through. So if you live in any of these areas within this confirmed tornado warning in Walker County that is in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Time, you need to go to that safe spot. Let's say you don't live in Walker County and you're walking our coverage. If you have any friends or family who live in Cordova, Corinth, Boldo, Argo, Sipsey, Coon Creek, Creel, Hull, Dora Junction, you give them the call right now. You text them, you be the hero, so they will go to that safe spot and ride this out, because we have 2 confirmed tornadoes right now in our area, and you just don't want to let your guard down with the way the atmosphere is so primed to see these type of damaging storms. Wes, any updates?
Okay, yeah, I'm zoomed in right now on this same storm that you have, Lauren. I'm just tracking this and noticing what I have turned on is the shear rate, and you can see where this is crossing is right at Dovertown. So Plywood Plant Road, that's where the strongest rotation is. And you know, with all these radar products, what we're doing is zooming in. We're clearing out a lot of the contamination here, or just a lot of the clutter, so you can actually see where that tornado would be. And that's what we're focused in on, that strong rotation. It's now crossing the river at Horse Creek Road, Horse Creek Boulevard as it's called, but this is tracking towards Argo and Rocky Hollow Road. Now this is in Walker County. Now I'm not talking about the Argo and Trustful in that area. This is on the other side of 65, but this is moving towards Coon Creek and Coyle Road, County Line Road, Hull Road, Sipsey. That is another area. Listen, if you're watching in Sipsey, I'm bringing in some of those paths here, giving you some of the roadways. So Coleman County now, we're under a tornado warning, so you can see that polygon for a tornado warning, and now a confirmed tornado warning that includes northern Tuscaloosa County, a new confirmed tornado warning for northern Tuscaloosa County. So listen up. We've got folks out there, first responders in Tuscaloosa County. Here comes another storm. Folks need to be seeking shelter right now once again for this storm. That is a significant sign of rotation, and now we have another debris signature over Pickens County. This is moving again along that same corridor. There we go, Gordo. This is now crossing Highway 82 and moving along Highway 171, Highway 43, moving in that direction. Let me make sure we're on the right radar here. Let me go back over. So Lauren is zoomed in. First off, we'll start with this storm. That is right around Sipsey, and you can see the hook echo. That is crossing right there around Argo, Dora Junction, Sipsey Valley. Brody, get the Sumter camera ready to go. So we got that. I want to check that view out here in a few moments. That's crossing right around Sipsey, and that will be moving towards Dodge City. Now let's go downstream. Let's check out this other storm that is moving into Tuscaloosa County, and we do have a confirmed tornado. Very strong velocity signature right now pushing into Gordo. Gordo, get to that safe place here. Lauren, do a time of arrival on this, or just click on one of the storm markers. This is moving at 52 miles per hour. So 52 miles per hour, Gordo 4:55, a time of arrival. So giving you a first alert time of 4:55. You have just minutes here, and listen, if you're watching on a stream out there somewhere, just know that streams are delayed. Make sure, you know, if you're watching us, maybe catching us live, call someone, let them know if you got the alert on weather radio, so they get up to the minute information. They get the real-time information, because this is just minutes away. Again, we're back. You can see the okay, this is Highway 82 in Pickens County there, so we'll see what this looks like. This is about to cross Highway 82 in Pickens County. If we see those whiteout conditions, obviously we'll know we've got those most violent winds still impacting parts of Pickens County at the surface. But there it is right there, inbound, outbound winds. That is now crossing, it looks like the same path or similar path. Here you go. Look at the... 82 and Alabama Highway 117. So here we go. We're looking. Oh, 82 and Highway 17. Yeah, there. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, we are still watching, so we'll bring that view back up in a few moments. But we're tracking this storm from the ground and also from the radar site, as you can see. But now that is rolling in, about to cross Highway 82 here. So you guys, did you lose the feed?
Yeah, it looks like
Angie? Yeah, I mean, this thing is about to cross. Yeah, I mean, it looked like the wind was starting to pick up, and that would explain probably why we lost the feed. You know, this thing could be crossing the road here right now. Those winds could be really, this area is really being impacted quite heavily at this time. This is right there around Coal Fire.
And notice this warning has now been extended into Tuscaloosa County.
Yes, yeah, and also it includes southern Fayette County as well. So southern Fayette County, listen, if you're in Berry, you're included in this. Your warning's going off. Now this will stay just south of the city of Fayette. Let's see, Ashcraft Corners in this area. New Lexington, we're included in that. So yeah, we lost the feed. I mean, we got a tornado here, folks, that could be crossing Highway 82. Let's go back to big picture, unless you want to bring another view up in the corner of the screen. A lot that's happening despite so much rain in here. We still have confirmed tornadoes. This one that's in Walker County. Let's get back to this tornado warning at this time. This is north of Dora, right around Sipsey, and that is tracking to the northeast towards Coleman and Hanceville. So Sipsey, Coleman, Hanceville. Right now, what we're seeing is this storm has been cycling through, and we're concerned that it is still going to produce a tornado. Get to that safe place. We'll let you know when the threat has passed. Okay, so that's the view from I-22 on the move towards Cordova at this time. So we're going to intercept that storm. You can see it is actually crossing right there around Cordova in the Sipsey area. Brody, do you have that Summerton cam pulled up? So it's down too. Okay, so yeah, so we got some wind happening there right now in Walker County. There's the first alert storm tracker also back headed towards Berry. Listen, if you're listening to me, Megan, which I know Megan's keeping a close eye on this, but we need our storm tracker. Right now that tornado warned storm is approaching from the west, and they need to be getting to a place if they need to get to a point of safety based on the way this is tracking. This is moving into northern Tuscaloosa County. We have another storm.
Oh.
Okay, so we'll get back to Megan here in a few moments. Let's get back to storm tracking, and I want to go to the storm that we had in, first off, let me go back to... Brody, can you go to radar on the links 2? Bring that back up for me. I had that pulled up.
Wes, the debris signature on this storm in Pickens County, this tornado, is pretty bad.
So this is so we have Pickens County, significant indications by radar.
Yeah, if you live in Gordo, Fairview, Lubbock, it's moving through Bell right now. This is crossing over Highway 82. Get to your safe place right now. This tornado means business. We're talking away from windows, that lowest level. If you have a storm shelter, if you have a basement, this is an ideal place to be. If you live in a trailer or mobile home, you don't want to be there right now in that manufactured home. You want to be in a safe spot, a site-built structure like a gas station, Walmart. You certainly don't want to be in a car right now either, as this is crossing Highway 82. And we just got in a new scan here. This is approaching County Road 38, County Road 57, County Road 20, and it looks like Dogwood Trace as this is pushing northeast. Now, it looks like we're seeing actually some debris potentially being lofted higher up here north of areas like Lathrop and Reform. So this is moving to the north of Reform, but between Gordo and Bell, Fairview, especially Fairview and Lubbock, this is a very dangerous situation as this storm is moving through. And as we mentioned, this polygon has been extended into parts of southern Fayette County, southeastern Fayette County, and into parts of Tuscaloosa County. When you see a purple polygon popping up, that means it is a confirmed tornado. It has either been confirmed by radar when we see one of these debris signatures, or someone has spotted it with their own eyes. So Again, very dangerous situation.
And you know, a lot of times, Lauren, you get into these moments where you got so much rain around some of these storms. That's the only way when you see that. I know we have spotters out there, but that's the way you determine where we do have a tornado. What we want to do right now, let's get back to, I want you to zoom in close. Let me go back to the radar view here that you've got pulled up, and let's just take this one step at a time. Again, another confirmed tornado warning that is in effect for Pickens County. That warning will go into effect until 5 o'clock. The one from Tuscaloosa set to expire at 5:45. The way this is moving, if we look at this on screen, the way it's moving, I'm thinking that, let me get in here a little bit closer, and I want to go to, let me go to Birmingham radar. So there's Birmingham radar. Let's make sure we've got the live scan. So there it is right there around Fairview. This is crossing Highway 159. So this is north of Gordo around the Fairview area. This is about to cross at Brownsville, Ecola, and Moores Bridge. Okay, about to cross at Moores Bridge again. So Highway 171. Okay, so this is a... Okay, so what we're seeing right there in the box on this side of the screen, that is right in this area. You are looking, it's maybe a rain-wrapped tornado, but we're looking to the north. That is Highway 159. They're right here, Highway 82 and 159, looking to the north in that direction there. So we'll try to bring that up again, and we're looking. Yeah, we might see, if you guys can bring me up in front of this. Let me see here. I just want to try to point out some of these features for you on the screen. It looks like back to the west. Okay. All right. So it looked like right there maybe a rain-free base perhaps at the bottom of the screen. We're looking north of Gordo. It's tough to see there over the horizon, but definitely to me a very ominous look to that cloud. You can see we might have debris falling from the sky here as this crosses just north of Gordo. Not to say we still have a tornado on the ground, but that debris has been lofted there, but it is crossing just to the north. But we're on it. You can see the view right there from Gordo, and also looking at our debris detection. We're still showing that on the screen. So as we go back to, over to the velocity, and I was just looking at this from, let me go to Columbus. I just want to take a look and make a comparison here. So that is right around Fairview, and that is crossing Highway 159. So Zion is just to the north. That's around Fairview. That is about to cross at County Road 58, Zion Road, and Moores Bridge is right here. So Moores Bridge, you are about to be impacted just minutes away. If we put a time of arrival on this, let me see what we're looking at here. The center of this, you're looking at 5:12, okay? It's 4:56 right now. You're looking at 5:12 for an arrival around Moores Bridge. So Moores Bridge, first alert for a confirmed tornado warning that is moving in your direction. That is along Highway 171. Areas back towards Gordo, looks like this has passed you based on what I'm seeing here. That is staying just north. So here's Gordo off to the south. There's the town of Gordo, Green Wave. It has passed just to the north of you. But there it is crossing 159. Strong indication, Lauren, right there around Fairview. I want to switch back over to your source, and you can take us back into that storm here. I want you to stay on this one, and I'll kind of toggle back and forth. We'll go to Walker County because this one is it's tracking between Birmingham and the Jasper area. And listen up in the back. I know you have access to the tower camera. If you notice anything we need to turn our attention to back to the north. I know a lot of the Weather Service and a lot of folks out there in the warning process are monitoring how this stuff's performing, what we can see as well. So any visuals is an integral part to the warning process as well. So we want to make sure if we see anything, we let folks know. But right now, to the north of Birmingham, we're still seeing strong indications of a tornado between Birmingham and Jasper and Cordova. Now, this has passed by, I mentioned earlier, 269 in that area. It's now crossing into Coleman County. So Coleman County, this is about to soon be more of a Coleman County storm. This stayed south of Jasper, but this is now pushing in towards places like Bremen, Arkadelphia, and moving in towards Damascus in that direction. So we want you to be weather alert. So I'll go back over to the other source here now. Again, we're back into Pickens County, and we're tracking tornado warning that is moving into Tuscaloosa County. It's now crossed 159. So if you're watching me along Highway 159, County Road 88 here in Pickens County, let me move the map there so you can see it. That's right around County Road 88. That is right around Highway 159 in Fairview. This will soon be out of Pickens County again. This is north of Gordo, but this is still showing strong indications. As Lauren noted, we've had a very potent debris signature with this, as that's now approaching Moore's Bridge at this time. So Moore's Bridge, Highway 171, and let's put a future radar on this. And when you go, look at this, when you go over to the radar, it's a lot of rain. Check that out. I mean, it's just a big area. It looks like a big blob of rain. This is not necessarily a classic supercell structure. A lot of high precipitation with a lot of this that we're seeing out there today, despite it being such a favorable environment for severe weather. But when we flip this thing over to Future Scan, let's take it one step at a time. Now, I want to give you 60-minute advantage on this, okay? One step at a time, 60-minute advantage. So here it goes. So we'll stop it right there. So as we look at the time, 5:08, you can see in this area, we were showing you some of those times around Moore's Bridge. So shortly after 5 o'clock, crossing Highway 171. As we continue, it takes this close to the Tuscaloosa and Fayette County line around New Lexington, back towards Samantha again. And listen, all the first responders listening to me on the radio here, you need to be monitoring for the possibility of this. It may impact some of these areas where some cleanup's happening, but may move in that direction again. And then it looks like as we continue this and take this out even, let me see. JP, did you move the map? Yeah. Go back to Tuscaloosa. I'm kind of stepping folks through here on the.
There you go.
Let me see if I can fix this. This map's all over the place. Hold. All right, there we go. All right, so as we go into, let me just back this up again just to show you. So this is Fayette, Tuscaloosa tornado warning, just showing the storm. And we're going to take this out an hour. So there's 5:21, there's 5:24. So by 5:20 to 5:24, it's going to be in this region right here, okay? That's going to be from Berry back into, once again, Wiley, Wyndham Springs, those areas on Highway 69 to the north. I want to flip back over. JP, you can grab this computer. Watch this one. Keep an eye on that one right there closely. Lauren, I want to get back to I noticed that Coleman County is now under a confirmed tornado warning. So we have a confirmed tornado warning now for Coleman County. Watching this one closely as it's now, look at this, a hook with that. Still showing up. This is right around Brushy Pond and Bremen. We've got a Gardendale camera. We'll have a good view on this probably at Adair Tire. So Adair Tire, check that one out. Check that view out and see if we are getting any visuals on that as it moves to the north. And this one looks like it is going to stay just south of Coleman. But listen, Dodge City, Good Hope, first alert, this is moving through Walker County. This storm is out of Walker County, but that next one that we're tracking in Fayette and Tuscaloosa County may end up in Walker County. So if you are at a community shelter, you may just want to stay there for a minute and let's see what's going to happen with this storm that's moving out of Tuscaloosa County, okay? Because it is tracking to the north. Hopefully it will continue to weaken. But the one that's moving across Coleman County at this time looks like that is going to be tracking across Interstate 65 probably within the next 10 minutes. So now is not the time. If you are listening to me on the radio, you do not need to be traveling north on Interstate 65 right now between Sulphur Springs and Dodge City. We could have a tornado crossing the interstate here within minutes, okay? Stay put, pull over at a rest stop, pull over at a gas station, take a quick break. Just let's wait on this to pass because once this moves across the interstate, there's still going to be a lot of rain out there. Certainly not the best driving conditions in general, but you do not want to be on the interstate right now. And folks in Coleman, be ready. We're on the northern end of this. We're certainly going to have some gusty winds as this pushes through, but here it comes from the southwest. We have the circulation number one. And JP, I want to throw it over to you. I know you were watching that other storm that we're monitoring in Tuscaloosa County. So we have 2 areas of concern at the moment, and we're still watching what's happening further south and west over Mississippi.
That's right, Wes. And right now we're looking at our velocity data. We have popped what we call the shear marker here in Coleman County. If you notice the BTI, that's the threat index, on a scale of 1 to 10, we're looking at that being a 7. And I just want to go over a list of some of the communities that are going to be impacted in Coleman County by this tornado, and this is a confirmed tornado. That's why it's flashing a little bit different color there. Bremen right now, Misty Harbor at 504, Dodge City 505, Loretto 506, Trimble at 507. Just going on down the list, Grandview at 508, Good Hope at 508, and it looks like Johnson's Crossing 509. So over the next little bit, we're going to be looking at that storm moving into those communities, and we're looking at a 90% chance of hail with that storm, severe hail, a 70% chance. We'll change the view here just a little bit. And that storm is going to be moving up toward the Good Hope area. We'll move the radar around. Here is the other area that we're focused on, Wes was talking about, and this is a circulation that is moving up. I'll get a track on this, just bear with me a second. We'll get a track on this one. This is moving up toward Barry, and that's going to be making its way up toward Concord at 512, New Hope 514, Bankston 522, Barry 524, and Bowley Springs at 528. So that's what we have right now. Another storm, Fayette County, Walker County, down into portions of Jefferson County. Another confirmed tornado. So a different term that we're using sometimes. You hear tornado warning, and now the Weather Service talks about a confirmed tornado warning, and that's because the tornado has been detected actually on the ground. We've got some spotter reports that indicates that tornado is reaching the ground, and it is moving up toward the Concord area, up toward Barry, Carbon Hill, and it's going to move just to the east now of Fayette. BTI on that, that's the threat index on a scale of 1 to 10. This one also a 7. So a number of storms that we're looking at right now, and we'll back the view out so you can get a good idea of everything that we're currently dealing with. We'll clear some of this out. One storm, this is in Coleman, then back toward Walker County, Fayette County, northern Tuscaloosa County. I think I accidentally mentioned Jefferson County. This one's not in Jefferson County, nor is the Coleman County storm. That is going to be moving up toward New Hope. And then we have some additional tornado warnings there moving toward Sumter County. So this is kind of the big picture. If you're looking for good news out of all of this, and I think there is a little bit, is the fact that we do have some rain now out ahead of some of these tornadoes. That rain is going to help stabilize the environment just a little bit. These things are becoming more rain wrapped, and also moving into an environment, while still unstable, is certainly not as unstable as it was before when we didn't have the rain. So that's what we're looking at right now. But all eyes right now on Coleman County. Again, I'm going to go back to the Coleman County storm, and then we'll go back into Fayette County here. I'll clear some of that off the screen. And this is what we have. All right, so 1, 2, 3, and then 4 back into Mississippi. Storms have yet to move into the Birmingham metro area at this point. This is mainly northern Tuscaloosa County and now moving through Coleman County. First alert, Trimble, Brushy Pond, as well as New Hope. I want to make sure you're getting that warning in Coleman County. So we'll zoom into this, and we'll go back into our velocity. Misty Harbor 509, Dodge City at 511, Good Hope at 517. Looks like Johnson's Crossing at 518. Simcoe, Birdsong also in the mix here, as well as Coleman. Good Hope within about the next 15 minutes there. So make sure if you're in that path, get in your safe place. So that is one storm right there. Lauren, if you could stand by and take a look at the storm in Fayette County. I want to make sure we're kind of touching on all of these. Confirmed tornado right now in Coleman County. We also have one in Fayette, northern Tuscaloosa County.
Yeah, and listen, I want to go ahead, Lauren, and while you're doing that, if you could, I just want to show some pictures here coming in. I'm going to be showing from Cordova that we have right now, just coming in of the storm. And Lauren, you can jump in here, but these are some images coming in from the First Alert Weather app, and this is just what it was looking like a few moments ago. You can see a lot of times, Lauren, with this, we'll see shelf clouds, and there's a lot of rain showing up on the radar, but embedded within this, we obviously have some areas that certainly look suspicious. Some of the video, some of the spotters were over in West Alabama, not from tower cams, but from high perspectives, we're able to see a base lowering with a lot of those storms. But look at that. That looks like a lot of scud, maybe some debris cloud there. Let me just go to one more here quickly. This is in Parrish in Walker County. And quickly, I just want to see Caitlin sharing this picture, and that last picture was shared by Rick Humphreys. But Caitlin and Rick sharing these photos. Now, this looks really suspicious. Check this out, Lauren. That's in Cordova.
Oh, wow.
So go ahead, Lauren. I'm going to let you talk and track this storm. I'm just showing folks. We're getting a lot of reports, a lot of pictures in, but these storms still mean business today. I know we have a lot of rain across parts of the state. As JP noted, over in the Pickens County, we had that massive debris signature that's now that storm's moving into Tuscaloosa County. And listen, we have a lot of folks cleaning up out there, a lot of first responders. Want to make sure if you're out there listening, be mindful of what's happening downstream, because some of these storms are working their way following the same paths here. Now we're seeing moving into West Alabama.
Yes, Wes. So we're keeping an eye on this storm that is moving into Fayette County right now, and this is the one that is included within the confirmed tornado warning. You can see that video there on your screen is showing some damage across our area. We were mentioning how the Pier 43 camera was out, one of our sky cams, First Alert Vision sky cams that we typically use, but this is showing damage actually at Pier 43 in Lake Tuscaloosa. So we have crews on the ground right now assessing the situation. It's a situation where we already had a confirmed tornado move through Tuscaloosa County, and now we're tracking another one coming through the northwest corner of the county that is about to move into Fayette County. So if you are in Newtonville, this is crossing County Road 12 right now, right around Highway 171, right along the Fayette-Tuscaloosa County line. And then this is going to be pushing to the northeast. So I would say areas like Bankston, Concord, right along Highway 43, even New Hope need to be in your safe place as of right now. What we're looking at on radar is our rotation tracker, and where you're seeing that bright green popping up there, that is indicating there's some rotation in this as it's pushing through Newtonville. Now, we've seen stronger, but this storm has a history of producing damage. And this is getting to the point where it's almost in between two radar sites, the Columbus, Mississippi radar site and our Birmingham radar site. So oftentimes what it's showing us is actually what is going up higher above the ground. But this is right along 171, Highway 171 near Newtonville. We'll put an estimated time of arrival on this so you have an idea if you are in that southern edge of Fayette County, when exactly this could be coming to your area. So this is moving through Newtonville right now. It's about to cross over County Road 12. It should be near Concord around 5:17 p.m. So wanted to give you a first alert to go ahead and go to that safe place. If you have friends or family who live in Concord, New Hope, New Lexington, Bankston, Berry, Pea Ridge, be the hero, give them a call or a text and let them know that this is a confirmed tornado potentially moving their way. And it does have a history of producing damage. This will be near New Lexington and Bankston, right along Highway 48 around 5:23 p.m. As we go a little further to Berry, a first alert time of 5:27. Pea Ridge around 5:30. So yes, southern Fayette County and northern Tuscaloosa County are under the gun for getting the brunt of this. If you live in Tuscaloosa, this is to the north of you. If you are in Samantha, this is also to the north of you. But thus far, now I mentioned we're right now on the Columbus, Mississippi radar site. So the rotation is looking a little broader, which is good news. It doesn't look quite as tight as it had been earlier when it was moving through Pickens County, and as it's beginning to lift into Fayette County, it's certainly looking broader, but we're keeping a close eye on things there. I do want to turn our attention back to the tornado warning that is in place in Coleman County. This is one we were also tracking as we reset the view here. Looking across central Alabama, we have 2 tornado warnings we're tracking, and 2 of them have been confirmed tornado warnings. So we've got the one in northwest Tuscaloosa County, southeast Fayette County, and then also in Coleman County. So right along I-65 is potentially where this at least once confirmed tornado is crossing near Good Hope and Coleman. If you live in North Walter, Berlin, Holly Pond, Brooklyn, Simcoe, anywhere along Highway 278, go ahead and get into that safe spot. If you have friends or family here, if you know anyone in this area who maybe lives in a manufactured or mobile home, trailer, whatever you call it, whatever that means home to you, go ahead and let them know they need to be in a safe shelter, because a mobile home with these type of systems, with supercell thunderstorms that can produce these strong, violent tornadoes, it's not going to cut it. So we were looking at a radar view there. Now we're going to be switching to the velocity view. When you see these come up on your screen, this is showing us how the winds are moving within the storm, and we can get an idea of what the rotation is doing. If the rotation is strong, do we have the possibility of a tornado, or maybe it's beginning to broaden out and we have some intense winds? I would still say we have some rotation here. There's always a chance that you had a tornado on the ground, it potentially comes back up and then it can come back down. But the main place this is moving through right now in Coleman County, it is crossing I-65 as we speak. We keep saying in this situation, avoid being on the roads. Not only do you not want to be in a mobile or manufactured home, you certainly do not want to be in a car. Neither of those are anchored to the ground. They both have the ability to be lofted. So in order to ensure you can be as safe as possible during a tornado, you need to take shelter in a site-built structure. This is going to be crossing Highway 31 as it pushes to the northeast. So Hanceville, Welty, Bolt, Berlin, approaching Highway 278. This is just to the south of Coleman, but still, Coleman, you're right on the edge of that tornado warning. So I would still go to your safe spot. It's going to be moving northeast towards Highway 69. And as I call these out, we'll actually get an estimated time of arrival as this is moving in. So could be moving towards Welty around 5:22. Berlin 5:26, and Brooklyn at 5:30. So again, we only have 2 active tornado warnings in our area. As JP and Wes have been mentioning, one thing that could begin to work in our favor is that we're seeing a lot of this being embedded within some heavy rain. And oftentimes when you get rain to come through, that can help to stabilize the atmosphere. Now, granted, we're seeing a lot of heavy rain and these tornadoes are getting going anyway. So we don't want to let our guard down. We hope to see a trend that maybe this rain could help to limit the severe threat down the road. Is that guaranteed to happen? No. We always say you want to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. So if you're in areas like Alabaster, Calera, Birmingham, Gardendale, Gadsden, Jacksonville, Talladega, you may be twiddling your thumbs and wondering, okay, what gives? Where is this? It's all moving in across West Alabama, but this is going to continue to track to the northeast. And this area that has been untouched by rain so far, the atmosphere is primed to see severe weather west. So we still can't let our guard down in this situation.
Yeah, we still got to watch this, but I'll say, you know, with a high risk like this, I mean, we've seen so many more tornado warnings on days like that when we have a high risk. So I know one tornado warning is one too many, but when you look at what's going on back to the south and west, I'm liking seeing all this rain. Now listen, soon we may see the risk completely over for places like Marion and Lamar County. You see the back edge is over to Mississippi. Not much is happening out of that, so hopefully that will continue to behave. But at the moment, what we're looking at, we still have Tuscaloosa County there to the north. Let's see, there's a tornado warning that was just issued by the National Weather Service, and that is for southern Sumter County, a tornado warning, as Lauren was noting, where it's a little bit more untouched, the atmosphere is a bit more unfazed. Areas to the south, that's where we're going to be seeing an increasing risk for severe weather, and the tornadoes and the storms that form in these areas will be tracking back to the northeast. But right now, embedded in all this rain, Livingston, York, this is down into southern Sumter County, and based on the way this one is tracking, this could end up in Greene County if it holds together. But right now, Hall Creek, Coatopa, Moortown areas in southern Sumter County, different from the one earlier that we had further north, but that one is also tracking to the northeast. So we have this warning. Let's get back to Coleman County. I want to track that storm that we have to the north, and a lot of what we're seeing now, a lot of rain to the north. Actually, looks like Tuscaloosa County was canceled. I was noticing with some of the reports coming in on that from our friends at the National Weather Service, John DeBlock, he said that the debris signature on that one, Lauren, that was over Pickens County got up to 21,000 feet.
Goodness.
Yeah, so that's debris lofted up in the atmosphere, over 20,000 feet. That's an impressive storm, even with all this rain out there. But it just shows you the power of some of these storms today when they really get going. But this is still a confirmed tornado warning. There's Holly Pine. This storm is passing by through Coleman. JP, go ahead and pull up Nectar over there, that tower camera view. It's looking back to the west. Let's make sure we have a good view there. And I know there's a lot of rain. We might catch a view of what might be a tornado there. Let's see, we've got a live look. There's back into Pickens County. Okay, so here's the Nectar cam. And it's just a lot of rain out there. It's very difficult to spot in this kind of environment, but 74 degrees over 58 right now, and dew point's a little bit lower there. Winds gust up to 28 miles per hour, so that rain hopefully will continue to help us out there in parts of Blount County. Still going to get some strong winds as this moves on to the east, but this is Coleman. Now we're looking at that from the south near the Pine Mountain area back in this direction, looking back towards all that wet weather. Heavy rain though, and if there's a tornado still in this, Lauren, it looks like we went from confirmed back to just radar indicated. It would be right around Coleman, actually. Let's get into the city of Coleman and let's look at the velocity. I want to check in on this. That's right there where Highway 31. Yeah, it's crossing right around Highway 31, 65. Here's Highway 69 in here where it comes in across Interstate 65. So this is from Coleman to Dodge City, in between, right around Good Hope. That's where this is crossing. This is moving towards East Point. There's Highway 69 right here. There's the Berlin area. There's the grottos in this area as well. There's Highway 278 moving in that general direction to the north and east. That would put this very close to places if it holds together. There's Joppa at the top of the screen. Baileyton, we're included in this confirmed tornado warning. There's Brooklyn, Baileyton, and also County Line. So that is all along Highway 69. Soon this will be crossing 65. It's close here in Coleman. Right now, what we're dealing with in Coleman is just basically a lot of heavy rain. We can check some of our Coleman cameras as well, see what that looks like as this is crossing. Right now, the worst of this is passing just to the south, but that is a very right now, it looks like it's sort of ramping up, Lauren. Another impressive signature. This may be cycling around. This storm has a history of producing tornado damage. This is one of those we've been tracking now through several counties as it's moved across the state. Started out into southern Mississippi, but that is just now moving over the interstate right there at Interstate 6531 near Good Hope. There's Good Hope there. You can see at the bottom of the screen, but it's tracking towards the Berlin area in Coleman County. Tuscaloosa County has been canceled. For folks there in northern Tuscaloosa County concerned, that warning has been canceled. So at the moment, we have 2 active tornado warnings, which this is still just outside of our coverage area. You see down into West Alabama that warning that we're tracking there over southern Sumter County. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's take that view. JP's got the camera controls over there, making sure we keep these eyes in the sky activated. 64 over 64. What do you think about that?
Ooh.
It's raining.
It's raining. I mean, that's rainy weather. Listen, you heard us say this a few moments ago. JP mentioned this. When you have a lot of rain, rain's a good thing on a day like this. And the more this rain falls, hopefully it helps to kind of control some of that instability across the area. So this is what we're going to be tracking at the moment is a tornado warning, a possible tornado passing just south of Coleman. That's at the moment, it's near Welty and North Walter. This is right around where the 4D Farms was located, right there around North Walter and also around Forest Ingram Lake. So if you're watching me around Forest Ingram Lake, North Walter, Welty areas, that's where this tornado is located. Still a pretty significant signature showing up on the radar, in my opinion. I mean, you're looking at a very well-defined couplet. I know there's a lot of rain out here, but this could be producing a tornado at any moment. If it's not producing one right now, just we'll let you know once this passes. It's about to cross. It's almost over Highway 31. This looks like it is going to stay north of Wallace State, okay? So it will stay north of Wallace State. So at the moment, what we are tracking on the side of the screen, I just want to let you know, we're monitoring the conditions where we've had those strong debris signatures. This is in Gordo. This is from Live Storms Media. We have live footage coming in from Pickens County that is in the Gordo area. So we're monitoring that storm that did prompt that tornado warning, that secondary warning. That warning has, for Tuscaloosa County, has expired. But at the moment, the big concern looks like a continuation, JP. The Weather Service in Huntsville, they're going to keep a severe thunderstorm warning on this. But man, that storm, it looks like it is cycling around once again. This is right around Welty, as I mentioned. There it goes. It's crossing now around between Holly Pond and Coleman around Highway 278. It's about to cross that corridor. Listen, Baileyton to County Line, anywhere in here, Birdsong area, get to that shelter. There's Simcoe. It's closing in on the Simcoe area, but now passing Coleman. I think the threat is passing by Coleman here off to the south and west. It's almost cleared that area. So if you're watching me in Coleman County, we're going to stay on this. The Welty area, moving towards Berlin. Also tracking towards Simcoe, continuing right up Highway 69 there. It's just been tracking from Windham Springs to Wiley. This has been a Highway 69 corridor storm that we've been tracking throughout the day. Lauren has some new information. What you got for us, Lauren?
Yeah, Wes, just got in from our newsroom that they were speaking with the Pickens County Sheriff, and along Highway 82 and at State Road 86 there has been damage reported. We're also getting reports in from the Walker County 911 that reports around Campbellville Road reported several houses with significant damage and possible people injured. Also now getting in reports from the EMA and Fayette County saying there is still debris falling in Berry from that previously warned cell. So this is what we are mentioning, that this debris, the updrafts are so potent with these storms that debris got lofted so high up in the atmosphere, it's now falling away from it where it initially fell through. So yeah, this is a pretty potent situation, especially in West Alabama right now.
That is just, I mean, we're talking 20,000 feet up, some of those storms. Now, what we're zoomed in on, this is down into southern Sumter County. There is another tornado warning that we are actively monitoring in southern Sumter. JP's been watching this one as well. We might have, do we
take the traffic cam back here?
Okay.
Trees over, like along the road.
Okay, so what is that location there?
This is going to be US 11 at Alabama 28. Highway 11 at Alabama 28.
Okay, so we also have in the corner here, so we have a couple of views. This is Highway 82 in Gordo, and this is Highway 11. Okay, so we have Gordo over here, and then we have Highway 28 and US 11. So it looks like we have some trees down on, it looks like the camera feed, we lost it there, but we have a couple of views. I'll go back to the radar view here in this feed. So we are starting to see some pictures coming in, some of that damage you see there across parts of Pickens County and across parts of West Alabama. So Brody, just keep us posted on that as the team continues. It's approaching right now 5:30. So far, thoughts on this? I mean, obviously we've had some significant storms. We're assessing where we've had tornado damage, but as far as Birmingham points to the east, I like a lot of what we're seeing in here. Notice that there is right now a void in tornado warnings, a lot of rain that we see going on. So this is a good sign, what's happening in these areas, but it's still, you can tell that there's a lot of wind energy in the atmosphere, because even within a lot of this wet weather, we still have these strong signals of rotation. This one coming, moving to the north there towards Utah. Don't know if that's going to be warned upstream towards Demopolis to Forkland in Utah. Just looking at that. Lauren, now this is far from the radar site, so let's just check out the velocity. Look at some of the two.
Some of our media partners have been seen. Oh, got my mic on now. Some of our media partners have been seeing some hail being reported.
So we've been seeing
here.
some hail reported with this storm. Okay. So again, we'll keep a watch on southern Greene County. Let's stay alert here. Your weather radio, your First Alert weather app. If you're in Forkland, if you're in Bolaji, that may go off here soon as that storm moves to the north. Let's get you back to Coleman County, where we still have strong rotation. Listen, if you're in Baileyton, we're watching this area closely. This has been one of the storms of the day. This thing moved across North Tuscaloosa. This is the same storm that produced the damage on Lake Tuscaloosa at Pier 43. This is the same storm also. We saw some damage near Gordo on the Tuscaloosa-Pickens County line. So this storm has a history of producing damage, and now it is approaching county line. It's right around Pleasant View at this time. So there's the gate-to-gate signature. The couplet has crossed 278. So 278, I can now give the all clear for you. So here we go. We have another confirmed tornado warning on this for Coleman County. I just noticed that popped up, Lauren. Let me just see if we have a debris signature on this. And let's see. Let's see. Yeah, a little debris signature showing up. So once again, that same storm, that's what happens typically when you get these. There's always two that just stand out in events like this, and this one just has not let up as it has moved across the entire coverage area. But there you go. Let's get in here really close. That is right over Simcoe. So Lauren, that is right over Simcoe. That is going to be crossing. What are some of these roads here? County Road, Wesley Avenue, Birdsong. There's Highway 69. So that's Simcoe to Baileyton. So anywhere from north of East Point. If you're north of East Point, you need to stay put until this has actually crossed 278. So Coleman, you're in good shape. I know that warning still extends off to the south, but just from a big picture view, just to show you here on the screen, here's the tornado right here. That is, and the county line, there's the county line right there, Coleman County. So it's almost out of Coleman County. It's in the northern part of the coverage area. That's going to put this moving into Morgan County here very soon. Listen up, if you're in Marshall, Morgan County, this is a confirmed tornado warning. Folks watching on streaming platforms, keeping up with what we're sharing here, we're still, we're tracking a tornadic storm. I mean, it's producing a tornado. It's moving towards Baileyton. This is around Highway 69. It's north of 278. Threat has the conditions now. I know we have some rain, we have some rumbles, we have some lightning in parts of Coleman County, but the most significant weather, the threat for tornadoes, that danger has ended with this warning for 278. It's now north of there. We're still watching county lines. Stay put. Stay with me. It's almost through here. I'll let you know once this has passed, okay? This is now approaching Apple Grove. The radar's telling us this. The radar is showing that we could have a tornado. Again, that is never a guarantee. A lot of times when we do see some of these debris detection, sometimes it's seconds, it's minutes. It doesn't necessarily guarantee a tornado has been on the ground for an hour. That's the thing about, and even today, it seems like we're even on as high risk of a day as it is. And we've been talking about this for several days with a lot of these warnings that we're seeing today. Yeah, we're seeing debris signatures, but that doesn't mean that, the tornado has actually been on the ground for the entire time. So this is certainly no April 27th. We can tell you that. And as we've been expecting, but even though with all the severe weather ingredients that we have across the state, at least right now, thankfully, we have as few warnings as we do. But we don't want any warnings, right? But we still have a couple out there, and that's why we're going to stay on top of this for you. So this is well north of Birmingham. Let's get back to big picture. Which radar do we want to go to? Let's just talk big picture here real quickly. And, well, there you go. Lauren's got the big view up. So we've got this warning to the north. All this is just rain, and it's behaving. Walker County, look at that. All the rain, no warnings. Let's go to live view and turn on rotation tracker. Let's turn on that. So embedded in all this rain, look at that. Only a few areas where we got strong rotation. There's a little location right there across Winston County. Looks like it's not even strong. It's just moderate rotation. So I tell you, this is trending in such a better direction, at least what we're seeing right now across West Alabama. soon. We'll probably be able to clear some counties away to the north and west. You get into Lamar and into Marion counties. Hopefully we'll be able to trim some of these counties away. So Lauren noted the lightning is also going down now. There's still quite a bit of lightning. You see over 700 strikes with what you see on this screen, but this is a large area and compared to what we were seeing earlier today. So that is a good sign as well. So this is happening in West Alabama. We've got to stay on alert here across East Alabama. As you know, we could see more of these storms tracking to the north. We're about to get a lot of rain that's moving into Jefferson County, and really there is nothing at the moment that has me concerned about an immediate threat here in the Birmingham area. But what we're seeing to the south around Demopolis, I'm still watching that, at least in the short term, that could be impacting parts of Greene and parts of Hale County. So here we go again. We're zoomed in over southern Sumter County, and this is the storm Lauren was talking about. We had reports of some large hail with some very heavy rainfall. Lightning strike count up to 100, and is that 68, 168? Okay, so they're about to allow this warning to cancel, so that is a good sign. So let's get back to northern Coleman County, and we have another report here. Seeing more of these pictures out of northern Tuscaloosa. Right around Lake Tuscaloosa, that's where we had quite a bit of storm damage, it seems like. I mean, obviously we had the debris detection that was showing up there. Let's get back to northern Coleman County, Baileyton, Simcoe and Baileyton. At this point, yeah, it's still in Coleman County. It's about to cross over. It's right there just north of Baileyton. See, there's the curvature, but this is still embedded in a lot of rainfall, but that is maintaining intensity. That's going to be tracking up. There's Highway 231, so you get in towards Joppa, I mentioned earlier. There's Lake Gunnersville area, Albertville, Gunnersville. So this is north of Hanceville. If you've been tuning in around Hanceville, Wallace State area, this is staying to the north of you, so I'm not worried about that area. Bluntsville, what about you? This is going to stay to the north of you right now. Blount County, at this point, this tornado warning should stay just to the north. I know we have Sneed back in here. There's Bluntsville. I'm certainly haven't forgotten about you. I'm watching this area closely. As I always say on these first alert weather days, if we do not call out your county, that is a good thing, because that means the weather close to home is certainly behaving. But at this point, that is the only warning really that we have going on, is that far northern Coleman County. Looks like that's going to be crossing around Highway 67, around the 6 Mile area. Red Oak Church looks like just to the north of there. Could be impacted. Again, I'm just looking north there in the northern part of Alabama, so this is just outside of Coleman County, more into Morgan and Marshall County for folks that might be tuning in there. And I saw earlier, did we have a warning? Yeah, so there is another warning that's over North Alabama around the Florence area. You see here in the Lauderdale and Colbert counties, that's around Muscle Shoals. So if you have someone here that you need to reach out to and make sure they're monitoring the weather, we do have a warning that's happening there across far northwest Alabama. But you go south of that point and a lot of rain. JP, if you want to do I knew you were doing some analysis over there, just some environmental conditions. You know, one thing we like to see on a day like this, I'll be honest with you, this 5 to 6, 7 o'clock, this was prime time as far as those severe weather ingredients go, and mostly a lot of what we are seeing right now is a lot of rain.
Yeah, you know what I think's happened here, we got the rain. There were a few showers out ahead of this,
yeah,
and I think overall that has helped the situation tremendously. Lauren and I were just talking about this. The warning that was in effect for Sumter County, that one was canceled, and I think they were struggling with that one. Was that lightning?
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a lightning rod here at
that 1,023-foot tower next to the building. But I think Sumter County, that one was struggling a little bit, so they went ahead and they canceled that warning. This is just a lot of rain at this point in time, and we do have the tornado warning that's about to exit Coleman County and move into parts of Morgan County, as well as that's going to be Marshall County. So we're about to be warningless, at least in the WBRC viewing area. A lot of rain out there, not to say we couldn't get some additional warnings, because there's still tremendous wind shear out there. And I'm going to look at something here very quickly. So we're just kind of looking at some different sources here and looking at some maps. And in terms of instability, I think our instability is much lower now because of all of the rain that we did have.
Winston County tornado warning.
We got a Winston County
Okay.
tornado warning. I want to get that up for you, Wes.
All right.
So that's going to be that little corner there of Winston County and then back into Coleman County. It's going to be around the Addison area. I'll get you their storm relative velocity. So there you go.
There it is. So that's right around Eagle. That was that secondary area we were monitoring. You could see the circulation when you're looking at the rotation tracker in Winston County, but that's right around Arley, now crossing over towards Chances Crossroads. This is near Crane Hill and Jones Chapel. So again, Coleman County, there you go. An extension of that warning now has been continued into Coleman County. So Coleman County and Winston County, now we have 2 tornado warnings, but look how quickly that flared up. I mean, that just shows you on a day like today how quickly some of these storms can rotate and produce a tornado, but that is crossing around Eagle. Now Arley is back to the south. You are okay if you're watching me in Arley. This is just to the north of you. Black Pine, Houston, this is just north of you. Now Addison, you are in the path of this, and you really have just a couple of minutes here. This is going to be quick action. You need to, this is a call to action. Seek shelter quickly here if you're along 278 in Winston County, because this has formed quickly and it could be happening now. There it is, a tornado crossing 278. Latest scan just came in. It is now about to cross 278 right at Addison. Fast moving stuff here, just passed through Eagle, but a tornado has quickly developed, and now we're seeing that move into Coleman County, the northwest part of Coleman County. So where are we talking here? Northwest Coleman County, Battleground, West Point, down towards places like Chances Crossroads and Crane Hill. So Crane Hill, you're on the southern end of this. May stay Crane Hill's in the polygon. You can see where it's at right here. It's just to the north of you. That's going to be crossing over the county line here momentarily. But Smith Lake area now impacted by a tornado warning. We still have this confirmed tornado warning north of Simcoe. Look at the lightning showing up here. This is now crossing the county line. I mean, there's the community here, county line. So it is crossing around Baileyton, just north of Baileyton. I just briefly want to flip over. I've got an image here from Sergeant Davison Wilson in Walker County, and this was in the Dora area. Let me see if I have this pulled up. Let me see.
Real quick, Wes, that is a view of that tornado that moved through Coleman County earlier. That was just on Apple TV. I didn't realize you had plugged into Apple TV.
Okay, well we'll get. Well, let me.
Yeah.
Okay, so there we go. So this is the one from Sergeant David Wilson. This is in Dora in Walker County. And Lauren, you get ready here. I want to let you pull that image back up, but I just wanted to zoom in. This was earlier. If you know where the pig is, right there in Dora, you can see definitely a wall cloud in here, a low cloud base, but even with all the rain we're seeing on the radar, I mean, that's a very significant structure to that storm. Definitely might be sort of a rain-free base back into the south. But you can clearly tell, though, that there's a low base right there. There's a lot of rain, around this as well. That's sort of the meso, as we call it, the mesocyclone, where it's rotating. But if you see something like that, obviously on a day like today, it definitely looks suspicious. It looks ominous. But no, there's a lot of rain. Lauren, I know you wanted to jump in and share. I'll let you also take control. I want to see some of those images of what we're tracking here in Coleman County. But that just goes to show you, even with all the rain on the radar, we have, individual warnings out there. There's still some very significant structure to these storms, to these clouds out there. They're still quite dangerous, and that's why we have 1 and we have 2 possible tornadoes here showing up still with all this rain across the area. But this one now is about to cross out of Coleman County, the confirmed tornado warning. But I mentioned, if you have folks you need to reach out to there, this is having an impact now in Morgan and Marshall County. So that warning is going to continue upstream. It's the weekend. Hopefully folks around Lake Guntersville are not out on the water. They're heeding the warnings. I know we've had some storms and some scattered areas of rain. We had that morning round of storms that moved through, but it turned out to be a beautiful day with some sunshine, some warmer temperatures. I know it's tempting on days when it warms up. You want to break break out the bass boat, right? But folks don't need to be around the lake or on the lake right now. They need to be seeking shelter because this is a confirmed tornado warning, and there it goes. It's now crossed out of Coleman County. This is now moving into Morgan County. But we're also tracking Addison here, northern Winston County. Double Springs, this is past you, so we're not worried about Double Springs. This is out of your area. In fact, soon, again, this will be mostly another Coleman County storm. This is about to cross over. Lauren, if you want to go in closer to, if you want to get into the roads here, we'll tighten up the view and see if we can pick up some of the roadways here. We'll zoom in on the radar. I can see 278, but let's get in really close.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was hearing something.
Yeah,
Did you say something?
no, I was going to say, yeah, if we could zoom in
yes.
on Winston and Coleman counties and get in really close there to see some of the roadways. It's about to cross the county line for folks out here. County Road 130. If you're watching me along County Road 130, that is the exact pinpoint area of where this tornado would be located at this time. So County Road 130 moving out of Winston County. Let me just double check here. I mentioned West Point. If you are in West Point, if you are in, this will stay north of Crane Hill. It looks like it's going to stay just north of Crane Hill. This will be tracking towards, looks like this is going to be tracking towards the central area, Central Baptist Church in that general vicinity. So if you're watching me in Central, listen, I need to, Lauren, you need to take over here. I've got to change some batteries. We've been going all day here, so I need to do a quick battery change. Let me let you take over and track this storm and moving out of Coleman County and also that other storm moving into Coleman County. I'll be right back.
Okay, so we were mentioning, Wes was showing a picture earlier that he had gotten in. We've also gotten another photo in on the WBRC First Alert weather app. With this situation, it's hard to see a tornado if it was there. Now, we've gotten confirmed tornadoes, but if you notice, when we were looking at the radar, there is a lot of rain. So any tornado that develops is going to be rain wrapped. It's going to be very hard to see. So you have to look really closely at this and notice how the base of the cloud is lowering. That could indicate possibly we have a tornado here. This is taken from the vantage point in Coleman County from Holly Pond. So this could have been looking at that confirmed tornado. Regardless, this is that same tornado warned storm. So we're continuing to get in images like that. If after these storms come through, if you are in a safe spot, you can send these in to us on the WBRC First Alert weather app. You open up the app and scroll all the way down to the bottom, and there is a little spot where you can submit your photos, and then once we look at them, we can show them on TV. But I'm going to switch the view back here so we can see the radar, and we'll reset the view to see the areas we're tracking. So a lot of this is just rain right now, which is good news. Now, as we've been seeing, even with all of this rain around, we've still seen the ability for some very dangerous storms to develop. We've got one active, well, technically two active warnings in place right now, 2 polygons across our area. And when I say 2 active warnings, I mean 2 tornado warnings. We have one in Winston County, which we're about to be able to sound the all clear for Winston County, but we also have one in northwest Coleman County. So we also have a severe thunderstorm warning, but I think the worst of this has moved through now and is farther to the north, just outside of our viewing area towards Highway 231. But if you live in that northwest corner of Winston County, the worst of this storm is moving through right now. We are seeing the possibility of a potential tornado. The rotation isn't tight enough. We're not seeing a debris signature that would indicate that this is a confirmed tornado, but if there is a possible tornado here, it is near Upshaw and moving towards Clifty and Piney Grove. And this is about almost 80 miles away from the Birmingham radar site. I'm going to switch and see if Huntsville's a little bit closer, just a touch closer. So as of right now, the rotation doesn't look overly impressive with this storm, but you still want to take these storms very seriously seriously. We've been getting reports of lots of damage across West Alabama as these tornadoes have been coming through. So especially right now, we're beginning to see this exit northeast Winston County and now moving into northwest Coleman County. So areas like Clifty, West Point, Centerville and Coleman County, Battleground, Central, Jones Chapel. I would make sure you are in your safe place in case we see a situation where this storm happens to, if there's not a tornado on the ground, could potentially put one on the ground again. But generally, we are seeing some improvements here. We talked about how there's a lot of rain. You know, initially, a lot of the modeling was showing these discrete thunderstorms that were going to develop, those supercell thunderstorms, which we have seen develop, but a lot of this has kind of almost rained out in a sense. And so we're seeing a lot of widespread rain, and that is good news for us. The more rain we see moving across our area, the more that will help to stabilize the air and will help to limit the severe threat. So we're always very thankful to see that happen, but the only active warnings we're seeing right now in our neck of the woods are in the northern parts of our viewing area as we get into North Alabama. I'll zoom out the view to give you a wider perspective of what we're seeing across not just Alabama, but into Mississippi, where we've also been tracking storms over there. And notice there are no active warnings. The one, well, we are seeing some closer to Slidell and just to the north of New Orleans, but that's way south down the line. None of this has a warning on it, and we hope to see that trend continue. We've been mentioning that, yes, over in East Alabama, in these areas that haven't seen rain yet, the atmosphere could still be prime for seeing some development. But the idea is that as these storms tracked eastward tonight, eventually the risk wouldn't be as high farther to the east. Still significant, but not as high. So we're really hoping this rain continues to work in our favor and continues to help to potentially limit that severe threat. Now, has there still been damage today? Absolutely. We have had some damaging storms, some confirmed tornadoes that have caused issues, and we're going to continue to be monitoring the National Weather Service chat and checking in with our newsroom to see if any areas have reports. If storms have come through your area, let us know what you are seeing. Of course, we want you to be able to do so safely, but if you have heard of any reports, you can let us know here in the newsroom, on social media. We will certainly be monitoring this because we want people to have the best information possible, but we are seeing some encouraging trends. So just looking at radar right now, even where these active warnings are in place, the radar honestly looks really messy. There's just so much rain that it's even almost hard for our Doppler radar systems to be able to detect where exactly the rotation is. So you can see around Andrews Chapel, we've got the potential for some rotation, but it looks like very broad rotation right now. Now, what will happen sometimes is you have a tornado and then it begins to broaden out, but it can recycle. It will go through these cycles as it moves forward. So just outside of our area, up in Priceville, along I-65, Falkville, Gum Spring, Winton, we still want to watch this closely. It's just now beginning to cross from Coleman County areas to the north, getting closer to Highway 157, and we're about to be able to sound the all clear for northeast Winston County. So if you're in Addison, right along 278, the worst of it is moving through right now. It's just moving to the northeast, Jones Chapel, Central, West Point. We're going to be able to sound the all clear shortly, but still want you to stay in your safe spot. Generally, though, I would say the rotation we're seeing right now looks fairly broad. It's just not quite as succinct as it had been earlier. And one thing I will note too is because we are seeing all of this rain and these storms are, the individual thunderstorms were moving fairly quickly, but one thing we have noticed is that as a lot of these storms are moving through, they're beginning to train a little bit. If you notice, when it looks like individual thunderstorms are kind of moving through like a train, like they're lining up like train cars, we call those training thunderstorms, as the name suggests. And oftentimes what happens when that develops, you can turn from more of a severe threat to a flooding threat. So I think that's something we also need to watch tonight. I'm hoping that will not be the case, but we're going to continue to monitor this closely because even if we switch from more of a tornado threat to a flooding threat, that's still going to be impactful on this first alert weather day. So we still have to watch the weather closely and certainly not let our eyes down, our guard down here. But as of right now, really not seeing much in the way of active warnings other than in Winston County and Coleman County. And I wouldn't be surprised Wes, if those eventually get canceled here shortly. But we're still seeing a very active situation here, and we're going to continue to watch this closely. I would say in our area, though, here in Birmingham, we're beginning to hear some rumbles of thunder. I think we had some lightning outside. So these storms are still going to be making an impact as they move through. There's still going to be rumbling. You still need to pay close attention to the weather. We're just letting you know that we are seeing some encouraging trends here as we're going into the evening, Wes.
No doubt about it. And, you know, just like we call it like we see it, when we see a threat for severe weather, let me see here. There we go. So, when we see a threat for severe weather, we let you know. And when we see that there's some encouraging signs, that's what we are seeing. But some of these storms today, again, this is just, we're getting a lot of video in right now from folks. I just wanted to share this. This coming in from, had it pulled up a few moments ago, Jeremy Grant. And Jeremy was sharing this from the Old Bama Raceway in Walker County. But just to show you, in Walker County, right there, see that? Got the low cloud base, but looking in the direction of where that tornado would be located as that storm moved through. It's very difficult to tell in this video. And listen, when you got a lot of rain like this, sometimes you end up with a lot of scud, a lot of debris cloud. Now, this was a picture that was sent in from, and this was interesting, from earlier today. Tiffany Smitherman sent this in from Chilton County. I know we haven't talked a lot about Chilton County today, but from gradient winds, just the winds before the storms even get here. So the winds have been a big factor today, but a little bit of damage there to one of the homes there in Chilton County, down in the Clanton area. But right now, Coleman County is the one county where we still have a warning, and look at that, it's just the far northern part. JP, are you still seeing, let's loop back. You pulled up a product earlier showing the path of rotation. Can we pull that up again?
Yeah, we can get that.
Yeah, let's just look at this. And I believe we're just on the outskirts of the radar too. We'll probably get a better view from high top maybe if we, or one of the other radars. But so JP's kind of looping through, and you can see right there's that rotation, and watch as it moves to the north. You see right there? It starts to kind of drop off. So that's a good sign. It looks like it's sort of maxed out right when it crossed 278. And now as that moves to the north, it looks like it backs off some. So anywhere from Battleground back along Highway 157, there areas to the north. Looks like, yeah, it looks
There's not much there.
Not much there right now.
Yeah, that is, and I switched it over. That's high top we're looking at right now. And if you look, I've got real-time lightning turned on, and we're not seeing the intensity of the lightning that we had, indicating the atmosphere is a lot more stable. So what little bit of this is, Winston County.
Check this right here too, by the way.
Yeah, Winston County is out of that warning. That has not been dropped on the display system yet. This is what you're talking about around North Vine.
Yeah, see what it looks like on the base. Go to, I tell you what, go to shear rate, the shear rotation tracker. Yeah, that's what we kind of saw over Winston County a few moments ago, something like this, and then suddenly, you know, we had a tornado. So, you know, still some areas of rotation, even these moderate areas of rotation could sort of ramp up here. We got to watch out for that. Now, this is North Vinemont, but
this is around the Coleman Airport. This is probably just a stone's throw, maybe 5 to 10 minutes before that moves into Morgan County. But yeah, you've got a little bit of rotation there. You can see there's actually a little donut showing up there. You're in some of the thunder.
Yeah, we got some, it's popping here on Red Mountain right now. Listen, we got some pictures. Look at these photos we have coming in right now. Also getting some strong wind gusts here on Red Mountain. But these, Mason, tell me now, is this Pickens County? Oh, this is Sipsey. Okay, so this is some storm damage photos now coming in from Sipsey and Walker County. So it looks like some power lines down, and you know the story. Listen, stay away from those power lines. They're all, treat each one like they are extremely active. But you can see down power lines, some trees down in those areas. So really rough weather. Look at that tree. Looks like that one, JP's almost kind of twisted
And got it twisted off the top.
Yeah, so that's a ominous sign there, certainly. Listen, for all of you out there, you've been with us all day. We certainly appreciate it. And listen, we're going to stay until the threat comes to a complete end. But I know a lot of you share photos, you share pictures, and we certainly appreciate you, helping us out in this warning process throughout the day, sharing information for our community. It's all a community thing here. We pass along information, we share information with our friends and family, make sure everyone is weather ready. But certainly I want you to be safe out there, okay? I don't want you to be, I've seen a lot of photos of a lot of volunteers out there sharing images of storms, and know there's a lot of rain and a lot of lightning with a lot of these storms out there today. So certainly I want you to be safe, okay? If you're going to be out there, and we certainly appreciate you sharing any reports. It really helps us. And for folks in the newsroom, you see there's Sipsey area. We need to check out folks in that area right now dealing with some downed trees and power lines. We want to check on folks, make sure everyone's okay. So right now, as we go further north, there's Falkville, Hartselle in the path of what's left of this warning, now moving out of Coleman County. And really, JP, I'm not seeing anything.
No, this is really just the warning still flashing there, but the storm that was warned on is now into Morgan County.
It looks like over your shoulder there, that one spot moving out of Coleman County, that's probably what may need to be warned on.
Yeah. So we have that, and Winston. No concern now in Winston. So we are looking at the storm now moving into Morgan County. Coleman County, considerable improvement. This has moved to the north. Weather Service, looking at some of the chat information, they've been watching some of these storms farther to the south. You can see still a lot of instability as we get into the southwestern portion of our viewing area down toward Greene County and Marengo County. A lot of cloud to ground lightning there. So we need to watch this area. We still have tremendous amounts of wind shear in the atmosphere. And with this much instability, any one of these storms could rotate, or you could see some embedded rotation within this mass of thunderstorms. The overall theme here has been pretty good for our area because we're seeing a lot of rain out there, and that rain further stabilizing the atmosphere. So you lose one of the key ingredients of tornado development, and that is instability. So the instability has been decreasing instead of increasing. So that's going to really, I think, play out to help folks Birmingham eastward, even into Anniston, over towards St. Clair County, also Springville, up toward Jacksonville and Gadsden. If I had to say any area that we just really need to concentrate on over the next several hours is right through here, because we still have a lot of instability.
Right.
And the wind shear is very strong, so it wouldn't take a whole lot for this area to start to get some rotation in here, and that could impact places like Greene County and Marengo County, all the way through Perry, Hale, those areas across parts of Alabama, back toward the west in Mississippi, looking a lot better out there. So, Wes, look at this picture. That's the radar right now.
And we need to watch this to the south. Now, the high risk kind of went in this area.
It did.
Back in this part of the area when you look at the high risk, but you've got a lot of rain in here, which is really helping us out. Now, if something, if these storms get a little bit more isolated, break out of the rain, the heavier rainfall, and become a bit more robust, we did see, you and I both were looking at some of the data last night showing those rotating updrafts, and there was one area through 7 o'clock that went right up through Shelby County through 7 o'clock this evening. So over the next couple of hours, this might be one here that we need to closely watch. It may, obviously it stands out here. It looks like it might be sort of growing. It's a much larger storm.
And there's a lot of lightning with it.
A lot of lightning with it. So if you're in Centerville, if you are in Marion, Hale County, Demopolis, this is coming in right now from the southwest. It's moving in towards Demopolis, just giving you the first alert. Let's watch this one here as it tracks to the north. All these warnings to the north that you see, that threat has moved out of our coverage area. This is what we need to watch. Now, you look at the rotation, and we're not seeing strong rotation with it, but it is one of the more robust storms at the moment. And if we kind of follow this along, I just want to look at I'm looking at brand new forecast radar data coming here, JP, and it does look like that one storm is one that we need to keep an eye on there to the south, just in case it decides to go to the next level and produce a tornado.
And I've got that behind you there. That's some of the velocity data.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a broad area of rotation in there.
And this is also, keep in mind too, so far from the radar side, if there's one area that's just between Columbus, Jackson, Birmingham, it's this part. I know our buddy Josh Johnson in Montgomery, they're working to really try to fill in this zone with radar coverage down in here. But there's Demopolis, and you can see as this approaches, go back to that, what was that last view? Was that base velocity? So storm
There's storm relative.
So storm relative.
And there's base.
Yeah, so, we got right in this area. Let's keep an eye on this. This may be a developing supercell storm here. Let's monitor this as it moves to the northwest. We're just giving you the first alert for what we think here, just doing some real-time analysis. That one storm at the moment is probably, that's the next thing we need to watch. And that first, you can see that little group of storms, there's still some warnings that's continuing in the parts of Tennessee. That's all moving to the north. Actually, no warnings for North Alabama.
No, we are, for the first time in a number of hours, we are completely without tornado warnings at this time. We still have the tornado watch in effect. That's in effect until 8 o'clock this evening for much of our viewing area, with the exception of the counties right along the Alabama-Georgia state line. There was some discussion about removing some of the counties even in West Alabama from the watch, but at this point, Weather Service is not quite comfortable doing that because of some cells in Mississippi that we still need to monitor. There's still tremendous wind shear out there, and the instability, while lower, and it's going to continue to get a little lower because we're moving into the evening hours, it's still worth noting with that wind shear, any one of these storms could start to rotate. Go ahead, Wes.
Yeah, I just want to show you this. This is brand new data from the HRRR. This is some of the, let me see if I got that pulled up. This is the significant tornado parameter. We've been sharing this stuff on social media throughout the week, and you can see in the short term, greatest significant tornado parameters down in this part of the state. If we follow this along, watch this, as this continues into East Alabama, from Gadsden Point south. The threat is still there later this evening, but it certainly looks like the rain has had an impact. I think for Marion County, some of these areas to the north, we're certainly seeing that risk certainly dropping off in these areas. So much better news here, feeling more confident that this is greatly winding down for parts of Marion, Fayette, Winston, Pickens County. A good thing because we actually have the First Alert Storm Tracker. Stand by. We're about to bring you some live images from Gordo where we're going to pull into where we're seeing some of those areas where folks are cleaning up, where we have some of that debris and damage that was occurred from the tornadoes earlier. So we are following along. Our news team is on that as well. So we're going to show you, we got some live reports coming in from Pickens County right now, so stand by for that. Birmingham area, it's just a lot of rain happening at the moment. Birmingham points north to Coleman, still wet weather. There's no, let's go to rotation tracker. Nothing really out of this, JP. I know we've had some embedded tornado warnings in all the rain, but this is just mostly a lot of wet weather. Yeah, nothing really stands out. And listen, even to the south where we're seeing those higher parameters, we're not seeing a strong rotation with this storm to the south just yet. Now the tornado watch, the PDS tornado watch, that is going to continue through 8 o'clock this evening. There may be some, we need to check on that, by the way. Have they started working on a new meso? We'll probably see more counties added to that watch as it continues into East Alabama for this evening. But at the moment, that one storm south of Demopolis, and even out ahead of that, JP, there's just a lot of rain. It will be interesting. Hopefully that rain continues to kind of win over. I know a lot of you are watching around Shelby County and points to the south. So here's Highway 86 in Pickens County. So that is right there on Highway 86 outside of Gordo. So that's where we had the storm that crossed. You can see where it crossed Highway 86. And you can see they're out there clearing some of the roadways. That's between Gordo and Carrollton on Highway 86. You remember earlier we were okay, so our Brian Henry's there now, and he said there are just trees. If you're in Pickens County, I know we have a lot of you probably listening in on the radio. Look at that, JP. So that looks like to me, the way that the trees are twisted.
That's a tornado.
That's a tornado.
Yeah.
You can see that's where a tornado crossed right there. Highway 86 between Carrollton and Gordo, and this was the one of the storms, you know, that moved near Archer. You remember I was talking about Archer earlier today, so for folks in that area. But there's cleanup underway at the moment. You can see it. That looks like a large tornado. I mean, that, as far as you can see right there, JP, you see that there are just trees ripped off, twisted off, and looks like a lot of rain falling there, and a lot of first responders out there in this messy weather, and we just certainly thank them for, you know, braving these elements to help folks and listen. I know for some of you out there, it's just been a long several days. I mean, just losing sleep over this severe weather threat that's been setting up for it today. It just seemed like as we kind of built up to this day, I know a lot of those memories from April 27th, easily, you think about those days, some of those big events, and sadly, you know, on days like this, you are going to see this sort of thing when you have a high risk for severe weather. You rarely get out of these days, JP, unscathed.
Yeah, the good news so far with this, though, where we have seen most of this damage has been, you know, in the woods somewhere, or some trees down, that sort of thing. You haven't seen, at least at this point, any one of these, to our knowledge, any one of these tornadoes go through a highly populated area and take out a neighborhood. You know, imagine that. Had that gone through some development or something like that, it's a much different story. I said to my wife yesterday, I said, it'd be great if this whole situation pans out where the tornadoes touch down where nobody lives. You know, you just see some trees down and you move on. Right. That's what you want to see, because you get something like this and it moves through a populated area. We saw a few years ago with the Fultondale tornado, and it doesn't take much. And
that was a marginal risk day.
That was a pretty lower end day.
And that's what, you know, that's the thing about these outlooks too. And you know, our friends at the Weather Service do a great job. We all work together. We share these products, their outlooks, their guidance. You know, they were never really intended to be the exact set for where severe weather is going to happen. They're for us to look at the data, make comparisons, and use that as guidance. And, you know, even when you have a marginal risk day, a watch is issued if those conditions are favorable.
That's
whether
right.
It's a marginal, whether it's a high risk. So,
and it's still favorable because we still have the wind shear,
exactly.
And there's still a certain level of instability out there, even with all of this rain. It wouldn't take a whole lot for one of these cells to start to rotate, especially I think in the southern portion of our viewing area would be fair game over the next several hours. That's going to be more of really the focus. I don't think you're going to see a whole lot more development farther to the north. You could, but I think the chances of seeing something south of Interstate 2059, I think that's a lot more of a better chance of seeing some of those storms start to rotate and perhaps develop into a tornado. So that's what we're going to be watching. You have some incredibly heavy rain right now around Demopolis, around the Tombigbee River, and that's going to be moving toward Perry County, Bibb County. Eventually, this is going to move toward Bessemer, and also we'll see that very heavy rain in Shelby County, and it's coming down at a high rainfall rate. But again, unstable air, a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning out there with that big red mass of storms right now that we're seeing around the Demopolis area. The rest of this looks pretty good. This is fairly uniform, stratiform type rain, which is not a bad thing to help kind of kill that severe weather threat. Wes?
Yeah, I just want to show you this. This is, I tell you, our folks are on it at the National Weather Service. John DeBlock's already posted where the likely tornado tracks occurred, and you can see the one path here that the National Weather Service has painted. This is outside of Reform, and that is just north of Aliceville. But you see that's the one that moved through Gordo. Now the other, that's right there at Buell. That's the one that started around Kirk. We saw the debris signature. So two areas in West Alabama. You go north of Lake Tuscaloosa. Looks like we have another path in here. Let me get in really close. That is just south of Wyndham Springs. So there's Wyndham Springs, so another tornado path in this area possible. And then also, and this is based on reports, and this is from our friends at the Weather Service, just some very preliminary information here as we monitor where the tornadoes happen. This is more into Walker County. So this is right there around Tutwiler Road. There's Tutwiler right in that area. So Tutwiler, and let's see further north. So we're looking at up to 5 tracks, and then there is north of Cordova, possibility some damage in this area as well. This is north of Argo. So we're looking at this area. That's Coleman County. There's Walker County. So again, those are just some preliminary information. Our friends at the Weather Service hard at work. They've been watching this, issuing warnings all night long. They've also been there throughout the week, keeping a watch on this situation. But as we monitor, as JP has noted, the one area to the south, we've got this big area of this storm over Demopolis, a lot of lightning, some heavy rain. We got to watch this for rotation. If you are watching me around southern Perry County, around Uniontown, this is the Highway 80 corridor, down into Marengo County, Linden, Demopolis, Fonsdale, southern Hale County. If you're watching me around New Bern, that was an area where we had some impacts. This is one, let's keep an eye on this. This is it. It looks like once this storm passes, we're not seeing more storms back to the southwest. But this one storm, it's gobbling up all this energy. So these storms to the north, this one right here is winning all the, it's feeding off all of that unstable air. So it's unlikely to the north. This should help to keep all those storms below severe levels at this point, just based on radar trends. So that is a good sign. And so far, even this storm is non-severe. But got to watch right in here. Will it continue to behave? Hopefully so. That's now crossing the river around Demopolis, and right now just some heavy rain, maybe some large hail also with this now crossing Demopolis and into parts of Hale County. So big picture view one more time. A lot of rain starting to move in now around Bibb County, now Shelby County, but just a big, this is what we were hoping for all week long, JP. Will this just turn into a lot of rain? And so far we're seeing there are some storms in here. There's quite a bit of lightning. And all these individual storms could suddenly rotate. We still got to watch it closely, but this has really turned out to trend in the right direction.
Big time. Big time. A lot of rain out there. Could be some localized flooding with some of this, especially what we're seeing over in the southwestern part of our viewing area. But as a whole out there, it's nice to know that we don't have any active tornado warnings. We do have some severe thunderstorm warnings up to the north across parts of Tennessee, but the radar pretty calm right now, with the exception of Marengo County down toward that part of our viewing area with the instability, some thunderstorms, some cloud to ground lightning. Not seeing anything that's tornadic out of that, which is certainly good news. We are going to see some of that heavier rain, I think, move south of Interstate 20 and make its way toward Shelby County, Bibb County, probably even Chilton County. But overall, if you're north of Interstate 20, I think that threat for a tornado is much, much lower. We're still going to have to keep a close watch farther to the south, but good bit of damage out there. Doesn't look like too much property damage at this point. A lot of it, trees down, power lines out, power lines down. Some power outages being reported by Alabama Power. Did we get a number on that? Was it 10,000 or so that we had power outages? I saw that at some point, maybe on the National Weather Service feed or something like that.
Well, we can actually pull that data up here. Okay, Lauren's got it. I'll go. Yeah, we'll pull.
But really not that many power outages, all things considered. It's mainly skewed more toward the west. There you go. So 2,500 there in Walker County, 1,000 in Coleman, 1,000 outages in Jefferson County and Tuscaloosa County. So for a high-risk severe weather day, not too bad.
There you go. So folks can see. Looks like into.
Yeah, that's the current outages. So overall, not bad at all. 1,000 back into Pickens County, and I think the largest number, and really that's where we had a pretty good storm move through, Walker County with 2,500 outages. And a lot of these, it was windy today, so we had some trees down and power lines impacted by some limbs.
You were just talking about the wind. I just wanted to throw this in there. Chilton County, they've experienced a few weather-related fires. They're dealing with an electrical and natural gas fire, according to Chilton County 911. They have utilities are on the scene and trying to see
what our current winds are. I'm going to pull those into
this is in Maplesville. So in Maplesville, they're actually dealing with some fire. We had Oxmoor Road had the fire yesterday. Yeah. So even though we've had some rain, we're still dealing with those fire issues across the state of Alabama. But listen, that's the one thing, we're getting a lot of rain out of this system tonight.
A lot of rain, and behind you, if you could change the source, I've got our current wind gusts. It's still breezy, 36 mile per hour gust at Birmingham, 24 Tuscaloosa. Look at Aniana and Coleman.
Yeah, look at Anion and Coleman. Look, I know right now we're talking a lot about this is behaving, but we have seen this happen so many times today where you see what seems like a lot of rain and these storms start to rotate. I just want to say East Alabama, I know a lot of you are watching. We've been talking about this high risk for severe weather. Shelby County, Chilton County points to the east especially. Let's still keep an eye on this. Notice how these storms are trying to form. Look around Auburn area. So down to the south, it's still highly unstable. So we got to watch for something to try to develop, especially down in these southern areas. Are we trending in a better direction? Yes, indeed. This has certainly trended in a better direction, but we haven't gotten through this without tornadoes. We've had tornadoes happen. We have teams out there. We're about to bring you some more information on where some of that damage has occurred. So stand by. We're going to be bringing some of those reports, but at the moment, we do not have an active warning. The one area really that we're just sort of keeping our eye on that just looks most suspicious is south of Tuscaloosa, down into West Alabama around Demopolis, this one large area here. And that's not it. Do we even have a severe thunderstorm warning on that?
No.
So we don't even have a severe thunderstorm warning on this at the moment. That's around Demopolis. It's just a lot of rain, a lot of lightning. That is going to be tracking towards Clanton, Calera, and Alabaster. So for folks around Demopolis, that's going to be moving to the north and east. So let's watch this around Alabaster and Montevallo and Briarfield, all those areas, just in case we may actually, can you do?
No, there's a.
So that's another warning. So see what Lauren's showing. This is back in the Mississippi. And
this is going to be well out of our viewing area,
yeah.
But there is back in the Mississippi.
Yeah, so it's showing to the south, where we still have that more untapped environment with respect to the instability. So this is in Wayne County. This is way south. Meridian's up here, so this is south of Meridian. But if you follow along, there's Choctaw County, and again, here's Marengo County. So we sort of see how these storms are lining up again, and that could start to lift in from the south. So that's what we got to watch out for later on tonight. Keep in mind, at 6 o'clock, we expected this to completely end at midnight tonight. So we still have a while to go, and we got to watch this setup closely to the south. Just sometimes it takes a while to get these systems out of here. But soon, we will be able to start to clear counties like Marion County and also Winston County. Just nothing at the moment. I would be highly surprised at this stage, as I'm sure JP and Lauren would, if we did, get a warning out of what we're seeing here back off to the northwest. Now, which radar are we on? Okay, so we're back. So JP, if you can put us in 2-hour mode, let's go ahead and we want to make sure we give first alerts for all of this development that's back to the south and down into South Mississippi. Could we put this in 2-hour forecast radar mode? And as we move this along, watch this storm. You can see that's going to be lifting in. That's showing Birmingham and back into Shelby County. So we got to watch for some of these storms, again, to be tracking back to the north and east. Now, we do have a lot of rain out there that's certainly helping to impact the environment, but still we need to watch this here closely over the next few hours as this system makes its final push across the state. But as soon as we have Megan ready in the back, you guys let me know. We'll head to Megan. Lauren, are we seeing any additional reports in? I know we had so far, it looks like around 5 tornado tracks according to the National Weather Service.
I'm not seeing anything else.
Okay, so that was it. So we're up to about 5 possible tracks from tornadoes. And earlier today, around Hattiesburg and down in South Mississippi, we did see some pictures, very impressive photos of some of those wedge tornadoes as they moved in across South Mississippi. This actually, looking ahead to next week, this is probably, we're not seeing a severe weather risk as far as I know into next week. Of course, Lauren's going to be updating the forecast and as we look ahead, but this is one day. Okay, so we do have Brian Henry on standby. Lauren, I know you've also been keeping a watch on this as we go to Lauren at the news desk, and we're seeing a lot of reports, mostly out of Pickens County. I know you guys have seen a lot of photos there. Tell us what you are hearing so far.
Yeah, Wes, right now, while y'all are just keeping an eye on all of the storms, tornado tracks that have been going on, we have crews all across central Alabama. One, of course, you said WBRC's Brian Henry. He is in Pickens County. I know he spoke to some people who were out there as well. So, Brian, you see some damage behind you. Go ahead and tell our viewers where you are and what you're seeing out there.
Well, I'm on State Road 86 right now between Highway 82 and Carrollton. Roughly, I guess, if you were to go down 82 and take a left on 86, and roughly maybe about 10 miles down the road. And you would not believe what we witnessed probably just 15 minutes ago. There were numerous trees blocking 86 in which they were not able to get through. Just a few minutes ago, they were able to clear it, and I don't know if you can roll the video back there at the station, but at one point, there were trees all over 86 stretching for about 300 to 400 feet in which drivers were not able to get through. Now, somebody got on a very large bulldozer type equipment and quickly removed all of the trees and pushed them to the side, and that job itself probably took about 30 minutes. In the elements, there's a lot of wind, a lot of rain coming down, but they were able to get it, and now traffic is able to come through on 86. And we don't know what came through here, but I'll be very surprised if it's not a tornado based on the damage that we see here with all of these trees on both sides of 86. Now, we were getting some preliminary reports of people somewhat trapped in their homes. We have not been able to verify that because, frankly, we have not been able to talk to anybody right now because the phone lines are down, and people were really hurrying to try to get this road cleared up so that we have a normal traffic flow. Right now, it is still very windy. The rain is coming down very hard, and whatever's left of the storm refuses to leave at this point, so it is still hanging around. So at this point, we don't have any confirmed reports of any injuries here from the storm here in Pickens County. We do know there was a lot of damage on 86 that we saw earlier, and we've had some reports of damage over in Gordo. So that is the latest right now on 86, that they've been able to clear the pathway, if you will, for traffic to come through, and they were just able to accomplish that in the last 5 to 10 minutes or so. Back to you.
All right, Brian, obviously some significant damage across parts of Pickens County there, and we'll continue to follow up with some of those reports. Looks like this severe weather risk for areas to the north, mostly just a lot of rain right now, and hopefully this continues to behave. Lauren, let's go to Marion County, and as we have the final line moving through this one little area. Looks like we might still be getting maybe some small hail with this. Well, it looks entirely different when we go to Columbus radar. So it looks a little better. How about rotation tracker on this? That's around Detroit. Little bit of rotation, but not off the chart. But yeah, still seeing right in there maybe some small hail with this one storm. That's moving into northern Lamar and Marion County. So that is a storm that is still below severe levels. No signal, though, that this is about to produce a tornado. I know we still have some watches in place, but hopefully we'll have more of these counties cleared away. But you can see, look at the lightning strike counts down to 77. I mean, that was in the hundreds earlier, so that's a good sign. So again, the rainy weather here really helping us out. I think that's the one thing, Lauren, that's going to really save us here for more warnings here across areas to the north. Very good sign. Let's go back to the south. I want to keep a watch on this storm that's moving through West Alabama right now across Hale County, and basically just some heavy rain, some intense lightning. Though you go south of Demopolis, that's the thing, you go north of there, doesn't look like quite as much lightning, and this has pushed through Utah to Tuscaloosa, points north. It looks like that severe threat is going to be winding down here for us. I mean, nothing just really jumps out. Some of the storms that we saw earlier today, I mean, if that didn't move through, I mean, I know we had some warnings that moved through Tuscaloosa and Pickens County, but what I'm saying is that we don't see anything like that right now moving through. That is a very good sign. But Marion County, north into parts of Franklin, Colbert counties, and North Alabama, those areas certainly looks like the threat's coming to an end for us. Winston County still going to continue. Centerville over to Shelby County. It's a lot of rain over Shelby and Jefferson County, so that's a good sign. Hopefully that just keeps this instability shut off as this continues moving to the east. Just a big area of rain. We've seen this happen before, and keep in mind this is a high-risk day, so just know that even this can happen on these high-risk days. You can end up with things that can happen that can change the outcomes. I mean, I know I've heard so many concerns about, a day like April 27th, and just not that kind of setup out there. I mean, well, that was just a generational event. I mean, first off, you had the morning round of storms. You had 62 tornadoes on that day, and that just does not happen. You look back in the late 70s, we had a super outbreak in the 30s. Those events don't happen all the time. But anytime you see a high risk, just know that each one of those can be unique. And unfortunately, you can't, when you do have a high risk, most often you end up with a big tornado somewhere. And as we saw in Pickens County, and also there were a couple of reports of some damage in parts of Walker County. So for folks out there, a lot of our first responders, certainly be safe. Birmingham, a lot of rain happening at the moment. Further south, you go into Chilton County and also tracking some heavy rain. So do we have Megan ready? Because what we're probably going to do is send this back to programming here very soon, because right now we have no active warnings across the area and we're approaching 6:30. So Lauren, do you, okay. So I know we were trying to get some more reports, some more images and pictures coming in from. Oh, okay. So Lauren has Megan. So do you want me to go to you? Okay. So we have. Well, you've got to pull up Apple TV. So we're going to try to go to Megan to get an update from the First Alert Storm Tracker before we go back to regular programming. Okay, all right. Okay, so what we'll do here, it is 6:26, and we have a lot of rain across the area, and that's pretty much it right now. You go further south, this isn't even a severe thunderstorm warning that's over Demopolis. The storm is staying below severe level, so a very good sign right now across the coverage area. Mostly just a lot of wet weather. What we'll do is we'll be back. We'll check back in with Megan coming up at 7 o'clock. Let's see, at 6:30. So we'll check back in with you at the top of the hour. But as we approach 6:30 here, what we are going to do is send it back to programming. Do we have an update quickly on, before we go back to programming, do we have any changes to the tornado watch, Brody? Hey. Okay. Looks like. Okay, so no changes to the watch. That's set to run through 8 o'clock this evening. Let's keep an eye on some of these storms to the south as you get south to Tuscaloosa around the Demopolis area. Let me go just one more time before I don't want to have to jump off and then sign right back on. Okay, so here's Demopolis, and yeah, it looks like this is behaving. Now there is a little area rotation here outside of Greensboro. Let's go back to that. It looks like a little area in there as far as damaging winds, not detecting, we're not seeing a shear marker with this. Everything's behaving. So again, it's just heavy rain.
Get Megan up on FaceTime.
Okay, so yeah, they're working. The thing is signal, JP.
Yeah.
Out in that part of the coverage area over in the Pickens County. So we're working to get a signal in. JP, let's just talk a little bit here about this event today. Level 5 out of 5, high risk for severe weather. We've been talking about this since Wednesday of last week, and I think when you see an event like this and you see it's 5-7 days out, it often gets correlated with, oh, it must be bad. We're already seeing it 5 days out, and that's not necessarily the case all the time. Because
big event, we ended up with, let's make sure I'm.
Yeah,
okay.
Your mic's on.
We ended up with, so far, there's been 13 fatalities with this system as it moved across Missouri and Arkansas. So big system, and obviously, from what we can tell, the Weather Service has not done their surveys yet, but we had some tornadoes that touched down across the viewing area.
Right.
Largely at this point, it seems like most of those have happened out in the country. If you fly across the state of Alabama, you look down, there's a lot of trees and forest, and that's where we like the tornadoes to touch down instead of. Okay, and that's where we like things to touch down, not where people live. And
Well,
today we may have dodged a lot of that.
And that's the thing is when you see something like this, it's like the day we had the marginal risk. We had Fultondale. It was one tornado.
It hits
was
one
an
spot.
EF3.
Yeah.
It hits one spot, and that looks like a very significant tornado that struck Pickens County out there. And listen, that was there for. We talk about April 27th for the folks in Pickens County. Today was their April 27th.
Yeah,
they had a bad storm out there.
Yeah. Also in Walker County, we've got some damage reports coming in there. We're trying to get some of those pictures in. We do have Anjanae live, and we're going to go to Anjanae live. I think she's in Shelby County. And just go ahead and check in with her and see what's going on. Or we'll go to Lauren Hargson.
Yeah, we do have Anjanae live. Just as we mentioned, we have crews all across central Alabama keeping a close eye on all of the damage reports that are out there. Anjanae Robinson, she is in Calera. Anjanae, I understand you're outside a storm shelter. So where exactly are you? What are you seeing out there?
Well, changed areas a little bit, so I will say that we are seeing some changes in the weather. We did start to drive out of Calera a little bit closer to Birmingham, but I want to talk a little bit about what we were experiencing earlier when we were in Calera. Now, I will say that the one thing that has definitely changed since we have started driving and since we've been out here is the rain. Earlier today, about an hour or so ago, we weren't really experiencing a lot of rain out here in this area, but things have definitely changed and the rain is starting to pick up. Now, one thing that stayed pretty the same since we've been out here in Shelby County is that wind. I mean, this wind is not backing down. We are seeing some strong gusts of wind happening. It's becoming quite consistent as well. And a few moments ago, we heard some thunder and of course saw that lightning. I think Wes talked a little bit about seeing that up there too. We definitely saw those lightning strikes happen a little bit earlier. Now, as we were driving in, again, that wind and that rain started to pick up once again. Earlier, I was at Calera High School. Now, when I was there, authorities had told me they had opened up the high school because Calera Intermediate School had filled up with so many people seeking shelter. That's now 4 shelters that are open in Calera right now at this moment. The other ones are located near Calera Elementary School, the Intermediate School, another next to Oliver Court Apartments on 22nd Street, and of course that high school. Now, of course, we spoke to some folks inside the storm shelter at the Intermediate School. This is what some of them had to say.
Do you say, hey, message to the public, don't take any chances today?
I definitely would say that. Yeah, no chances. It's better to be safe than to be sorry.
Definitely a great message there from Betty Hunter, who we spoke with at Calera Intermediate School that was turned into a storm shelter, just like many others, just making that decision earlier today to go to a safe place so they don't have to take any chances. Now, of course, we're going to stay out here and continue to update you guys on the conditions that we're seeing, but again, starting to get a little bit more activity out here in Shelby County. Lauren?
Okay, Anjanae, we just took a lightning strike here on Red Mountain, but I want to go back into radar, and just when it looked as though, things may be behaving, here's that storm we were watching down in Marion County. We're now starting to see shear markers with this. They're starting to rotate. So first alert, if you are in southern Hale County, there's New Bern. This will be tracking in the direction of New Bern. Now listen, this is not a tornado warning. Well, there you go. So tornado warning for Hale County. So there we have a new tornado warning now in effect for Hale County, and that is going to be moving into Marion County. So if you're watching me around New Bern, Marion, Highway 5 corridor, here it comes. This is that one we've been telling you to keep your eye on, and it's now crossing. This is actually right around Gallion at this time. It looks like Demopolis. Let's get in here really close on this, JP. It looks like it may be passing just south of the city of Demopolis. There it is right around. Look, this is the Sunshine area the other day we were talking about. That was hit with the tornado the other day. So right in here around Sunshine, New Bern, tornado moving southwest to northeast. It's just now south of Laneville and tracking to the northeast direction. So southern Hale County, this is going to stay south of Greensboro. This is well south of you, out in this area of Hale County, like Catfish Lakes out in this part of the county. County, that's actually Highway 61 you're looking at that runs north-south in the eastern part of Hale County, but this is tracking towards New Bern. So I'm just giving you the first alert here. You've got a few minutes. This is still back in here closer to Demopolis, but it's approaching. Let's put some first alert times on this. We'll click this shear marker, lots of lightning, and there you go. Case Moore around 8:44 p.m., Sunshine around 8:47, and the Whitsett area around 6:47. So this southern part of this complex of rain and storms, there's still, just checking in with some of the discussions from the Storm Prediction Center, we're still watching areas south of Birmingham especially, and then over in East Alabama, still a very volatile environment in there, and you see how quickly these storms can spin up. So let's, stay on our toes here until we get this system out of here tonight. We will soon start to see some, if we haven't already, see some counties perhaps trimmed away. There are some semi-discrete storms that are still in place across parts of South Mississippi that will be moving to the east. Brody, if you could bring in, okay, I think I see it right there on the radar. JP's got it pulled up. I want to make sure we look at some of the velocity data, and this we'll have an even better view with time. I mentioned Gallion a few moments ago. So there's Gallion, Highway 69. Demopolis is in here. This is the Tombigbee River, the Warrior River. Lock 5 is just to the north, and this is a tornado that we're tracking right now. There it is. It's just outside the city of Demopolis. It's crossing Highway 80 at this time, right around Gallion, Highway 80. What's an elevation scan on this, JP, from this point? Are we looking from Birmingham?
Yeah, we're looking at 5,500 feet.
So about 50. So yeah, we're looking about a mile up into this storm. So that's going to impact the ground distance there. So I would certainly factor in some lead time. If you're in Allenville, this may be right on Highway 80 at this time. But there it is. Very strong indication of a tornado. Gallion, Allenville, and now that's going to be crossing Highway 25 area near Sunshine. There's Sunshine, Highway 61, New Bern. You are under a tornado warning, and this will continue into Perry County. And based on how this storm has behaved, we've been sort of seeing it ramp up there off to the south. This may end up impacting parts, maybe even Bibb or Chilton County. So let's keep an eye on this as it moves to the north and east direction. So tornado warning, that's in effect. That warning that has been issued for Hale County, that is going to be in effect until 7:30. Okay, so 7:30 on that tornado warning. So listen, if you're in southern Hale, Perry counties will let you know once we see the threat has passed. I know you look at this, it probably doesn't look as impressive as some of the storms the other day, earlier today, but just keep in mind that we are far from the radar site here. As this gets closer, it is going to start to really look impressive here on radar, but from even far away, this looks like a very powerful storm. So okay, so we're tracking a tornado warning right now. Need to stay on this for a minute. This is at Lock 5. This is crossing just north of Demopolis. If you are in Whitsett, if you are in New Bern, if you're around the Auburn University studio, I know Fred did some stories on that, JP, down in New Bern, down in Hale County, but that is not far from Mars Hill Church, and I mentioned Sunshine a few moments ago, Highway 16, County Road 16. If you're in around Whitsett Loop, you are in the path to this. And Uniontown is right on that polygon warning. So folks around Uniontown, here we go, JP, and that's right over Gallion. If we could click on the actual shear marker on that. That is going to be tracking, that is Cedarville around 8:45, Whitsett around 6:46, New Bern around 6:48. So we need to stay on this. Folks here around New Bern, we've just been impacted by a tornado and just a couple of weeks ago. So I know right now a lot of you are greatly concerned. We're going to stay, we're not going to, we're going to be right here with you as we track this tornado moving through Hale County. So let me go in a little bit closer to New Bern. I want to make sure that we get in here to some of these roadways and try to I want to exactly show you where the tornado is showing up now around Prairieville. So it has moved through Gallion, and this is where we're detecting the signature right here at Prairieville, Gallion, crossing where Highway 69 runs into Highway 80, far southern Hale County. This is just outside of Demopolis. So look at the times here on the screen. First alert times, we have Prairieville. An update. Now we have sunshine at 6:47 p.m. giving you the first alert time. So sunshine around 6:47, Whitsett around 6:47, New Bern 6:49. This is showing Greensboro at 6:52, but it looks like the tornadic part of this is going to stay just to the south of Greensboro. You can see this is more closer to Casemore, but here's Greensboro here to the north. This is going to stay maybe just south of there. It's going to be close. That's right around New Bern as well. Demopolis, the threat has passed you. The threat has passed Lock 5, and well, actually it looks like it's right around Lock 5 at the moment. If you're in Forkland, this is passing to the south of you at the moment, if you are around Forkland. So this is now crossing Highway 69 south of Cedarville. There's County Road 10. Here is the Whitsett area in Hale County, right there along Highway 25. There's Rosemary in the path, and this is where we're detecting the tornado. It is moving from southwest to northeast in your direction. So again, moving across Hale County at this time. So again, I want to go back over to radar, and let me get back to tracking where this storm is. There is New Bern. So here's the tornado in Hale County, and it is now passing right towards Whitsett. There's New Bern, and that tornado is going to be tracking to the northeast. Let's go here. Sunshine on the updated times, 6:48. New Bern around 6:50 time of arrival, and it's still showing Greensboro 6:53. I know we're right there. Our weather radios are going off. If you're just south of town, it's really close here. Listen, be in that safe place on a day like this, high risk kind of day. Make sure, I would make sure I'm in my tornado shelter until this passes. You've got, as a matter of fact, looking at the time here, where we're at 6:41, so about 10 minutes, this is going to be moving into southern Greensboro, and then it's going to continue on towards Brush Creek and into Perry County. But a severe storm, and one thing I have noticed, and JP, tracking some of these storms down into this part of West Alabama, you see a lot of these returns, and then when you get out there to these areas, the actual ground truth, it is off by quite a distance because you are looking so high into that storm, looking so high from far away from the radar site. So that's why, I say give or take, give yourself some wiggle room in here. And even if you're just outside that warning polygon, be safe. Now, I do think this is going to stay south of Wedgeworth, stay south of Sawyerville. It looks like it's mostly south of there, but it's now through Gallion. The warning, I know you still see this line, it's now past the Gallion area. So it's 6:42, and we've got live radar pulled up here. We're tracking another tornado across southern Hale County and watching to see if we might have any confirmed information. John DeBlock with the Weather Service. John's noting that the updraft is intensifying with this storm here. Definitely a storm we've been monitoring off to the south that's just feeding off of this energy here that's moving in from the south. Further north, it's just kind of gobbled up most of this energy. That's why we're not seeing quite as many warnings in areas to the north. But this is south of Centerville. This is also staying well south of Tuscaloosa. You look at this from a radar perspective, some really heavy rain right now happening across parts of Hale County at this time. Moundville, this stays south of us. If you're watching in Akron, this is well south of us as well. So Lock 8, Akron areas, Utah. Looks like around Utah, Akron, there to the north, it's been north, it's been south of us. So at this point, it looks like we're going to get by with a lot of these storms staying out of some of these areas that have just been continuously dealing with some storms moving through over the past few years. But since we have a warning here, we want to stay on this. But I'm asking Megan, standing by, meteorologist Megan Thomas and Lauren, I know we want to go to Pickens County. We've been trying to establish a connection there because of some rough weather out there tonight and establish a signal, but we do have some reports coming in. Lauren, I know we want to go to Megan here very soon, but with this active tornado warning, and we just need to stay on this here for a minute and track this tornado warning across southern Hale County because New Bern right now is in the path of this. This is an area that was hard hit a few weeks ago, and folks here, I know we're on high alert as we track this tornado moving towards Sunshine and New Bern. So if we have any information, if you guys see anything about what's happening with this, I know a lot of folks here are concerned, and we're all concerned. We want to make sure that we don't have a tornado on the ground with this. It's moving across southern Hale County. So it's been right now, this is the only warning, by the way, in our coverage area. That looks like Marengo County. The part of the tornado warning that did include Marengo County has been canceled. So I was talking earlier about Demopolis. That warning has been canceled in Marengo County. So let's go over to okay, so we're going back over to velocity. So listen, I know we're preempting some sports programming. I had someone asking about that today and this evening on WBRC, but you know what we do when we have a tornado warning, we stay on, and that's the thing we're committed to do. We're going to make sure when we have a tornado and when seconds matter, we need to stay on television and make sure it's a level 5 out of 5 high risk day. And we have a PDS tornado watch in place across the area. We've already had some significant damage in parts of our coverage area today from tornadoes, damaging winds. So that's why we want to stay on top of this and make sure that we do not leave this and monitor for folks that are in southern Hale County. It's 6:45. This warning set to go until 7:30. This is about to cross Highway 25. It's approaching the Sunshine area. So now if you are watching me back along Highway 69, this is past the split there in Greensboro, but this is around Casemore. If you're in those areas, the worst of this has now passed. That suspicious area is now pushing in closer to New Bern, between New Bern and Greensboro out here on Highway 61, and then it's going to be pushing into Perry County. I haven't talked much about Perry County, but for Marion, if you live north towards Heiberger to Marion, let's watch this. You can see you look at the rotation, it doesn't look quite as impressive as what we saw earlier into other parts of West Alabama. But as I noted, as we get this in closer to the radar, you can see our system clearly picking up on that spin. There's 25. It's about to cross at Highway 25. A lot of flat terrain in this area, a lot of good visibility as well down in this part of Hale County. But of course, at this time, this hour, I know we've had a lot of rain, and it still might be difficult to see this. A lot of rain wrapped. I noticed a lot of the pictures, what may seem like tornadoes today. We've seen a lot of low cloud bases, but we've seen in most cases, in some cases, a lot of scud cloud and also some heavy rain in some of those photos as well. That this is not a confirmed tornado warning. This is radar indicated. So that is the one thing at the moment. We're detecting it by radar, but if we do have any ground confirmation, of course, we will let you know. All right, let's jump over. We're going to continue to track this. I know Megan is standing by. Megan, give us an idea or just tell us basically what you are seeing now. I know you have been tracking this all day long. We certainly appreciate your hard work, and just tell us what you're seeing right now.
I'm talking to Megan right now on FaceTime, and Megan right now is on location, and she is at one of the places in our area that a tornado did come through. So Megan, we would love to hear from you. What are you seeing? What's the situation like?
You're not going to see my face for very long because I got to show you what I'm seeing right now. I mean, the tree stumps that have been knocked over, the size of these trees being uprooted, and then that house back there was partially burned about 5 years ago, but you can see all the tree damage from here. This is off Highway 159. The trees have come down. Obviously, this is tornado damage when you see how twisted they are. We're walking and talking. I mean, the debris field is fairly large. Lots of large trees down off of Highway 159. And then the house back over there, if you can see it, we'll try to go over there here in a little bit, but cell service is very, very spotty. This is, again, just north of Pickens County along Highway 159. I mean, the amount of trees down in this area is impressive. I mean, this had to be a very strong storm. And then if I can, I'm going to try to get behind it. And I don't know if I can zoom in. We're using FaceTime. There we go. Yeah. But you can kind of see that half of that house on that side is missing. And I will want to note that, again, part of this house that you saw in front of me was burned down before, but on the other side of it, you can see all of the tree damage that has occurred. So again, this is just north of the city of Gordo, the Gordo proper, and it's back over towards Highway 159. I mean, large trees snapped in half. And again, on top of this partially burned home, what's interesting is you can still see clothes in the closet and back over towards whatever that other part of the house is. But the trees down, we talked to the guy's house who, it was his parents' home. But look back over there, sheet metal wrapped around. We're going to try to head over there, Lauren, and see if we can get to talking to people. But I do want to take you, if I can, walk and talk for a second. You can see, I mean, just the enormous trees that have come down across this portion of 159. This is just north of the city of Gordo. And, I mean, shingles are ripped off. You've got trees coming over that barn onto the backside over here. Can you see that?
Yeah, and listen, Megan.
Roof's missing. And then on this side, actually, there is a boat that I don't think is supposed to be there.
Oh, wow.
It is actually flipped on its side. So, and you can see the direct path that this came through. It crossed over Highway 1.
Listen, we're going to get back to Megan if we can. We need to get back to this tornado warning. We're tracking a live and active warning in progress right now, and we'll get right back to Megan on standby. Obviously, you can see some significant damage there in parts of Pickens County, but we have a tornado warning right now for Hale County. This is south of Greensboro around Whitsett, now crossing Highway 25. If you are in Rosemary, if you are in New Bern, we need you getting to your safe place. If you haven't done so, hopefully you well alert. I know in this part of the country here, we have had our fair share of severe weather, and we certainly know what you've been through in these areas here over the past couple of events that have happened. And at the moment now, the circulation, it's about to move into Perry County. So south of Greensboro, we're still seeing some circulation in here. All across this county, lightning, heavy rainfall. We do have some very unsettled weather pushing through Hale County. This is moving towards Morgan Springs, Ironville, Kerbville area, and Folsom. And this is also, if it holds together down the road, we're talking about Heiberger. It looks like the greatest circulation may stay north of Marion. The warning goes until 7:30 at 6:51. Our system's still showing that this is a rotating cell here that is moving across West Alabama. This is south of Moundville, south of Utah. And Greensboro is right there on the line. You can see Morgan Springs, some times of arrival, 7:03 for the time of arrival. Heiberger, 7:09 as far as the time of arrival. And it looks like the Bibb and Marion County line, basically, if it does hold together, 7:21. So if you're watching around Centerville, you know, we're looking at around 7:21. This could reach the Bibb County line if it holds together. It looks as though, you know, while it did intensify some around Demopolis, you notice the circulation indicator went away. It may be cycling through once again with this particular system. So this is the one at the moment across West Alabama that is impacting our area. So let's go back to just the big picture here. I want to show you all around the coverage area. And that's the one storm at the moment, that tornado warning to the south. To the north, we have a lot of rainfall. And look at all this rain starting to fill in. This is a good sign from Alabaster, Calera, Clanton. I know we talked about this kind of lifting into the north. This may sort of cut this off. It just seems as these storms keep going, more rain pops up out ahead and cuts the storms off. It's just such a good sign when we see more of this rain. I'm feeling very good about Birmingham right now. Looks like all this is going to behave. All the instability is starting to get bottled up. I mean, this is happening in real time down in this area. All the rain to the north, this is helping to kind of limit what we're seeing across the northern part of the area. I'm feeling very good about, you know, the risk coming to an end. Tuscaloosa, Birmingham points to the north. This is on the downward trend. And then even right now, that's just all rain. You see right there around Blount County and Coleman, just a soaking rain happening in a lot of those areas. Gadsden area right now, plenty of rainfall. And But you look at this, is that 1,600 lightning strikes or close to 1,600 strikes? Still quite a bit of lightning with this, but all these storms here to the south, that's going to really help to limit what's happening. But we're staying with you because of this warning that you see that's down into Marion County. We're going to try to go back. Those scenes of, Lauren, you were sharing out of Pickens County. I mean, just to show, we're seeing north of Gordo, right there along Highway 159. There's a lot of folks out there dealing with some significant damage from a tornado earlier today. So we're certainly going to be following up with our friends there. I know it's going to be a long evening in parts of Pickens County. Greensboro and New Bern, look at all that lightning now crossing the state line. But as you look at this, it's not a classic supercell structure there, Lauren. It just looks like a big blob of rain, really. But it is a storm, and then you dive in, you look at some of where a tornado might be, you look at where that rotation may be showing up here. Let's look at the rotation tracker and where that's located. Looks like, well, right in this area. Looks like it's past Greensboro now. So Greensboro, threat coming to an end for you. New Bern, threat coming to an end for you. It's now out to the east of town. It's now crossing Highway 14. Here it is right there. If we have very, it doesn't look like an impressive signature, but there's always a little give and take here because this is so far from the radar site. Tell me, what are we looking at here? Is this, which camera? Okay, so we can go back to that. That was Highway 14. That's actually right here where that tornado was crossing, that camera view that you just saw on television. We'll see if we can go back to that. But that was Highway 14. Okay, so that was Highway 14 in Hale County, but our team's doing a great job. They've been bringing in all these views and storm reports across the state. It's been just another day. It takes some of these events just all day to get through here, but Highway 14 at this point, east of Greensboro, if we have a tornado, that's where it would be located. But there is a live look from one of the Algo traffic cameras, and that's on Highway 14, and you can just see a lot of rain falling. Trying to see a tornado in that, almost impossible at this time. But the winds in general have been very, very gusty, so at least with this, you're going to have some 40-plus mile-per-hour winds showing up as this moves to the north and east. Brody, are you able to pull some of these up on the So yeah, we'll try to also help out with getting some of those views and just kind of watch this, for folks here in Hale County. New Bern, again, the threat has ended for you. I'm giving you the all clear. It has now passed to the north of you. If you are in Rosemary, I'm giving you the all clear in Hale County. Greensboro, the worst of this, that tornado threat at least has passed for you. Sunshine, it has now passed for you as well. This is well north of Demopolis. The threat right now is primarily into Perry County. So this is just north of Marion, and this is moving towards Highway 5. This is Centerville. We're not included in a warning. Parts of Bibb County not included in a warning. I don't know if that's going to be drawn up to include Bibb County, but here it comes from the south. It's this one area here. Let's watch and see if this tries to cycle around. Just from a basic radar viewpoint, doesn't look overly impressive to me at this point. It looks like it may be, kind of on a downward phase. We'll see what happens with this. Lauren, I'll let you jump in.
Just saw some of the officials in Hale County are saying it was sighted crossing Highway 61 in New Bern. So it looks like there have been eyes on this tornado.
Okay, so there have been eyes on it, and that was crossing Highway 61. That's going to be south of Greensboro. That's going to be to the east of Demopolis, east of Sunshine. But those are the same two areas, New Bern, Sunshine, where we had the last tornadoes that moved through parts of West Alabama. Let me go back to just monitoring some of the communication here. So we are seeing some spotter reports coming in from parts of Hale County. So we could have a tornado right in this area. Certainly going to have a low cloud with this, a low cloud base as it moves through. It's dark out here, very difficult to spot, but this is moving towards Morgan Springs, Ironville, and Centerville. There's Highway 25, so south of Brent and the Sawmill Restaurant here towards Elyards. You get into Heiberger. If this holds on course, there's Pondville and Heiberger. Looks like it's going to be crossing that part of Bibb County, which would be just north of, this will be south of Eolin, not far from Eolin. Actually, it looks like that's in the path of this. It'd be south of Duncanville. I don't think this is going to enter Tuscaloosa County. Looks like this is going to stay well south of there. So from Brush Creek to Morgan Springs, seeing it's not the most impressive looking velocity signature, but we have some spotter reports that says just as this crossed right here. Actually, loop this back, Lauren. Let's just take a look at this and see, compare when the spotters said they saw a tornado with this. Let's kind of take this and loop it back. So here's the warning. Here it comes right there. So the spotters saw, we had a tornado spotted right here when it crossed Highway 61. And then as this moves north, yeah, still see some rotation in there. I mean, you can see it. When you loop that, you can really pinpoint it right in this area. What is that county road? Let's go in there a little bit closer. County Road 32. So this is northern Perry County, County Road 32. This is south of Centerville. So if you're watching me outside of New Bern, if you're watching me in northern Perry County around Heiberger, this is approaching your direction, Morgan Springs.
Folsom, Kirkville. Looks like it's along Cedar Road, Highway 14. Webb Road, Bud Logan Road, Spring Hill Road.
It's crossing around the King Memorial Highway there on Highway 29, Boyles Road, Old Town Creek. If you're in those areas, that is in northern Perry County, so you are in the path. That is right there around Webb Road. Lauren, I'll let you jump in here. I'm just looking at the Weather Service reports, and we do have some ground truth to go with that. That storm that is over Hale County, that is the only active warning. What are we seeing downstream over southern Mississippi? Because, you know, we've been seeing a lot of these Mississippi storms making their way into West Alabama. A couple supercells right there. If we followed those, that may be more of a Montgomery market issue with both of those storms. But this one, that's the one to watch. And, you know, if it does continue to show some circulation, that is moving towards Shelby County, parts of Bibb County, and Chilton County. But hopefully it continues to weaken. That's hopefully the last one that we have to deal with today. If it continues on in this direction, again, we're going to stay with you as we approach right now. It's 7 o'clock. This event was set to wrap up right around midnight. Well, looks like this is going to intensify. Which radar was that you were just?
That was just the national radar.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we're scanning from Birmingham. I'm seeing a shear marker. I'm just wondering where we're seeing that.
Let's see.
Is that Birmingham?
When I switch to Birmingham, it goes away.
Okay, all right, so that's a good sign. So we have a better view from Birmingham. And when you look at this, it doesn't have the hook, and, you know, it doesn't have the classic look as a day like this would, you know, sort of bring a high risk level 5 day. You know, a lot of times you see on these days those classic supercell storms. We saw some of those earlier today, but this looks more rugged, doesn't look quite as impressive. Now listen, there's some lightning, some hail, some heavy rain, certainly an attention getter as it moves through Marion County at this time. But if we do have a tornado, it's mixed into all this. There's going to be some strong winds, but it would be in this northern part of Marion County. So hopefully we're able to, the Weather Service, I know they're going to watch this closely, but hopefully they're able to allow this warning to expire over Marion County. Lauren, I'll let you jump in, and JP's also watching some of this data. You know, this is the one area, you know, what's it going to do? This southern part of the area hasn't been quite as worked over back into the southwest part of our coverage area, but we're keeping an eye on it, Centerville, making sure you have the first alert.
Yeah, that's right, Wes. So again, the only active tornado warning we have for our area right now is this one that is on the eastern edge of Greene County, but also or Hale County, excuse me, but also now getting into Perry County. So it looks a little sloppier than it did when it was farther to the west. So I think this is a good sign that we're beginning to see that rotation broadening up, not quite as intense as it had been farther to the west. But notice, you see that little white popping up there on the screen? It may be be hard to see at home, but that is a lot of lightning that we're seeing. So in this particular radar view, we're seeing over 900 lightning strikes. So we keep mentioning this is kind of the one to watch because this storm itself seems to be robbing much of the environment around it from any instability. We've seen a lot of rain coming in out ahead of this, and that has helped to stabilize the atmosphere in some spots. So any instability that was left behind from that sunshine we got earlier today, from that warm, humid air that's been coming in from the Gulf, any of that is now being basically ingested into this one storm. So as we zoom out the view, you notice it just doesn't look like it did earlier. It's a lot sloppier, a lot messier, which is good news. Yes, we're seeing some heavy rain. Yes, there's lightning, so you're going to hear some booming thunderstorms. We're still under a wind advisory, so the winds are going to be very gusty, even if you don't have a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning in place. So yes, this is still going to be impactful. Would I want to be out driving in this right now? No, not even if there's a tornado warning, just all of the widespread rain. But I would certainly say in parts of Hale County, down towards southern Greene County, Perry County, now getting into Bibb and southern Tuscaloosa County. These are where the storms are most intense right now and where we're seeing some of the heaviest rainfall. Where you see those bright reds popping up, even the fuchsia colors, that would indicate very heavy rainfall coming down. And on that note, let's look where we're seeing some of this heaviest rain here. That is in Perry County. So where you see those fuchsia pink colors popping up, that sometimes when you see that popping up, that's the radar detecting what could be bigger raindrops, heavier rain coming down. Sometimes it can detect hail. So we'll turn on our triple threat that we have. If this were a situation where this particular storm were able to produce hail, and this isn't just a downdraft with a lot of heavy rain within it, this could be producing 1-inch hail. So this is near right now the bulk of this storm that is the most intense. That is not a confirmed tornado, but it is a tornado warned storm. The most intense part of the storm is near Kerbville, heading towards Heiberger. A first alert for Heiberger right along Highway 5 and Ellards over towards Bethlehem and Adler. So most of this, the most intense part of the storm is north and west of Marion right now, but it will continue pushing to the northeast towards Highway 5. So as I mentioned, even though generally we are seeing a weakening trend, which is a really good sign, we're just not seeing, you know, when you have a high risk, and as it was looking earlier today, we could see multiple discrete supercells, but we're not seeing as much of that discrete activity. Instead, this is turning into a massive rain, which is going to help limit that severe threat. Now, is the severe threat gone? By any means, no, but we are seeing trends pointing in the right direction. So as of right now, we still have that tornado watch in effect until 8 o'clock p.m. We'll continue to assess this as we go forward in time. But for right now, we've got about an hour left in that. We're at 7 o'clock, 7:06 right now Central Time, and really the one area to watch is this area in northern Perry County. But as JP has been looking at these storms coming in from Mississippi down farther to our south and west, we're just not seeing anything of major concern. I would say where we have these severe thunderstorm warnings down farther to our southwest, this is north of Mobile, the track of this would likely stay to the south of our area. Maybe eventually this could get to areas like Clanton, Sylacauga, but by the time it got there, you know, you have all this rain that has been developing out ahead of it. That may help to limit that instability. Now, we did note our partners at the Storm Prediction Center. We work with them, the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, and also the meteorologists here at the National Weather Service in Birmingham. Those are our government partners. We work with them as we build our forecasts. And I will say they noted they put out a discussion, our friends out in Oklahoma, and they were mentioning, these meteorologists, that they were seeing the possibility that, hey, there's still some of that more unstable air there. If we were going to see down the road here over the next few hours another potential tornado warning issued, it's going to be areas south, and that lines up with what we're thinking. That's where you still have some of that more unstable air that hasn't really been contaminated as much by the rain that's been moving through. So those are potentially the areas we could see. I'm talking southern areas like maybe Chilton County, over in Tuscaloosa County, Talladega County. So areas like that we'll need to watch closer to the Montgomery area, but I really think we're seeing some improvements for a lot of us across central Alabama. Now I'll switch back to our Birmingham radar site. A lot of you are getting some heavy rain, and so I do want to give you just an idea of how much rain we've been seeing that's been falling here recently. Some of the heaviest rain we're seeing about 2.5 inches. And I think a lot of this that we're seeing that's fallen in areas like southern Sumter County, southern Greene County, southern Hill County. A lot of that could have just fallen from this one cell we've been watching embedded within the rain that is producing some very heavy rainfall. And we're also seeing some heavier rain, some pockets of rain in areas like Pickens County, up towards Lamar County, over into Marion County, where you can see we've gotten about 1.5 to 2 inches of rain thus far. If you're in East Alabama, you're somewhere like Gadsden, Jacksonville, Anniston, Talladega. It may feel like the crickets are chirping outside, apart from the winds blowing, but eventually this is going to move in. I will say it's looking a little bit more encouraging, though, that if you're in East Alabama, this rain that is beginning to move in may help to limit that severe threat. We're still keeping a close eye on things. We are certainly not sounding the all clear yet. We just want to stress that we are seeing some encouraging trends. So this tornado warning that is in effect for northern Perry County, this is in effect until 7:30. We're still not seeing anything confirmed with our partners at the National Weather Service. We're certainly not seeing anything radar confirmed. If you've been watching our coverage earlier in the night, we looked at one of our radar products that we have here in our technology in the First Alert Weather Center, and it's called the debris detector. So our radar is able to basically differentiate the debris that would be produced by a tornado that could have maybe structural materials or trees, and it can differentiate that from actual raindrops that you get within these storms. And so we were noticing a lot of these little blue, orange colors showing up here, and that would indicate a debris signature. And it's just not very impressive right here. It almost looks like trying to pick up on something south of Ironville, but I don't think it's enough that we have confirmed this to be a confirmed tornado. I will say, though, I'm looking at reports coming in from the National Weather Service. Our partners in Hill County are saying, if our newsroom is listening, we are getting some reports of trees down along Highway 25 at County Road 57, and that's about 4 miles north of US 80, Highway 61 in New Bern, plus County Road 16 near New Bern. So this little cell that we're tracking right now, I say little cell, it's pretty impactful. This is the one that came through New Bern that we've been seeing reports of potentially folks putting their eyes on a tornado. So it does look, at least as of right now, as this has been coming through New Bern, that it did bring some trees down west. So getting some confirmation of that, but I still think it just doesn't look quite as impressive as it did earlier.
Yeah, it's definitely an impactful storm with respect to the wind, the lightning, the hail production with this. It's now out of Hill County, though, and for folks that are there cleaning up, we had some trees down around New Bern. We're now seeing that threat has now passed on to the east. Just stay alert for lightning. That cloud-to-ground lightning has been intense with some of these storms out there tonight. We saw some of those views earlier today from Tuscaloosa. Let's reset the stage here, Lauren. We're still under an active tornado warning. This is Perry County. This warning is set to expire at 7:30. We'll monitor to see if that is carried over into parts of Bibb County. As we look further north, though, it's mostly just a lot of rain that we see in here. And right now, the severe weather threat is coming to an end. Our weather watcher in Marion County, Marla Mentor, said we've had a wind shift. It's now out of the northwest. So that is a sign severe risk has ended. That front is starting to move in. Lamar County, it's coming to an end. And it's mostly, as what we see here, I'd be highly surprised to the north if we got a warning out of this. So again, this is a much improved situation for areas further north. I do think we'll be able to clear away a lot of counties and a lot of areas to the north here very soon as we see the most significant ingredients in areas to the south. Now, JP's back on the radar controls here and showing us south of Centerville that one little swirl you can see in the forecast data. There's some broad rotation still going on, crossing around Highway 5. Is there a tornado on the ground here? Unlikely based on some of the signatures that we're seeing right now. Most likely dealing with some gusty winds with this at this time. And even, you know, if we have a tornado here, just very difficult to see or spot out here and it's mostly out in outlying areas. But, well, there's a different view. So, yeah, still showing, yeah, you can still see the little curve. You see that?
We're looking at, it's a little
yeah,
closer to the radar.
Yeah, a little.
We're looking at about 2,000 feet out.
Okay, so yeah, that does, it still looks like there is a little bit of rotation there with that, obviously, and we've been seeing that spin with a lot of these storms today, but it's still there. It's still a little evidence. You know, it started down in here, but listen, that's the thing is a lot of these storms today, they have cycled through, but that we don't see often. You know, typically, you know, with these lines of storms that move through and you get these brief tornado warnings, that's it many times. But with something like this, you know, you deal with these storms, they can come around and reform. Now, the one thing we're seeing tonight is a lot more rain is starting to happen even out ahead of this, and probably right in there, you can see kind of like a little boundary. We probably have some gusty winds, but Alabaster, let's talk about Shelby County and Jefferson County. JP, some of these areas back to the east here, you know, how could this perform later on as this moves to the east? Look at all this heavy rain that's happened. Nothing severe. Listen, we're probably hearing some rumbles, Sylacauga, Chillersburg. This is a good sign, but almost like a MCV, right?
New warning.
Okay, so there we go. So yeah, it's almost like a little vortex in here, a little mezzo low. You see that? I mean, it's just a huge area right in there where we have a little spin going on. Sometimes we've had setups where we have these large areas. You get that little spin. That's right around Greensboro, and then you see it moves right into. So we have expanded that just in case this is cycling around. Now, Bibb County under a tornado warning. So if you're in Centerville, get to that safe spot. You are clear now in Hale County. So the Weather Service say we're going to continue that. So right in this area. Now listen, the Weather Service also closely monitoring communications. So we have communications with spotters out there. So we're clearly getting some more indications that this is producing some significant weather as it moves across Perry County at this time. So Centerville South, places like Trio and Harrisburg. Not included in the warning is Eolan, so it doesn't look like it's going to stay just south of there, but this does include Brent, Centerville. This also includes 6 Mile. This is Highway 25. So areas north toward 6 Mile. I bet you, Brody, pull up the Montevallo camera. Make sure we got that looking back to the west. We'll probably start to see some lightning. We got a camera at the University of Montevallo. We'll probably start to see some lightning with this as this approaches from the southwest. But here's the camera moving into us. Listen to me, the camera. Here's the tornado moving into Centerville at this time. There's Harrisburg, Highway 5. And this is, I mentioned earlier, the Sawmill Restaurant in that general vicinity. Folks know where I'm talking about here in Bibb County. That's where this circulation is going to cross very soon as it moves to the north and east. But around 6 Mile, Vic. Let's see, is Woodstock included in this, JP? How far north does this go? So no, that's going to be just south of Woodstock. So it's actually south of West Blockton as well. So it's mainly out here around the Cahaba management area. Cahaba Wildlife Management Area points to the south. There's Ashby, Oakley. This is Highway 139 in Bibb County. So Ashby, north to Briarfield. There's Montevallo. And looking back to the southwest, that storm is on approach. Still seeing some indications that we could have some quarter-size hail with this right around the Centerville area. And it's tracking to the north and east. A lot of rain. It is absolutely pouring right now, JP. Northern Bibb County, you get into places like Spencer. Look at all that rain falling. Here it comes. Around Elyard, it's still showing up right there. We've got a signature. There's some circulation. Could have a tornado here. That is right around Harrisburg. So Harrisburg moving southwest to northeast. Perry County, this is almost out of Perry County. Heiberger, if you're watching me, this is north of you. So looks like the worst of this is now past just north, even though you do have some heavy rain, some lightning leaving the shelter. Just be careful out there. First alert times. All right, listen up here. Jamesville 722. Fairdale around 724, Zulu 724, as well as Brent, East Centerville. So basically 724 to 725, all these towns that you see on the screen. Right now it is 7:16, so you have precious minutes before this will be on top of you, and it will pass over very quickly here. We've been seeing these moving over 50 miles per hour, so just stay with us right here. We'll let you know once that threat does pass. That tornado is right in this vicinity around Harrisburg and tracking to the northeast. Abercrombie, that's another location. Gary Springs. Here's Highway 25. There's 6 Mile. Here's Montevallo back in here. Wilton, Montevallo, 6 Mile. Gary Springs, Centerville. And, you know, looking at the structure here, JP, it's not the most classic look. But inside of this, you know, as we kind of look into that storm, go to Rotation Tracker with this, and let's just take a look at that. Because, I mean, right now, yeah, it looks like it doesn't like strong rotation that we're seeing at this time. But You know, let me just read some of the communication here, because we may be seeing this sort of cycling through again. And just in case, you know, that's been the history with a lot of these storms today. And
I think it's more of a hail producer, really, than rotation right now. It's not certainly not all that pronounced out there.
Hey, let me step aside. You keep talking.
Yeah, that tornado warning is in effect until 8 o'clock. Also, I was looking at some information. The tornado watch is about to be expanded eastward into our eastern counties and on into the Atlanta area. So the tornado watch is going to continue, and it's going to be expanded eastward. So if you're not in the tornado watch, you'll hear those weather radios, your apps going off before too long for our eastern Alabama counties that have been excluded, at least thus far. Not a super high chance of a tornado in the eastern part of the state, but certainly enough ingredients there to warrant that watch that would go all the way into the Atlanta area. But back to what we're looking at right here on the velocity data. We're looking a couple of thousand feet up into this particular storm. The camera view is from Montevallo and Shelby County from the university, and we're kind of aimed toward Bibb County. Just kind of watching the lightning there. Not a whole lot you can see at night. Winds gusting up to about 17 miles per hour. They're out of the south, so you got that moisture coming in. But there's really not a pronounced circulation in there right now. There's probably a broad circulation. Certainly with the amount of wind shear that we have, you could see a tornado develop. Something reach the ground there, but this is not like we were looking at earlier today. We had some really tightly wound circulations in Pickens County and Walker, and even Coleman County did. This area right now around Harrisburg and Abercrombie up towards Centerville, that's kind of what we're looking at. This is going to be moving on through Bibb County, the warning until 8 o'clock, moving up toward Highway 82. But a lot of this is going to be rain. In terms of the main threat, if we go over to our triple threat here, and we just kind of click around a little bit, you can see around Abercrombie, 1 inch diameter hail. So this is going to be a big hail producer. A lot of lightning with this. There's still a good bit of instability out there. That's why if you're in Shelby County, the southern part of Shelby County around Montevallo, you are hearing that thunder. You are seeing the lightning right now. We go back to reflectivity, and you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Some of those cells reflecting over 50 dBz, making their way up towards 6 Mile, Antioch, Centerville right now. But again, does not have that classic tightly wound hook type signature that you would see with a tornado. It is probably something embedded in there rotating, because you do have a lot of wind shear out there. Instability values coming down just a little bit. I want to show you the big picture of what's going on. That is the current warning that is in place for Bibb County. Look at the rest of the area. It's mainly a bunch of rain. Already starting to see the wind shift out of the west and northwest up in Marion County. So that's indicative of that front coming through, and we'll start to get the drier air in. It's going to clear out. We'll see some sunshine as we get into tomorrow as the weather pattern shifts a good bit. But easternmost counties watching this area, maybe around Clay County. We do have kind of some untapped territory over here that we'll be watching around the Ashland area, and then that watch will be extended all the way into the Atlanta metro area for tonight. So the reason we're on TV right now is because of this warning that we have in effect for Bibb County, including the Centerville area right now. Centerville, Harrisburg, Duff Settlement, Choctaw Hills, all in that warned area, Antioch and 6 Mile. A lot of hail showing up right through here. We're going to be looking at 1/2 to maybe 3/4 inch up to 1 inch hail in that polygon. We'll go back to our velocity data. And again, nothing that's really tightly wound in there. Let's look at storm relative. And not like before. And again, we're looking now, this is a little closer to the Birmingham NEXRAD. We're looking up into the storm at about 1,500 feet. So we're looking a lower level than when this warning first popped. We were looking up about 5,000 feet. So getting a better radar handle on this. Wes, you agree with me here as far as nothing really tightly wound on this? We do have the warning. Could be some broad rotation in there, but this is not, when you go look at tornadoes and radar signatures in a textbook, it doesn't necessarily look like this. This is going to be kind of the whole thunderstorm rotating instead of some smaller area.
I'm with you. I mean, this is almost like it's like a little mezzo low there moving through this little big area, big blob of rain, and you can see some spin going on. We've seen some of these from time to time. I've seen a lot of these events that do evolve into heavy precipitation makers. Sometimes you'll see this, you can tell, see, it's almost like just a huge storm here. I mean, it's just a big area of rain. We have some lightning, and if you look at this, there'll be a little swirl to it as it moves across the state. You know what I'm talking about? We've seen some of these systems before, and
we always call them, we kind of joke around and say they sort of blob out. They turn into a big blob of precipitation, which this down to the south is good news. It really cuts off what's to the north, so that limits a lot of the instability, cuts off that strong southerly wind flow.
Yeah, that's the one good thing about it, and that's what's helping us out. Look, severe weather threats coming to an end around Tuscaloosa. Is coming to an end for areas to the north. I'm not concerned right now based on what I'm seeing further west Utah. This is it. This is the back edge. This has moved through. Threat is coming to an end. The wind is starting to shift, and already those air temperatures are starting to improve. But this is still a tornado warning. Could have some developments going on in here, and the Weather Service, they've continued this warning into Bibb County because, we did have history of some damage, or actually a tornado spotted there in the parts of Hale County, but also we are getting some reports there, some trees down as this crossed Hale County. It's almost completely out of Perry County, but these storms have just been cycling throughout the day. So even though they might not be showing as much right now, it may suddenly start to show signs of stronger rotation, but there's some spin going on in here. There's going to be some strong winds. What's the wind product look like? Triple threat. And as we look at this live, that is in Bibb County along. So that's in Highway 11 in Bibb County. Okay. So I guess that would be in northern Bibb County there. So that's way northern Bibb County. So I'm just trying to make sure, okay, yeah, you can see right there it says Highway 11 at the bottom of the screen. So that would be in northern Bibb County. You can see a lot of rain showing up with this. But right now where this is located, this is Highway 25, Highway 82, and Highway 5 down in southern Bibb County. So there we go. There's Highway 25 and there's Montevallo Road. So there's another view. So that's a better view. So as you can see, as this is approaching into Bibb County, that is along Montevallo Road right now, and we are dealing with some gusty winds at the moment and heavy rainfall, just very stormy weather. And we do have an active tornado warning. It's the warning polygons over Centerville. Mostly what we're seeing in here is just a lot of wind and a lot of rain. There's not a very strong signal of a tornado based on this velocity signature that we see right here. You can see it's just very broad in this area. Let's go to rotation tracker, JP. I mean, are we seeing, yeah, it's just very broad area, and here's some gusty winds.
I guess we could look right here.
Yeah, maybe it's trying to cycle through there again to the south. Maybe we need to look a little bit further south.
And one thing to keep in mind, this is not an instant product. So what you're seeing here may have occurred just maybe 5-6 minutes ago. This is something that's calculated. So what you're seeing here may already be in Bibb County.
Right, and look at the lightning. Let me just go back to that view here. This is at the University of Montevallo. This is a camera, a First Alert Sky Vision camera that we have with the Chamber of Commerce there, and the University of Montevallo and Shelby County, and this is just one of the great Sky Vision cameras and just an incredible view. But look at the lightning. It's just almost continuous there. We're showing 67 over 67, so that is a saturated environment out there. It's very saturated with rain falling across the area. Winds though still out of the south, gusting up to 17 miles per hour. The thing that we look for is when that wind direction shifts around out of the northwest. That means the front has moved through. That severe weather risk is coming to an end. But listen, if you're in Pelham, if you're in Alabaster, again, we're looking at this storm approaching Montevallo. Let's keep an eye on this. One of the things I recall from last night is we did see some of the updraft data data, some of the rotating storm data, it did show a little swath here from Bibb County back across Shelby County. So that was one area I just sort of circled for today. Sometimes I do a little preliminary analysis looking at the data before. What are some areas if we start to see trends with some storms and some of those areas with the more robust updrafts? I was really paying close attention to Bibb and Shelby County. So I want to see what happens with this here as it moves to the north and east direction. But at the moment, what we're seeing, it's a very broad circulation, some gusty winds with this, and could see at least some winds topping 40 miles per hour. You could see from those camera views, we've got just some very severe weather out there with the lightning, the heavy rainfall, and the gusty winds. This is south of Birmingham, by the way, so Birmingham, Bessemer, north to Gardendale, north to Fultondale. It's just all rain. We're in good shape right now. This is staying well to the south, and generally speaking, for most of the area, we've got some good things happening here. I mean, we've got one of the more volatile setups going into today. Everything pointing at, yeah, we have had some significant storms. We've had tornadoes in areas, but we have not had an outbreak. We have not had that kind of setup out there today for us. Now, this has certainly been an outbreak. Other parts of the area, region, not so fortunate. This has been a widespread threat. Over 10 fatalities overnight. Today, we've had tornadoes over Mississippi. And I mentioned this earlier, something we need to follow up on, but a couple of our weather watchers had... Okay, so it looks like they're going to be coordinating some changes to the watch here coming up, and I need to update you on that. But I was mentioning some of the weather watchers earlier. We were talking about earthquake reports over Mississippi that showed up on the First Alert weather app, and you saw in your tornado warnings there was an earthquake report. Might have been an earthquake, but I have seen in situations like this when we've had big tornadoes, sometimes they can set off earthquake monitoring devices. So it will be interesting to see if that may have been related to that. But that was close to some of those tornadoes near Taylorsville, Mississippi earlier today. JP, it looks like what's going to happen, we've expanded. Let's go to the tornado watch. Can we pull that up? Lauren, do you guys have that data? Looks like more counties now have been added to the watch. There have been some adjustments, and let's see if we do have some counties that have been trimmed away. Let's update you on that. Brody, did you say another watch was coming? Okay, so the watch is going to be extended.
They're doing that SPC coordination call right now.
All right, so they're coordinating right now. They're going to make some modifications to this watch.
They're going to take some out and add some in.
Go ahead, since we're on the big view here. Let's pull in. I'd be interested to see like dew points, temperatures, some of the current conditions out there. I know we're still in the 60s and 70s. Just want to show folks here back to the north and west. What we're looking like, well, it still looks like temperatures. Obviously, it's a lot warmer. You can see over in this part of the coverage area, we have 70s over here. We have 60s and a little bit cooler back into this region. Just doubtful that we're really going to see a warning for somewhere like Marion or Winston County. I just feel really good about what we're seeing there. I think the risk has ended for those locations. Even around Tuscaloosa, that risk has started to back off. You look at dew points. Oh wow, let me just show you this. Let's go back over, and also we're looking at the dew points. You can see here it is. Here's the change in wind direction. So you're north of this line, severe threat over. Jasper, it's over for us in Double Springs, Hamilton, Aliceville area, severe weather threat is over for us. So north of the front, looks like it's ended in Pickens County. You can see the wind direction is shifting. It's right in this convergence zone. We've got to watch it, and points to the south as that presses on through to the south. And really most of this being behind these storms. Looks like that threat is starting to wind down even for Tuscaloosa. But the winds are still rather gusty across the coverage area. We have some gusts out there over 30, 40 miles per hour in some occasions. But the most intense storm is this warning that we have over Bibb County. Again, this is approaching Shelby County. There's Montevallo. We were seeing all the lightning on the camera view there. We're just kind of keeping a watch. That's mostly what we're seeing, just heavy rain, lightning. And on a night like this, and especially in an environment like this, it's going to be very difficult to see a rain-wrapped tornado if it is in there. So Sipsey is another location I just want to mention. We've been talking a lot about Perry County, but let's go back to the Sipsey area. Just want to show the radar because we have folks out there, a lot of first responders in that part of the area. There's been some significant damage around Sipsey, JP, and just to show what the radar looks like there for folks that are cleaning up and you know, just it's a mess out there in some of these locations. So there's Sipsey. So this is where we had that other tornado, and we had some damage in the Sipsey area of, remember we were talking about Argo. That's, I was mentioning that's not the Argo on the other side of 65, but that's in Walker County. But this is where we had some damage earlier. A lot of rain in here. Still seeing, I'm just noticing, maybe some lightning showing up with some of this, but it's mostly just a lot of rain happening at the moment. So I know there's a lot of you out there still trying to handle some recovery in parts of those areas, but the back edge of this, some pockets of heavy rain still showing up. Looks like it's starting to wrap up here around Guin, but that wind shift is starting to happen, and we're probably going to have, Lauren, keep a watch on some of the winds behind this, because with such a dynamic storm system like this, if you know, when you have a high risk kind of day and you end up with a lot of rain like this, when that rain starts to taper off, sometimes you can end up with wake low type scenarios, and you can end up with some very strong wind gusts in the wake of the heavy rainfall. So I just want to make sure we don't have any surprises. That's the thing about systems like this. There's always sometimes surprises, and we have to stay on our toes with this until we get this storm system out of here. But I do think on the back side of this, it wouldn't surprise me if we did have some gusty winds as more of this rain evolves and this turns into a big area of rain. So it's 7:33. And we right now have a tornado warning that is in effect, and this will go until 8 o'clock for southeastern Bibb County. Tornado warning until 8 o'clock. We're going to stay with you as long as this warning is in effect. Just know East Alabama, I know we haven't talked a lot, JP and Lauren, about East Alabama, Anniston and Jacksonville and those areas. You know, it was looking like for us that severe weather risk wouldn't totally wind down until about midnight, but I think it might get out of here a bit sooner. One location we'll need to watch for at East Alabama counties, certainly south of Anniston especially. The more of this rain that continues to fall around Anniston to Jacksonville and Gadsden, that is good news. St. Clair County, Springville, back into Aniana, it's just a steady rain continuing over Blount County, but as more of this heavier rain falls, Springville, Talladega, Childersburg, back towards Sylacauga, that is a good sign. We'll just need to keep an eye on the very tail end of this as it moves across Chilton, Coosa, and Clay counties. I think that's where our main issues for the remainder of the night, if we're going to see anything, will be located here to the far south. But there's still a little bit of a curvature. You can see right there some strong winds with this at the moment. Can we plot some of the velocities? Can we go back and pixel query some of those? Hey, which road are we looking at there, by the way?
Highway 82.
That's 82? Okay. So is that 82 in the Centerville?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we got Highway 82 there on the screen. So JP's plotting some of the wind speeds, and even though these are more elevated speeds, 48, 51 mile per hour winds. Chilton County now added to the tornado warning. So there's a concern in here. We could have some damaging winds, a tornado from active. So we'll see there that one, look how all this is coming together right there. We could have some damaging winds in this area, and if not, even a tornado, possibly tornado-like winds, JP, with this as this moves to the north and east. So this is now Chilton County moving towards Jemison and Thorsby, and is that also through 8 o'clock? Through 8:30. Okay, so now we're going until 8:30. For a tornado warning for Chilton County. So this is now approaching Jemison, about to cross Highway 139. And that area right there, you can see we do have some of those winds starting to switch around. Lauren, you and I looked at some of this data last night, and I believe we might want to mute one of those mute JP's mic. We've got Lauren now in the Weather Center. But Lauren, we were seeing some of the data that was showing those rotating updrafts, and there was one that went right through Bibb County, right up through northern Chilton County and southern Shelby County. So this is an area closely monitored. The models were picking up on this last night moving across parts of Shelby County. That was another one of those swaths that we were showing, those lines during the news. Could have something here developing. And you can see the lightning and the rainfall. I mean, this is an intense storm on the side of the screen. I mean, it's not just light rain falling. This is a very potent system that is moving across Bibb County and Perry County. So the next watch that's about to come out, we've had a PDS watch. That's sort of a level up of a tornado watch. That's for a particularly dangerous situation. Next watch that pops up, it's not a PDS watch that we're going to see, but there will be another tornado watch that will be issued. So John DeBlock mentioning not liking, talking about these winds, the way they're just surging. You see this little line through here? We've seen something like this, these little mesosystems. Sometimes it's like a tornado. So you get these powerful straight line winds that can develop into something like this as well. But look at active right there. See how those winds abruptly shift around? And Lauren, if you want to, go ahead and just plot some of these on there. I mean, this just gives us kind of an estimate of the wind speeds. Look at that, 60 miles per hour, 58 mile per hour winds with something like this. So even 40 mile per hour winds, we've had reports of trees down today with just gradient winds. So that's going to cause some tree damage. If we have winds like that, if they're able to make it down to the surface, that's going to cause some issues. But right there, it looks like those winds are about to cross Highway 82. So this is a live look from Chilton County and Highway 31 in Chilton County. And one more time, which avenue? Ollie Avenue. So Ollie Avenue, Highway 31, Chilton County. So there's the view from Chilton County right now. See a lot of folks on the road. Just know that we're tracking a powerful storm. We have tornado warnings in effect right now for this storm that's moving through Bibb County. Quite a bit of lightning. We could see some damage out of this, and there could be a tornado embedded in all this. So let's stay vigilant, stay weather alert as this approaches. Make sure you let folks know. Share the message. Share the message. That's been the big thing I've been talking about all day long. As we say on days like this, you are the hero. You also, like us, help to spread the word. Let those in your social circles, friends, family, everyone know that we could have a tornado and we need to be seeking shelter. This is approaching Randolph at this time. Look at that weather in this 31 and Concordia Street in Chilton County. Look at the weather conditions there. Wind whipping. We also have a lot of lightning, some heavy rainfall, but we're checking. These are some of the Algo traffic cams. This is where we have some of the, look at that strong rotation. It's also picking up on those strong winds about to cross right there at Trio. So that is Highway 82. That's where the strongest winds are about to cross. The Weather Service, they have included northern Chilton County. Clanton, this should stay north of us. So this will be north of Clanton. Again, this is approaching around Montevallo, Briarfield, Lawley, Randolph areas. You'll be impacted by some of those straight line winds, some of those damaging winds. Centerville, we've got this almost completely through the Centerville area. It looks like the worst of this now is just outside of town. This is on Highway 82, and this would be just to the east of Centerville. Do we have, keep that Montevallo camera checking on that over there in case we need to go to it just to see those conditions. I have a lot of folks I know were concerned there in southern Shelby County, right in this area. Look at that, Lauren. Looks like it's starting to sort of kind of focus in. It's still mostly into Bibb County where we're seeing that strongest signature, but right there's Bibb Mill, Oakley. This is Highway 139 I was telling you about. There's Randolph and is that Sand Mountain? Okay, so yeah, so Sand Mountain's on the map. It's north of there. So this is more towards Randolph, north to Briarfield. So if you live between Randolph and Briarfield out here on Highway 139, could have a tornado right here about to cross Highway 82 and out here Antioch Road, Highway 82. And this is approaching Shelby County. It's approaching Shelby County, and folks there in southern Shelby County, let's stay weather alert on this, okay? Alabaster, if you're south around Calera, I'm giving you the first alert right now. Calera, I know we're not under a warning, but let's watch this just based on some of the data we were seeing last night. You know, this might continue tracking north. Look at how this is just starting to wrap up here now. So this is a very, it's a strong signature showing up based on the last couple of scans. Now for areas back towards Centerville, we're in good shape. It looks like this has now passed by, and this is radar indicated. I just want to stress, this is radar indicated. This is not confirmed. So we're just seeing, although we're seeing strong indications on radar, that doesn't mean that this is producing a tornado at this time. We just can't verify that. So if you are with us, just stay in your shelter here. I'll let you know once this passes, and hopefully we get this through here. Even though the radar, you know, what's happening above us looks very suspicious, again, that doesn't mean that this is on a, doing damage. It's not a guarantee. So that's the one thing. So let's get through this here together. We'll kind of walk through these storms as they continue tracking on to the east direction. I promise this will pass very, very quickly. But one thing we will see out of most of this, some very strong wind gusts as this moves into Chilton County. But here's Shelby County at the moment, not under a warning. I just want to stress that. And by the way, we don't issue warnings. That's what the Weather Service, they issue the warnings when you see these tornado warnings pop up, and they do an incredible job, especially our Birmingham Weather Service office. And right now, what we're seeing over Bibb County, they're holding on to this one area looks really suspicious right in here. We might have a tornado happening in that part of Bibb County around Thomas Mill, but that's the area of concern, and the way it's tracking, it's going to move into northern Chilton County here, and if they feel that this is going to continue into Shelby County, and also hearing how this is performing on radio and from spotters and Skywarn out in the field, they will decide whether to continue that into Shelby County. But last night, some of the high resolution data was showing one of these more significant storms taking this sort of track and moving across Bibb County and into southern Shelby County. So it seemed like this might be, and it was at 7 o'clock. And what time are we at right now? It's at 7:43. So it's kind of right around that time frame. And Lauren, you know what I'm talking about. We were looking at some of those updraft helistes last night, and it was right through this area. So this is something to pay close attention to. That is looking very, very suspicious to me right now. I mean, that looks like a very strong signature. That is Antioch Road. We could have a tornado happening. Let's go over to debris. Let's check that out. And I know we don't have just a well-defined shear marker. There's some strong winds with this right now. Okay, let's go back to radar. So right in that area, that's Thomas Mill, Antioch Road. This is about to cross Highway 82. This is moving towards Oakley, Briarfield, and the Oakley area. There's Thomas Mill Road, Antioch Road, Tucker Road. This has just passed you. We're zoomed in over southeast Bibb County. Centerville, it has now passed the city of Centerville. We're in good shape if you are in Centerville.
Shelby County's been added.
So Shelby County now added to the tornado warning. So Shelby County, we now have a tornado warning for Shelby County. Right there is the tornado. This is what we're going to be tracking. This is really coming together now as it just continues to cycle through, and once again we're seeing this sort of regenerating this storm, showing signs of strong rotation. And if you follow this is mostly going to be a South Shelby County tornado threat, but right in this area, just in case it changes direction, reforms. We've got to watch this closely, even as far north. Alabaster, you're in the warning. We need to seek shelter. You are in the warning. That warning polygon goes as far north. Lauren, it looks like that does include, that's a 280?
Yeah, Alabaster, 280, Chelsea.
It's just south of 450. Is that 459? Let's go in here. I just want to see some of these areas because weather radios, I know they're going off all over the place here. There's Pelham, Alabaster. So we're included in the warning polygon. So your tornado warnings here in Shelby County, you're getting those alerts. Just want to stress that the strongest signal right now, it hasn't reached this part of Shelby County yet, okay? You have time.
It's observed now.
Okay, so we have an observed tornado at this time. Right in this area, there you go, a debris signature showing up. So we have a confirmed tornado now moving out of Bibb County. This is south of Thomas Mill. There's the debris signature. That is right around Shady Grove Road. So listen, Highway 131, I've been telling you here around Randolph and Lawley, stay put. stay sheltered. Hopefully this will lift fairly quickly. That means that this has touched down. It's produced some damage. That could be just trees. It could be just tree limbs. That's not necessarily, we can't determine whether that's a building, but just know that it has made contact with the surface. We're seeing the detection right there with the debris. Hopefully this has lifted again, but let's stay put as we monitor this. It's about to cross just south of Briarfield. This is right around Shady Grove Road. This is pulling through Bibb County. Right now approaching Oakley is that Parker Road near Thomas Mill. So Parker Road, Plyer Road. If you're on Plyer Road, Shady Grove Road, that is where this is located at the moment. So we got a tornado here and it is moving to the north and east direction. So now Shelby County included. Lauren, let's go ahead and put some future scan data on this. And that's not the tornado. That is debris that we're seeing. And sometimes as we monitor that, we'll see that that might drift away from the actual tornado. In some cases today, we saw instances where the tornado fell apart. We still had debris falling from the sky in some of those cases today. So as we put a time on this, there is the tornado. That is going to be tracking. Let's go right in here really close. Let's just kind of follow along and get in here tight so we can see some of the communities. Let's go back and stop the radar right here, and I just want to show right in this area. So if we follow along, let's go in Montevallo. This is going to be tracking very close to Montevallo. Let me see if we can zoom in. Let's get the street level in here and just kind of bring that through. I just want to see some of these towns. Okay, so Montevallo area, that's Highway 25. Looks like Country Hills, Camp Branch. Looks like the Stems area. Here's Calera. Here's Interstate 65. So again, there's Calera. This is Shelby County Airport. Back in this area, there's Montevallo. So Shelby County Airport back to Montevallo. Listen, if we have, do you have that Montevallo camera, JP? I just love to see the lightning at night like this can always tell us a lot. And let's just take a look at the lightning frequency here coming up. Looks like at the moment, yeah, you start to sort of see that strobe effect when you have a storm that's about the tornado. Yeah, you can see there. Lightning's really intense with this right now as this tracks through Shelby County. I guess we're going to have to back out so folks can see this, but JP, I just want to put a future scan and let's take this down the road so people can see where this is going to move across Shelby County. And I know where we have a Chelsea camera too, by the way, we might be able to pull up, but let's take right in this area. So this is current radar. I want to take this out through Shelby County. This is where the tornado, see right there is where it's located. So let's take that. That's going to bring this in. There's Chelsea. It brings it right in towards Chelsea. It goes from Montevallo over the next 60 minutes. So let's watch this. See right there. So if you're in Chelsea, if you are in Alabaster, if you are in Calera, anywhere in between, Simsville, if you're in the Simsville area, you are in the path of what could be still a tornadic storm here as it moves in that direction. The tornado would track in that direction. Columbiana, it's going to be close. Listen, we're all in this warning. If you are in the warning, if your weather radio went off, I want you in your safe place. I just want to stress that. I'm just giving you some context here, what we're seeing with the radar, and show you exactly where this is moving as it navigates its way across the coverage area. So this is Shelby County Airport right there. Clear indication. That's where the radar is located. So Shelby County Airport, here's Calera. Here's the tornado. There it is. It's about to cross Highway 139. Let's go to Oakley and Ashby. This is about to cross, JP, at the moment. Thomas Mill, we've already had a debris signature with this. Well, some of these roads here. Ashby Road. There's County Road 2, County Road 113. This is Chilton County over to the right side of the screen. It's right around Archer Road, also Ashby Road and Oakley. So Oakley is about to cross right at Oakley. So Highway 139 at Oakley. This is near Briarfield area. It's going to pass very close to there, and it's going to track, there you go, Calera. Time of arrival, we're looking at 8:06. So Calera, I'm giving you the first alert, 8:06 time of arrival.
New tornado warning for Calhoun, Clay, Cleaver, and Talladega counties.
Okay, so we have another tornado warning, East Alabama. Listen up. Talladega, Calhoun, Cleburne counties. Here we go. Mayor of Oak Grove was messaging me a few moments ago, and Mayor around Oak Grove want all of you here around Sylacauga, areas to the south, to pay close attention to this weather. It looks like it's just north of Sylacauga. There it is right there. That's south of Talladega, and that is tracking north towards southern Calhoun County. And just as a reminder for folks in Calhoun County, I know I mentioned we're on iHeart radio stations across the state, but we're simulcasting now on iHeart Radio, but also we simulcast on WOXI, WJXI in Calhoun County as well, so you can stay up to date on this severe weather as it approaches the Anniston area as well. So listen, it's still far from over, and this event, this risk has still been there. It's just this rain has helped us out throughout the day. There's still a very volatile atmosphere in place. Thankfully, we've had more rain than what's expected, which is something we wish for, which has helped some of these areas to the north. Now, while the severe risk is winding down for some areas, we still have this confirmed tornado, just a lot of spin going on in this part of the coverage area. JP, you take Calhoun County. I want to come to you in a minute. We want to keep going back and forth. I don't want to miss one of these storms, but there's the one in Ashby and Oakley. That one is about to cross over into northern Chilton County, moving towards Calera and also the Shelby County Airport. So if your weather radios, again, if you're seeking shelter in Alabaster, I'm watching this closely. Do we have another debris signature? So loop back. So we also have some debris showing up. Maybe it's just, yeah, it's been lofted into the air. What's the height on that, Lauren? Can you go back and?
That is at about 300 feet in the air.
So we got some debris. So tornado touches down here, and it looks like we're picking up some debris that's drifted in this direction. So if you're around Montevallo and maybe notice some debris that's falling from the sky, it could be from where this tornado touched down further south. So clearly picking up something there, which a lot of cases at times like this time of year, it can be leaves, it can be limbs, and can be some dead vegetation at this time of the year, since we really haven't kicked off. We're getting into the growing season, but there's more debris being detected. Okay, let's get to East Alabama. So we've got a tornado warning going on here. Let's just back the view and go over to East Alabama. We have another warning that's been issued for this area. This is south of Talladega. So if you're watching me around Sycamore to Talladega, this is moving to the northeast. So this is going to track out towards Munford. Here's Highway 21. Coldwater Mountain is in this area, in East Daboga. You're included in the tornado warning. Lincoln, we're not in the polygon, right around the superspeedway. Here's Highway 77. So Talladega, just to the south of town. This has crossed just south of Talladega. This is staying south of Pell City as well. That is going to lift in right towards the Chinabee community. Let's go in a little closer to Waldo and Stockdale and Waldo. So there's Alabama Highway 77, Waldo. I'm giving you the first alert. If you are in Stockdale, if you're watching, there is Bernie Station Road. So Bernie Station Road, if you're in Waldo, Stockdale, Chinabee, Granttown eventually down the road, areas to the north if this holds together. It's radar indicated, it's not confirmed, but we do have another tornado warning, and this one in effect until 8:30. This includes Talladega. It does include parts of Calhoun County, and I believe parts of St. Clair County was included. Clay, Cleburne, Calhoun, Talladega counties. Okay, so it's clipping some of these counties over here, but the main concern is right in this zone that is south of Bernie's and south of Talladega and moving towards Waldo. It's going to cross Highway 77. Let's get into this area here. A lot of folks watching right now in Shelby County, and we don't want to lose sight of what's going on with this storm. This is around Briarfield and Ashby. We've had debris detected. This is running right along Highway 25, moving towards Wilton, and also moving towards the Shelby County Airport, right in this region. This area, there is some strong circulation in general going on with this. So even if this, let's say it produces a tornado, it falls apart, this is what may try to quickly cycle around. There, look at this, it's starting to cycle around once again, and it looks like it's sort of reforming. You see that? A little bit further south. So right in this area, so Montevallo, it looks like it may be trying to sort of produce another tornado a little bit further south. Now this is in the Chilton County. So if you're in Chilton County, there's Manuka. This is Interstate 65 back in here, Highway 31. So anywhere from Calera and point south especially, this Calera looks like maybe in more the direct path of this if this continues off to the north. Now again,
the National Weather Service is sheltering right now.
Okay, so
our friends in Birmingham and Atlanta is taking over.
Okay, so there you go. I mean, the National Weather Service in Birmingham, they are at the Shelby County Airport, so they're also seeking shelter at this time as this approaches. Okay, so this is Montevallo Road in Shelby County, Highway 31 that you see on the screen. And, you know, a lot of these camera views that you will see coincide with areas that we're showing you on the radar. So
Montevallo.
you see Montevallo right now. Let's go back to that view here also. And this is a live look, almost continuous lightning. But Shelby County Airport, they are seeking shelter right now. University of Montevallo, you can see right now some very significant weather moving through, and we could have a tornado. It's very close. It may be just south. It's going to be embedded in a lot of rainfall. This is a classic tornado embedded in rain sort of situation out there right now. It's going to be very difficult to spot something like this, but with all the lightning, with all the rain, still at this point, that storm, as we go back over to radar, let me just bring back over the view. That storm just is showing some very strong circulation. It's now out of Bibb County, though. We soon can clear Bibb County. It looks like the worst of this, almost like a wall of wind again that's now pushing back to the north and east direction across Highway 31, but let's see, is that Highway 31 there? That's Highway 155. It hasn't quite made it. Here's Highway 31 over here, so it's around Highway 155 at the moment. But if you've been listening to me, Bibb County, some of the worst of this now, looks like it has passed through Briarfield, okay? The danger is lessening for you, but the danger is still there for areas further east. Let's go back to radar, big picture, and I want to show Shelby County. Let's get in really close, and we'll get back to this warning. JP, be on standby. I'll let you jump in on this warning on Talladega County, but right here, Alabaster to Calera, see this broad area. That is a very dangerous storm and some strong winds. If you're watching from Pelham back to Chelsea, and let's just, let's go to the far northern part of this polygon just for folks here. I want you to play it safe. If you are watching, there's Indian Springs Village. So here's Highway 119, right in this general vicinity, Highway 119. So this is right there around Oak Mountain. There's Oak Mountain State Park. You see there's Oak Mountain State Park. So anywhere north of Oak Mountain State Park, the warning goes just north of Oak Mountain, maybe up to around Valleydale Road. As you go further south, though, around Oak Mountain, I think mainly south of Oak Mountain, that's where that strongest circulation is going to track. So that's going to be more towards Joinertown. You see Columbiana at the bottom of the screen, first alert Columbiana. There's Shelby County Airport. That's where the Weather Service seeking shelter is going to cross right over Shelby County Airport. But when you see something like this, we've seen these environments evolve into these large complexes here, and you get these embedded tornadoes and strong winds. But this is going to bring some wind damage. We need to be in a substantial shelter. If you are under the warning, make sure you are seeking shelter and until we give you the all clear, because these are still, I know there's a lot of rain on the map right now, but these are still obviously producing tornadoes. We've had debris, we've had that detected and picked up on the radar. So 4 Mile, here's Westover. Let's keep a watch on this in case this is expanded to include places like Harpersville. But further south, Columbiana, if you're around Hillsdale, there's Rocky Mount, Jemison, Montevallo, a lot of wind in here, some heavy rain, some gusty winds, and Calera, and this is almost completely out of Bibb County. So we're still seeing maybe the far right along the county line, some areas that are included. JP, I want to go to you because we also have a radar indicated tornado warning south of Talladega. Folks in Talladega, a call to action to seek shelter, another tornado warning in effect.
Yeah, and this is in Talladega County. It is not the city of Talladega. This storm is tracking up toward Oxford and eventually the Anniston area, also included in that tornado warning. This is also not including Sylacauga. Some of the areas that will be impacted, Curry at 806, China B 807, Bethlehem at 810, Hall Grove 810, Munford at 812, and Hopeful at 812. Storms moving off to the northeast fairly quickly. If you're in the Oxford area, Friendship, Bynum, go ahead and you need to go ahead and take cover. You are in that warned area. This circulation is not as intense as what we are seeing with the circulation in Shelby County, but nonetheless, something that we need to take a look at. We'll clear some of this off. And to give you an idea of what's going on. Okay, so this is right now just moving out of the city of Talladega, and this is going to be moving up more toward the northeast. We'll go ahead and get a few more, there you go. So that tornado warning is 8:30, barely including the city of Talladega. More importantly, I think this is going to track more to the north. It's even going to include Mount Cheaha area, but it is quickly moving off toward the northeast. Does not include Alpine, Howells Cove, or Sylacauga. This is going to be just to the north of the city of Talladega. You could have just kind of get grazed here in Talladega. This is radar indicated. So Talladega, Waldo, China B, Bethlehem, Granttown, Turner. Go ahead and take your tornado precautions. We're not seeing a real strong rotation there, but it is enough to concern us. I think this is going to move through fairly quickly within about the next 15 to 20 minutes. This is going to cross Interstate 20 and on into the Oxford area. So seeing some broad circulation there, it's enough to keep an eye on. But again, I'm not seeing a real strong circulation on this. It is a tornado warning that is in effect, and we'll see the time on this one for Talladega. Is until 8:30 this evening, all the way into Calhoun County. So again, Waldo, Talladega, Bethlehem, Granttown, Turner, Oxford, Cheaha Acres, Kentuck. Go ahead and get your safe place. This is going to clear out before too long, but we are seeing a broad circulation there. We're going to get back to Shelby County, where Wes is tracking that storm that is moving toward the Shelby County Airport, and eventually this could impact areas even like Chelsea.
Yeah, JP, Lauren and I were keeping a watch on this, and Lauren, you know, we were talking a few moments ago about what a large system this is. There could be some damaging wind gusts. I know we're focused in around Calera. Look at that, gate to gate, we're seeing those winds inbound, outbound, moving away from the radar. There's clearly could be a tornado here, some circulation and some strong rotation showing up. This is live shot of Oxford, Alabama. So we're keeping an eye on I-20 at Oxford as that storm is about to cross in East Alabama. Look at the interstate traffic out there. Listen, if you hear me on the radio, you're in Calhoun County right now. If you are listening to me on those simulcast radio stations, we need you to pull off before this storm crosses over into East Alabama around the Oxford area. Okay, it's going to be tracking to the north. There's going to be some heavy rain. Try to find a rest stop and wait on this to pass. You do not want to be in a vehicle with a tornado crossing the interstate, and that is going to be close to Oxford. Pay close attention to this and stay weather alert. Now, Calera, this is showing us at this point still a strong circulation. It's just passed right through town. Look at that, 93 mile per hour.
That's right
winds.
by the radar.
That's right by the radar. Lauren, let's go in close. Let's get in here. I want to go into downtown Calera, and let's just talk about some of the streets here. I mean, Calera is taking a direct hit by this thing. This is moving right across 13th Street. I mean, this is downtown 7th Avenue, 8th Avenue, 13th Street, Weather Drive, all the downtown area and crossing the railroad tracks there into Calera. Let's see, it's moved just to the north here. So here's Interstate 65. So there it is. I mean, it is approaching the airport. So you consider, I mean, this is the radar scan. Here it comes from Shelby County Airport. We are scanning this. The radar sites here, I mean, we're almost ground level. And Lauren plotted that. Go again, show some of those numbers on there, right here. So here's a tornado.
There it is. Oh,
100 mile per hour winds. We got a tornado here, folks. It's crossing Highway 31. Let's go in close. Let's zoom in right into this area. So there is Highway 31. So this is, make sure I'm seeing this right. Whippoorwill Lane. 124 mile per hour gate-to-gate winds on this. That's some powerful winds moving through. That's
Calera, Walmart, look out, take cover.
Okay, Calera, Walmart area in Calera, take cover with the Weather Service. We've got a tornado. Here it is. We're seeing it on the radar. We're looking at I-65 right there. Is this near the Calera exit, Mason? Okay, so this is near the Calera exit. This thing's about to cross the interstate. Listen, I-65 south of Shelby County Airport, between Shelby County Airport and Calera. We need you off the roads right now. This is about to cross the interstate. This has now crossed around Highway 31, or is crossing Highway 31 at this time, and this will be passing just south of Shelby County Airport. The Weather Service talking about 107 mile per hour, some of those inbound winds versus 41 mile per hour outbound winds. You don't see that. Look at that, 124 mile per hour winds, and that's because, again, we're so close to the radar site. We have such a great view. I mean, it's almost like we're in a mobile radar unit out here looking at this thing. We're so close to the ground. So that is about as strong as a radar confirmation that you can get. If it's not producing a tornado, it's about to. You've got some strong winds there. Here we go. Look at the interstate. Look how the visibility is dropping off. I see we have some trucks there. That is a bad time to be on the road with this crossing there, folks. Please be safe out there tonight. Let's just go in closely.
So
you guys jump in if you see something. I know there's a lot of breaking weather information. And listen, we still have a tornado warning for Talladega County. We're going to get back over to that, but you can clearly see with the kind of winds that we have moving across 65, 124 mile per hour winds.
And this is crossing very close to the radar site as well.
Yeah, this is right there at Airport Marine. Listen.
Yeah, it's about 2.5 miles from the radar site.
So if you're watching around Airport Marine and the Shelby County Airport, Alabaster, this is south of you. This is right around Smoky Road and G. Roy Parkway. That's where, of course, the National Weather Service is located right there at Shelby County Airport.
We got a TDS, Wes.
So there we go. We've got debris. So this thing is touched down. Listen, this is at right there at the Walmart in Calera, the Walmart Supercenter. This is crossing Highway 31 right there at the Hampton Inn. This is south of right around the Cisco food distributor plant right there, the Cisco Distribution Center, Limestone Road, Limestone Cove, Shelby County. Again, this is a significant situation right now. We've got winds of 124 being detected. JP, keep us monitored on that warning. Let's just quickly, maybe can we double box this? I just want to show, we don't want to lose sight of what's happening in Talladega as well.
The Talladega one is
yeah.
Pretty weak.
It's very, very weak. I'm keeping an eye on it.
Okay.
And what I'll say, if you're in Talladega County right now, just continue to stay in your safe place. This is going to be all the way up into Calhoun County, Oxford, Coldwater, Bynum area. So go ahead and stay in your safe place, but this is a rather weak rotation. Nowhere in comparison to what we are seeing on radar in Shelby County right now.
Yeah, so there's Talladega, there's the polygon. That is until 8:30 this evening. And just looking at this real quickly, you can see that the rotation signature not as evident. Now you go over here and it's right over the radar site. We've got a tornado passing, look at this, right around Highway 70. Let's get in here really close. That's Highway 70. That's around Marketplace Circle. The Walmart we were telling you about is in this area. So it's now crossed. There's Highway 31. It's crossed Interstate 65. So here it goes. This is moving towards Waterford Lane, Highway 70. There's Tuscaloosa Road, Highway 26, Tuscaloosa Road, and Highway 25. Now, not the city of Tuscaloosa, but Tuscaloosa Road. This is moving out towards Joinertown. Tornado warning. It's going to be right in this area, right there. If we go and we look at the wind estimates, that is showing 81 mile per hour winds, and we do some times of arrival. That is going to be moving Joinertown 8:16, Yellowleaf Creek Estates 8:24, first alert weather time, Nelson around 8:20. This is close enough to Columbiana around 8:18 on those times. So live look from Talladega. We're going to keep that on the screen as well. We mentioned a few moments ago our friends at the National Weather Service. They're sheltering there at the National Weather Service, and Atlanta Weather Service office has taken over at Peachtree City the operations as they stay in their safe place right now as this crosses. So we'll be getting more updates. Are we monitoring also? Have they taken over Do we need to switch over to Peachtree City?
No, they go into the chat. It's
okay,
fine.
all right. So good information there. So this is right over. This is when you hear the term cone of silence. That's what that is. I mean, the radar doesn't see right above the cone, so that's why there's a little void right there. But this is as close to the ground. There's the tornado at Highway 31, and let's get in there, Lauren, really close to the tornado, and it's just crossed Highway 31. Are we up to date 2 on the radar? Let's see, it's 8:10. Okay, so we do have a live scan on this. Now it has passed Calera, so Calera, I can sound the all clear. Looks like this has safely passed you. It's now moving in this direction here, now moving along.
Wes, it's at a trailer park in Calera.
Okay. So we're getting a newsroom. If you are hearing, looks like a residential area has been impacted. Looks like a residential area has been impacted in the Calera area. So we need to follow up. This we had 124 mile-per-hour winds that moved through there at Calera. So for folks in Shelby County, it looks like this has touched down. The track on this is staying south of Alabaster at this time. Again, this is mainly in the southern Shelby County. There's the airport. You see where the radar site is. The airport's over here. I'm trying to find, Lauren, are we still seeing, JP, do you have this pulled up over there? Okay, go to, let's find this. We need to track where this is going, see if we can find it. It may be cycling around again. That thing peaked out. It was starting to develop over northern Chilton County, and it just really took hold as it touched down. Looks like right there is where it touched down. So this is where the tornado was. I think it's still there, JP. It may just be in the cone of silence.
It probably is. Hold on, let's go.
Yeah, let's go back into. So here's the tornado. So let's follow. There it goes. So it crosses the interstate, crosses Highway 31. It's right around Highway 70. Is this the latest scan? All right, let's take this on out. There's 810. It's right in this area, right in here. And listen, this is. It's almost, the tornado almost moved right over the radar. We almost lost the radar because of this.
Very close.
Chilton County under a tornado warning as well now.
Yeah, Chilton County. So we're still under but Chilton County now is.
That's for south coming out of Talladega County.
Okay, so we got another storm. And look at the wind out here with this. I mean, we're talking about some straight line winds out ahead of this. If you are watching over towards Coosa County, this is turning into one of those little meso systems here to the north, that little circulation, that little comma head. This is where the tornado is, and then we end up with some very strong straight line winds out ahead of this. So we've got a warning now for Shelby County. Let's go to Chilton County, so give folks warning. Right now, Chilton County, another storm, another cell that is approaching out of Talladega County. So is that... Okay, so here's Clanton, so it's in this area. So we do have radar indicated tornado warning right now for Chilton County, but we're about to deal with some strong winds moving into Clanton to the north. I know we're watching for this tornado warning. Look at all these right in this area, some winds that could be gusting over 50 miles per hour. So make sure you are in a site-built structure here. Again, not the best weather. We give this a while. This will pass on through the next hour, hour and a half if you need to get somewhere. Right now, stay off the roads. Let's let this move through the area. This is a live look from Chelsea, 67 degrees right now. We're going to be watching Chelsea. It looks like the way this is tracking, JP, it may stay just south of there.
Yeah, and I think perhaps south and to the east. Right now in that cone, Chelsea is in the cone.
Okay,
and
so
that's
Chelsea
be, about 15 to 20 minutes from now.
Okay, so Chelsea
around
is in the cone.
8:30 or so, we're going to be looking at that make its way toward Chelsea. I know my old neighborhood, Yellowleaf Creek Estates, actually popped up. Highway 36, that was a camber in my neighborhood, so that's going to be just to the east of there. So I want to give folks in Chelsea a first alert, as well as Columbiana and Westover. Columbiana and Westover, make sure you are taking your tornado precautions right now. You can see that's pretty impressive on radar. It's getting out of that cone of silence. Now we're starting to see more impressive velocities show up. So Chelsea, Highway 280, Westover, Highway 47, those are all going to be places this is likely to pass through. And you can see right there, that's that tornado path.
Right.
And it is now making its way to the east and northeast of the Shelby County Airport, moving toward Chelsea. So I want to give Chelsea a first alert about 15 minutes before that storm is in the Chelsea area, maybe even a little bit quicker. This could include Chelsea Park as well. So just keep that in mind. Walmart, Publix, all of those locations in that line within about the next 15 to 20 minutes. Wes?
Yeah, let me know if you also hear any reports in that area. You can see the swath where this has been developing right through there where it's produced tornadoes, and we've seen debris signatures started in Bibb County, is continuing along this path. Looks like it's going to stay on this side of Oak Mountain, okay? It's going to move right through Chelsea. So out in this area, we have Simsville, Columbiana. It's going to be close. Stay put. If you're in the warning, I want you in your safe spot right now. I want you to stay there, but looks like where that strongest tornado signal, you can see, went right by the radar. We've got reports of some damage right there in Calera, and then if it continues on, that's going to put this right between near Chelsea, the Narrows. There's Harpersville. We're not in the warning, but this polygon is drawn up. It is right on it where this is going. You can see right through Chelsea and out to the south. What you're seeing in these locations, this is where we have some winds that are gusting, some damaging straight line winds. You can see some of those strong winds now about to move into Columbiana. So this is the rotation tracker. Where was all the rotation? You see the strongest rotation in those areas of yellow, extreme rotation. That's a tornado. And again, let's follow that along. So Pelham's back to the north. Going to have some gusty winds, some heavy rain. Alabaster, further north, you've got places like Highway 119, Oak Mountain State Park. That's all in the northern direction. But this is going to be close. This is going to be just to the south there. There it is. It's now as it actually, we got a better view as this moves away from the radar. We don't say that often, but now we have a better view because it is moving further away from the radar. But there is the tornado, and that is crossing now around Highway 70. Big picture one more time, Lauren. We got a lot of storms that we're tracking here. We don't want to lose sight. First off, let's go to Talladega County, and let's check on this. And we're going to go back to Chilton County as well. But for folks in Anniston now, let's see what the velocity looks like on this. Want to make sure nothing's trying to sneak up and form. There's still some very broad rotation showing up. Live view of the radar. There's Oxford. So you can see it's still a weaker rotation, but it is one of those more robust updrafts. It may try to spin up another tornado in a hurry. So let's stay in place. Right now, I'm liking what I'm seeing with this particular storm, but let's stay put. If you're listening to me, I just got word. I know a lot of you are listening to us on WOXI, WJXI there. We're going to keep you well informed. Further south into Chilton County at this time, we are also including Clanton now in a tornado warning. Lauren, you found that circulation in Talladega County a few moments ago. If you want to show us that, I believe that was south of Chilton County.
Yes.
Right there.
Yeah, there it is.
Live look, there's I-65 in Chilton County. So that's that line of wind. Look at that. I mean, you just can't see a thing hardly. It's just whiteout conditions. I-65, folks, stay off of the road. Let this pass. That is some damaging winds now crossing I-65. Lauren, is this what we were looking at on relative velocity a few moments ago?
Yes.
Okay, so this is what the Weather Service is watching. This is crossing out of Talladega County and into Chilton County. So Maplesville, you are just north of here. Clanton, this is approaching you from the southwest. So let's stay alert. If you're in Pletcher, it's about to cross Highway 82. Right in this area, we could have another tornado. So from Adams to Pletcher, this is what the storm moving through Shelby County looked like earlier. It looked like this, and that's because, it's far from the radar site. It might not look as impressive, but that is moving to the north. So right now, we are tracking this storm moving across Chilton County. My goodness, some of the reports that we're seeing coming out of Chilton County right now.
Is that Chilton
or
Shelby
County?
Shelby
County. Okay. That's where that tornado just touched down. We will keep you posted on what we're hearing. Listen, if you're in Shelby County, if you are in Chelsea, if you are in the East Saginaw, that's right there outside of Alabaster, Joinertown, get to that safe place and stay there. We'll let you know once this passes. let me go back over to. So we got a tornado. It's right in this area. Let's go to rotation tracker. Still some extreme rotation showing up in just outside of Joinertown. So this is moving towards Joinertown. Let me get in closer for folks here so you know exactly where I'm talking about. It looks like this might be just south of Ballantree. JP, is that just south of Ballantree?
Let me look at that a little closer.
Yeah, so there's Highway 26, so Queen Road. There's Yellow Creek Estate, Yellowleaf Creek Estate.
That's right across from the middle school, Yellowleaf Creek.
Okay, so Westover, Yellow Creek. Here's Chelsea at the top of the screen. So we have Chelsea, Yellow Creek, Chelsea, East Saginaw, Joinertown. There's Simsville. I mentioned Simsville a few moments ago. Now Pelham, we're north of where we're seeing that strongest circulation, but this is tracking. It looks like it's going to stay. It looks like it's going to stay on this side of Oak Mountain at this point. It's going to be close here as it gets in towards the Chelsea area. But there's Acton, Hoover. You are not in this warning. This is a confirmed tornado. We have reports of damage in the Calera area that we're seeing some of the reports coming in. Highway 70, Columbiana, Nelson, Joinertown. Be in a safe place here. The risk has ended for Montevallo, area we have talked about. I'm giving you the all clear if you are in Montevallo. So just following up on some information. Tornado warning for Shelby County. That will be. So we're going to keep these going here until 8:30. We'll probably see the warnings expanded just based on what's happening with this storm. Again, last night some of the models were showing southern Shelby County, one of these storms that just may be a troublemaker, and apparently we're seeing that right now. This one storm, I would expect that this is going to continue to produce these kind of winds as it moves on into East Alabama, perhaps, or at least past. Well, there you go. So the warning has been extended. There's Westover, there's Harpersville, and we've got some damaging winds that all tie into this sort of like a little vortex, this low. That's what's spinning up the tornado that is right around Camp Branch. It's staying south of Pelham. Here's Alabaster. It's close. Alabaster, this is pulling away, but it's approaching Chelsea right now. And JP, I'll let you jump in because this is home territory for you. I know it's approaching Chelsea, and looks like maybe Harpersville now also included in that warning.
Yeah, we're looking at that as well. I was just chatting with my wife, who's at the house right now, and it looks like where we live, it's actually going to be a little bit to the east there, but this could include Chelsea Park, also Walmart in Chelsea, the Publix, down where the former Winn-Dixie Shopping Center. All of that is going to be where this is going to be tracking toward, and it's going to get there fairly quickly. We are right now at 8:23, so within just a matter of minutes, this is going to be in that area. You can already see some strong winds there, and East Saginaw right now, and all of this, by the way the crow flies, is very, very close together. Westover area, we know this has been expanded to you as well, so we want to make sure you're getting that first alert as well. So one of the challenges that we've been facing here is the fact that this has been so close to the radar. Usually it's good when a storm's close to the radar, but you get so close, it gets a little bit hard to see because you're dealing with the whole cone of silence situation. But right now, as Wes has been saying, this is going to stay to the east of Oak Mountain. So first alert for Chelsea, East Saginaw, of course higher winds right there in the Joinertown, and this is going to eventually cross Highway 280 as we speak. So that's what we've got right now. We'll go over to our rotation tracker.
And JP, just mention Talladega there too. We have a couple of other warnings, and listen, we're not losing. We're definitely keeping a watch on these other storms.
Sure, I've been while you've been talking, I've been watching the Talladega storm, and I'll say while there has been some rotation there, it's not very well defined. You can see right now we're not really seeing a whole lot of anything. Go ahead, hang out in your shelter. Sometimes these things are pulsing up and down, but if you're in the Talladega County warning on into Calhoun County, make sure you are in your safe place right now. But the biggest issue that we're seeing right now in terms of anything that's showing a prominent rotation is that storm in Shelby County that is moving toward the Chelsea area. We'll go back into reflectivity here. Tornado warning, and this has been a confirmed tornado. Looks like the touchdown earlier was around the Walmart in Calera. There's also a neighborhood, a fairly new neighborhood, where there's apparently some damage. That's going to be on the east side of Interstate 65, south of the airport, where we've gotten some reports of damage. So we've got crews where we've got heading that way. But right now, Chelsea under the gun, as well as Harpersville. Wes?
All right, and right now just communicating on Shelby County. We've got a report, as JP mentioned, of some damage at a Walmart, a trailer park there, a mobile home park where we've had some damage in that area as well. And as soon as we find out some more information, we will pass that along. Some sad news. Again, that's from this confirmed tornado warning. Lauren, let's check out Chilton County and Talladega County because we have a couple of other storms here. Let's back the view out. This is staying south of Birmingham. If you're in northern Shelby County, if you're north of where this tornado has touched down and you're still, I know I saw where some of the outdoor warning sirens were activated for some of the polygons here. If you're hearing those alarms, you're getting the first alert on the weather app. Just know some of the most significant weather that we are seeing with this right now in Shelby County is in the southern part of Shelby County and tracking towards Chelsea. As JP mentioned, Chelsea, we need to be seeking shelter. This has passed Montevallo. Now, Lauren is taking us to the south, an area that is very suspicious again because this is even further south of that storm. You get down into Chilton County, look at this. We have a little area here, a little hook that is about to cross around Isabella. Well, it's crossed at Highway 82. There's Maplesville, so this is passed south to Maplesville. If we follow this along Clanton, let's get to the safe place, Clanton. We could have a tornado right here approaching, it's past Pletcher, but approaching Highland here in Chilton County. So another tornado warning. There's Gap of the Mountain, and that will be approaching. Let's do a time of arrival on this, Lauren, for this possible tornado approaching Lomax and Clanton, and around 8:33. So giving you a first alert time. That's showing 8:34 to 8:37, it's approaching the interstate. So once again, there's the Peach Park exit. You can see it at Durbin Farms. It's just north of there. That's around 8:37 time of arrival there on Interstate 65. Now, if we follow this even further, there's a chance we might have to add even maybe parts of Talladega County again, parts of Coosa and Shelby County from this storm that's to the far south, another tornado warning. Let's go to Talladega County. We're seeing a severe thunderstorm warning. Look at this wall of wind. Lauren, let's plot on here, Sylacauga. And JP, check out Oak Grove. We've got that view there also we can go to. But we're about to have some strong winds, 47, 55 mile per hour winds, severe thunderstorm about to move into Talladega County. There's Sylacauga. We still have the tornado warning. Let's go to Anniston and take a close look at what's going on further upstream here in East Alabama. Anniston, we've been monitoring, and it may help, Lauren, too, if we probably sort of do that little loop again on the velocity. And just see if we can find that rotation. We can kind of track it. I believe it was in this area right there. You can see some broad rotation. So that was right around Waldo.
Oak Grove's up.
Moving to the north. And
looks like it's faded away.
Yeah, it looks like it's faded away. Let's go really close.
A little close to.
There's Oxford. Let's see what reflectivity looks like. And we'll bring in triple threat, some of those different products. So there's Forest Hills. There's Wellborn. There's right in this area, maybe some hail approaching Anniston, some real heavy rainfall, but there's the Anniston area. Listen, what we're seeing right here, I feel really good about this. We're not seeing strong indications of a tornado, but we're probably going to have some gusty winds. We could have some downed trees, some downed power lines because of damaging straight line winds also from this storm. But there's some circulations happening. Let's keep a watch. If you're in Anniston on all this, it's approaching from the southwest direction, but this is really starting to fill in. This is also cutting off the severe risk further north. So Birmingham, Bessemer, back towards Tuscaloosa, that threat is coming to an end. The one trouble spot right now, let's get in here close to Chelsea. Look at this bow echo. That's some damaging straight line winds right
Look
there.
at Oak Grove. Look at your camera.
Let's go to Oak Grove. So we've got a live view. And we might, let me see here if I can actually, JP, if I can move that camera view. I can try to log in. But this is in southern Talladega County, so the wall of wind, it's about to approach right here in southern Talladega County. Lauren, are we hearing any more reports out of Calera, anything towards Chelsea?
Just mainly stuff around Calera. Sounds like there's been a lot of damage there. We also, on the 231 exit on I-65 South in Shelby County, a person entrapped in a vehicle.
Okay, so let me, trying to get logged in to let's see. Let's go back to the radar view. You got that pulled up so we can see. So JP zoomed in. Looks like it looks like it's going to cross right at Chelsea, JP. I mean, the way it has turned west over to Chelsea, there's Liberty Road.
That's right there. That's by the Baptist Church, Liberty Road. So, yeah, it looks like it's going to cross there and real close to 280. And as I mentioned, Walmart, Publix, all of those shopping centers along 280, Chelsea Park area as well.
Okay.
You can see the winds that are coming out of this are about 60, 70 miles per hour. And this is fairly accurate because this is close to the radar site. So this isn't going very high up in the sky. This is likely what winds are at the surface that are approaching Chelsea and crossing 280 here shortly.
Okay, let's go back. Look at JP. Go back to that camera at Oak Grove.
Okay.
Yeah, let's stay on this. So here's the damaging winds. Look at that. That's moving now, crossing 280. So these are the damaging winds right now. This is that line crossing, and winds in here in excess of 50 miles per hour. You can see the rain's almost sideways here. Look at those, and I believe that wind gust, JP's coming in from one of the Matus stations at Sylacauga. So I don't know if it's just going to suddenly update. We'll have to wait before we get that next observation. But look at this. Let's go back, if we can, go back to Oak Grove. Let's just keep that view up at Oak Grove there. I want to watch that just to see if we lose power. And yeah, it looks like we are starting to see some power flashes in that area. So folks, just stay put. We're watching this closely. We're going to let you know once this threat has passed. I know it's some rough weather out there. Just hang in there. This is all tracking to the east. Shelby County down through Talladega County at this point. Some of the most active weather in the state happening right now. This is the main round with this system that we've been tracking throughout the week. And usually you just don't get out of an event like this without some impacts, and that's what we're seeing right now. The way this is all really starting to kind of lock in on this region in here to the south and east. This is the final push of severe weather with this system, and we're seeing everything from a wall of straight line winds, damaging winds, to the possibility of a tornado still in here around Westover. Now, as far as right now, it looks like the straight line winds are really having some widespread impacts. That is right over Sylacauga. Sycamore, that is moving in your direction. Talladega to Sycamore, all along Highway 21. You definitely want to be in a site-built structure with these kind of winds coming through. We are seeing it there on the camera. In northern Coosa County, this goes down to Stewartville, so we're included in that as well. I want to see how well we're seeing this tornado. If we go back to the swath showing the rotation, we can kind of see a history of this, and it looks like that tornado may have sort of lifted. Maybe not as strong of a signature in here over the past few scans, but it's still, you can kind of see where it tracked. It's going to be right in here close to Chelsea. We're still watching it. Look, the threat is over further around Pelham, Alabaster. We're out of the warning. We've been trimmed away. If you're watching around Hoover, of course, no concerns, but we're talking about Highway 119. There you can see Cahaba Valley Road, and it looks like we're still included It still looks like we're included there from about parts of Bear Creek Road. There's Bridgeton, Dunavant, also included, Vandiver and Vincent, all those areas still in that warning at this time. Inverness, also you can see still in the confirmed tornado warning polygon. But again, I mentioned right there around Highway 119, looks as though the greatest risk right now is going to be south of that point. So just before you cross Oak Mountain and over towards Inverness and Greystone, in those areas, I think we're in good shape. It's going to be further south and towards Calera, where we have the main concern if we do have anything. And with a system like this, we continue to see areas where you'll have a tornado, it develops, it falls apart, and then further south and east, another system starts to develop, another tornado could develop. So it's right here in this curvature where we could continue to see these tornadoes cycle through. And right now over Childersburg, that is an area of concern. We may see this sort of kind of regrouping once again. I know we have the confirmed tornado warning still in this area. I want you to stay in place. We want you safe until we have the all clear on this. We are giving the all clear if you are west of Chelsea, if you are in Nelson, if you're in Columbiana right now, you're in good shape in Columbiana. And I'm not seeing anything downstream that's moving your way either. Let's check on that. Okay, so the tornado warning for Chilton County has been canceled. So now what we're looking at, we still have some areas. Selma to the south. Got to watch this. Look at that. That's from the Montgomery radar site. So there's still some storms. This is near Sprott in southern Perry County. So I know the warning has been canceled for Chilton County, but if you're in Maplesville and point south, we got to watch Clanton. Let's keep an eye on this other storm that's down to the south and west direction as that moves northeast. I can't give the all clear just yet. Even though the tornado warning has ended, if you are listening in on your First Alert weather app or radio at a community shelter, perhaps you may just want to hold on for about 15 minutes or so and let's see what happens with this storm further south. So it looks like we did lose, looks like we lost the feed and Oak Grove. See what the power outage numbers look like associated with this, because I mean that's one of the strongest indications of straight line winds. When you see that bow, that is a bow echo. You've heard us say bow echo. Look at that.
That's probably 70, 75 mile per hour winds.
I mean, that's like a tornado.
Yeah, or a hurricane.
Yeah, really. I mean, and it's impacting the entire county. I mean, you look at some situations today where we're talking about a tornado that may have crossed, street wide sort of path in some instances. 22,000 without power now across the state of Alabama. We're going to have a lot more out ahead of that line as that moves through Talladega County, because that is a very intense line. 3,500 without power in Shelby County.
Hey, if our newsroom is listening, we're getting reports of possible damage to Calera Intermediate School.
So we're getting damage reports, Calera Intermediate School. So Calera took a direct hit by this, and
that was a designated tornado shelter. Okay.
Okay, so Pell City, Childersburg, Sylacauga. Has the warning ended? Just want to double check here. So no, we're still looking at and that confirmed tornado warning for Shelby County, that goes until 9 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm warning for Talladega County goes until 9:30. So it's 8:38. First Alert Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt with J.P. Dice, and meteorologist J.P. Dice and Lauren Linehan. Megan Thomas has been at it as well throughout the day. This has been certainly a First Alert weather day, no doubt about it. Some of the news tonight, just devastating to hear some of the news coming in out of Shelby County. Listen, we're trying to follow up on what's going on there. Calera took a direct hit, so we're finding out that at one of the designated shelters there at the intermediate school also took a hit. Folks were there at the shelter and also at the Walmart, so we're following up on that information. Right now, we can say that some counties have been cleared away from the tornado watch. So let's bring Brody. Do you guys have that? I see we have over here on AccuTrack 2.
Warning for Chilton and Bibb County.
Okay, so another tornado warning has just popped up, but you can see Tuscaloosa has been, and Walker County and Winston County, severe weather threat is over for us. But we now have another tornado warning, and that's the one near Selma. It's this area that was showing up. If we go back to velocity, Lauren, we were seeing the shear marker. It wasn't far from Valley Springs, right in this area. That is tracking north towards Maplesville. So that is including the southern part of Bibb County again. Here's the tornado. A strong indication on the radar. That's approaching Highway 82. So Maplesville, this tornado crossing out of Marion County. Centerville, this will stay south of us, okay? This is south of Centerville. This looks like it's going to stay south, well south of West Blockton. This one's moving towards Maplesville again. So Maplesville, first alert, giving you those first alerts. And we can put some times of arrival on here. This is going to be moving at about, Lauren, let's say 53 miles per hour. So as we put the time of arrival, we want to show you this. Maplesville around 9:01. So on the radar, this is one area really concerns me at this time. As Lauren takes us further north, if this does hold together and move, if the warning is expanded, you're looking at I-65 by 9:19 for a tornadic storm. This is radar indicated. North of Selma, moving to the northeast, and that could eventually end up around Sylacauga. Let's check in on Shelby County. Want to go all the way to Moody. I want to watch some of these places here, southern St. Clair and Shelby County. A lot of folks watching in this. This is a confirmed tornado warning right now, still happening around Vandiver, Dunavant, Lawley. And let's just take a close look in here. This is the northern end of this big, sort of like a big comma head that's spinning away as it moves across East Alabama and areas south of Birmingham. Let's go through the various products here. I want to go over to velocity and let's take a look at the shear rate, the shear markers. Just make sure nothing's trying to sneak up on us here. Maybe need to watch right in this area as it might be trying to cycle through again. This northern part, you really got to watch it. This is Alpine. We're under a severe thunderstorm warning from Camulga over to Alpine, Ledbetter, Kingston, and Winterboro. But right in here, we might have a tornado trying to form. That is around Papertown, and that is tracking to the northeast. So Allison, Mills, Talladega, Barclay. If this holds together, it is tracking in that direction. This looks like we might see a tornado trying to form. Listen, severe thunderstorm warnings on a day like this, we need to treat those as first alerts for tornado warnings because they are what produce the tornado warnings. We really haven't seen many severe thunderstorm warnings today. It's been all tornado warnings with what has popped up. So if this is upgraded, this is an area we're watching closely for these suspicious areas moving to the north and east. That's around Winterboro. So Talladega, at this point, I'm concerned about some of these signatures that I'm seeing on the radar. That would be approaching around 8:58. So Talladega County, just giving you a first alert. We're under a severe thunderstorm warning. If you do live in a manufactured home, you need to be in a site-built, well, there we go, tornado warning just popped up. So you need to be in a site-built structure for something like this. And now we have a tornado warning, obviously tornado shelter. But you can see the radar picking up on that. That is around Winterboro, south of Kingston, and that is tracking to the northeast. Allison Mills, Talladega, we're giving you the first alert here. Again, you have some time. Winterboro, Lauren is plotting those first alert times, giving you the time of arrival. Talladega tornado warning until 9:15. Now this one, this looks a lot different than the one we were just tracking a few moments ago. As JP was saying, we didn't see the inbound, outbound, but you can clearly tell Risers Mill Road. This thing looks a lot different, looks a lot more concerning. But listen, we're going to walk you through this around Ledbetters. We'll be right here with you. We'll get this through hopefully fairly quickly. But there's the spin. That is right around Risers Mill Road. Lauren, let's go in Winterboro. Get to your safe place. This is almost on top of Winterboro right now. This is around Risers Mill Road, Winterboro area. This is south of Barclay, but we could have another tornado ramping up right now around Risers Mill Road. Let's see what, are we seeing any debris signatures with this showing up? We could be seeing a tornado. It could be happening.
Negative.
Okay, so it could be happening right now. There's Bullock's Ferry Road. Just show you there. You can see some of those roadways a lot easier. Reynolds Mill, want you in that safe place. Alabama Highway 21, though, Winterboro. This is about to move right over the Winterboro area and Chastain Road. Chastain Road, Winterboro. There it is, right there. Tornado running right along Highway 21. Martisville, there's the city of Talladega. So this is just to the south of you. Very strong signature showing up. This is moving towards Allison Mills and Martisville. So Highway 21, this is Talladega County. If we follow along, that if it holds together, you see Curry, Munford, Coldwaters is back to the north here, so eventually we might see this end up close to Calhoun County again. So I know a lot of you are listening in, but this is right over Mountain Borough. We are looking at another radar indicated tornado, and still looking at some of the cameras out there. Just what a stormy night in general. That was I-20. Let's just stay over here on radar. Another tornado warning that has popped up is the one that was moving out of, let's see, JP, are you looking at the one that's in Talladega County?
I am looking right now, yes.
Okay, so we have another, let's go and click on the shear marker. This is another tornado warning that has popped up, another storm we're concerned about, and we're going to get right back to Talladega County, but this one is going to lift in. It could impact from Verbena to Clanton. So listen, Clanton, Verbena, those areas, here's some first alert times. We have Stonewall at 8:48. It looks like the Fremont area 8:55. It's 8:45 right now, and Vine Hill around 8:58. That is another tornadic storm tracking to the northeast. We still have this confirmed warning that is over Shelby County as all this moves away.
We have a TDS now.
TDS.
Talladega County.
So there we go. So we've had another tornado that has formed. We've seen that just come together here around Mountain Borough. So we've had another tornado that has moved through the Mountain Borough area. There's Bob White Road. Newsroom, listen up. Let's keep a close watch on. We got reports now coming in from a tornado damage in Talladega County. Here is Allison Mills. Bernie's, I'm just naming some of the towns. If I call out your town, that means you are in the path of this tornado. And there we go, and upgraded. We now have a confirmed tornado warning for Talladega County. This is debris detection from First Alert AccuTrack that you're seeing on the screen. This is like virtual spotter. We are tracking now around Grist Mill Road, another tornado that has touched down. Notice how this formed. What would you guys say? This is probably maybe about 5 miles south of that last TDS.
Yeah.
So it's recycling in the type of system that we're looking at. So we now have another tornado. We need to watch what happens as this moves further north, even further downstream. That means Clay County, Coosa County, those areas. We can't take our eye off of this. I know we do have some strong winds moving through, just in case maybe this tries to redevelop a bit further downstream. But there's Allison Mills, Talladega, Bernie's area, all in the path of this. If we're calling out your name, if calling out your community, that means you are in the path of what may still be a tornado on the ground. We've obviously got the debris showing up with this. We're also monitoring Chilton County and Bibb County. Your weather radios are going off, but a lot of what we're seeing with that storm that's moving through Chilton County looks like that is going to be tracking more towards that next polygon's more towards the Clanton area as it moves to the north. So I need to get in here a little bit closer. So Bernie Station Road and Central, it looks like this around Winterboro High School.
Yeah, it is
just
right
north of
there.
Yeah. So Winterboro High School is right in here. There's Winterboro High School. There's Highway 21. That debris signature is just north of there. That is a very strong debris signature. That is moving right over Bob White Road. So once again, we have debris lofted way up in the atmosphere that may be falling to the ground north of where the tornado is even located here, but that's a strong signal. That is at Chastain Farms. For folks who are familiar with Chastain Farms, and Ledbetter Flat Road, Whiting Road, that's County Road 238. This should stay south of Talladega. The Weather Service also saying here that we got some more trees blocking the road. Seen a lot of reports here of trees blocking the road just because of we've got some straight line winds too, very powerful winds, but just the gradient winds in general. Lauren, let's go back to velocity and make sure.
Talladega needs to take cover from our friends at the National Weather Service.
So Talladega,
yes.
So here it is.
And now we've got a thing for it. Here we go. So we can give those first alert times.
So Talladega, you're in the path of this, the city of Talladega, moving northeast at 52 miles per hour. Guys, check this out. BTI 7.5 on a scale of 0 to 10. We often, on many days, the past two severe weather events, I don't think we saw one over a 3. We're showing about a 7. So that is a serious storm at this time. That is moving towards Bemiston around 8:54. This is going to be Pulliamville around 8:56 and Allison Mills, I believe I mentioned Allison Mills around 8:53. Looks like around McCannsville around 8:58. So just, giving you some of these times of arrival here. So you have first alert times. It's still showing a very, very large debris signature. So that is a very significant indication that we've had another touchdown in Talladega County. There's the city of Talladega. This is just south. Let's follow this, Lauren. Let's go in really close to Talladega and get in the street view and follow this line, because this is going to be the path. So let me make sure I can see here. So that's showing this tracking right into the southeast part of the city of Talladega. This will be moving in around Wilson Street, Moorfield. There's Ashland Highway. Highway 21, Battle Street right here. There's Battle Street. So this is coming in on the south side of town. And where is the Talladega Institute? I'm trying to look. Okay, so this is going to be passing close to the Talladega Public Library.
Close to the hospital, too.
Yeah, close to the hospital. So give us, you guys can jump in here on some times of arrival. I'm just trying to
Okay, so let's look at this as it's moving towards Talladega. We'll switch over to this view here. So we do have a debris signature, a confirmed tornado that is right now moving through Martisville. And this is making a beeline towards Highway 275, Thornhill, Bemiston, Talladega, Jonesville, Mount Olive Circle, Allison Mills, Stockdale, Curry. You need to be in your safe place. We're going to go with an estimated time of arrival based on how quickly this storm is moving. So Thornhill, this will be knocking on your doorstep in less than 5 minutes. You need to be in that safe place, interior room, away from windows, in your storm shelter. And we actually do have a new updated time of arrival with this. So Thornhill, a first alert time for 8:55, Allison Mills, 8:56, Bemiston 8:57, Chaco Springs 8:59, Silico Springs 8:59, McCannsville 8:59, and Pulliamville 8:59. So as we continue to track this, the farther north it goes, Thornhill, Bemiston around 9 o'clock, Talladega, this will be here shortly before 9 o'clock. It is moving pretty quickly. Jonesville around 9 o'clock, Curry around 9:03, Granttown around 9:10. If you were in any of these locations along Highway 275, Highway 77, get to your safe place now, because this is a confirmed dangerous storm that is moving through, and we are seeing that right along Highway 21 right now, Wes.
Yeah, this is, I was just looking in. I wanted to get in here really close and take a look at the city of Talladega where this is moving in, and this looks like the Talladega Institute for the Deaf and Blind. The institute I was talking about is right in here. So the way that the track, where was that storm cell identification marker? Okay, so that's just to the south here. So that's around McCannsville. Here's Highway 21, Highway 77. This is out around the Tractor Supply, Presbyterian Oaks. I've spoken out there a couple of times, the Presbyterian Oaks apartments here. So for all my friends at Presbyterian Oaks, get to that safe place, okay? This is going to be very close out here around Presbyterian Oaks. There's Jonesville. Again, here's the city of Talladega. There's Battle Street. We're watching a tornadic storm. It's producing debris. It's moving in from the south part of town here, and it's going to be moving towards McCannsville. And if you're watching around East McMillan Street, watching around where the Ace Hardware Center is located out here off of Haynes Street, in that general vicinity in Talladega, the city of Talladega, it's more of the southeast part of town where we're going to see this come in. Now, if you are watching me north along Highway 77 north towards the interstate, this is staying just to the south of you. But this is one of the more significant tornadic signatures that we have seen of the day. We just got an update, so let's back the view out just a bit. Let's take a look at the radar, the reflectivity, and it does look like we had that shear marker that was showing strong indication of a rotation moving in our direction. It backed off a little bit. It showed that rotation did weaken just a little bit, but clearly we still have some debris that is running right along Highway 21 and areas to the north. Now your weather radios are going off. There's Coldwater to the north. There's Turner. There's Curry. Highway 21. All of these areas in here along Highway 77. Your weather radios are probably going off right now. Where we're seeing the strongest circulation again is approaching that southern part of the city of Talladega, as we noted. Now another strong area of rotation, quickly, let's go back to Chilton County, and we don't want any area to be forgotten here. We're making oh yeah, this one looks like, yeah,
that's gate to gate.
That's gate to gate, and Lauren and JP, that's Plantersville. So this is about to move in. Is this the warning? We actually included parts of Bibb County. I think this will stay south of Bibb County.
It does. It includes parts of Bibb, and just the way Thorsby and Jemison are not in this yet, nor Clanton's barely in it. But I would just go ahead, if I'm in Thorsby or Jemison, go ahead and take your precautions, because this is so tightly wound here. In the next 15 to 20 minutes, I don't see this going away. So if you're I-65 in Chilton County between Clanton and Jemison, make sure you are in your safe place. This storm's moving now at about 50 miles per hour, and this is clearly the tightest rotation we have on radar right now. The one in Talladega actually has weakened a little bit. We're not giving you the all clear, but this one's really ramped up. Lauren?
Yeah, JP, we actually do now have a tornado debris signature on this around Plantersville. Tornado is right now on County Road 63 and County Road 103. So this is about to be crossing over towards areas like Ryderville, Parnell, Dixie, Adams, Maplesville, Pletcher, Isabella. So this is right now to the east of Highway 22, but it is going to be moving to the northeast and will soon be crossing over the county. Oh, and there is a very clear debris signature now really showing up here. And I think we do have that shear tracker as well that is giving us some first alert times. That Barron Tornado Index that we use to get an idea of just how powerful this is at a 6.8, and that's on a scale of 10. So that's very impressive. Pletcher, 9:01 p.m. Adams coming in at 9:01 p.m. Pools Crossroads, 9:05. Kenshin around 9:06. Isabella, 9:06. Highland, 9:09. Enterprise, a first alert for 9:10, and Samaria at 9:11. So this is about to be crossing County Road 330, County Road 16, just to the south and east of Parnell, and it's going to be lifting towards Highway 82 as it moves closer. So if you are anywhere within this tornado warning, make sure that you are in your safe place. You want to be in your safe shelter, that safe space away from windows. And if you have a helmet, if you have any blankets, anything that can separate you from any potential debris, you need to take that with you. Make sure your pets are on a leash or in a carrier. And of course, make sure that you too are well protected. So it looks like, as we're looking at the vantage point of this, so for Chilton County, this is in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Time. And if it continues on its current trajectory, as JP was mentioning, this could very well go in an area that has already been seen in Chilton County, these tornado-warned storms. So look at this. If you have any friends or family who live in Lomax or Clanton, Samaria, Highland, this is on the further edge of this in Chilton County, but it is going to get very close to I-65. And as JP said, you know, this storm is pretty intense, so I would be surprised if it weakened, because this environment in East Alabama, where we've been seeing these storms popping up really quickly, this was that area that was primed for this, that didn't get in on the benefit of those earlier showers that came through, where it almost seemed like there was a lull and things were beginning to wind down. This is the area that was untouched, and the atmosphere has just been really primed for seeing this tornado development. I mean, if we even switch to our radar product, you can see there is a debris ball here. So we are detecting debris that is moving through to the south of Maplesville. This is right now near Parnell. If you have any friends or family who live along Highway 82 in Chilton County around Adams, Fletcher, Maplesville, Clanton, Highland, Isabella, give them a call, be the hero, give them a text, let them know this is headed their way, moving to the northeast. It is just passing to the east of Parnell right now, but this is a very dangerous storm. And I will say with this one, Chilton County, this is kind of the storm right now that is really taking our attention out of all the storms we're seeing in our area. I know some folks have been saying, hey, can you reset the view so we can see what's going on everywhere else? Well, we've got still a few active warnings. We have that confirmed tornado warning in Talladega County. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning from those potent winds that move through Talladega County. That's been extended into Clay County. But really, I would say the most potent storm right now is on the southern edge of this in our viewing area, Wes. And that's where we've really seen these storms tapping into that potential for really dangerous tornado development.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just going to another level here. Atmosphere has just been brewing all day long, but we now have another debris signature. Clearly, a tornado has touched down near Plantersville. This is now crossing into Chilton County, and we're going to bring in a camera view here. You'll see from between Verbena and Clanton along I-65. We've been noticing that the lightning also picking up again. It's just been almost continuous, so you'll see the view there as we track this storm now approaching from the south and west. This is moving towards Adams, Isabella to Clanton. Any of those locations, actually earlier we had that one storm that moved through. Bibb County, I think this stays mainly south of you. Now there's going to be a lot of wind, as JP noted. We want you, if you are in a warning polygon, we want you to stay there until we sound the warning has cleared. But we're just giving you our best indication of where we're seeing the strongest rotation. Actually, what a view there. Look to the south. You can actually see that low cloud base as that storm approaches right in this direction. This is about to cross Highway 82. 65 still way back in here. There's Clanton. So as this moves to the north and east, if it holds together, this one will be a little bit closer out here to the Clanton exit and places like I mentioned earlier, Durbin Farms, Peach Park, those areas off of the exit. So let's go back full screen to radar, and we want to go back into the other storm that we're watching also moving in towards the city of Talladega, and we're still under it's now radar confirmed, no longer confirmed, it's a radar indicated tornado warning. So let's go back to Talladega, the city of Talladega. This is right now for folks here around Talladega. You can see, let's put this in velocity and just loop it in a few frames just so we can kind of pick up on this moving into town. So this is the area of concern. We can just stop it right there, and let's just go just kind of right from this point to this point and just see there's the tornado. So see it right there, and let's continue to move along with it and see we lose it. So the tornado, it seems based on the radar, it formed right in here at touchdown. It dissipated, so that's some better news around Talladega. Let's go in really, really close here. Again, this is around the eastern part of town, so it looks like stay put. Let's let this move on by. I like what I'm seeing right now for our friends here in the city of Talladega. This has now moved over Moorfield and some of those stronger winds lifting north. This would be the suspicious area, and it has now passed just to the east of town. But that was really, that one almost moved right over Talladega, but unfortunately we did have a touchdown, and we need to check on folks here further south.
Confirmed tornado warning for Chilton, Coosa, and Shelby County till 10 o'clock.
Okay, so we now have another confirmed tornado warning, and that's with that strong debris signature. Let's go back to that. Let's go back to that warning. And here we go. So we have, is this another area?
Let me see. Or is that just debris? That may just be debris.
Just debris?
Down the road?
Down the road?
Possibly.
Look at that. Oh, strong rotation. Let's go to this crossing Highway 82 right now south of Maplesville. Maplesville, we are looking at a confirmed tornado here. Strong, extreme rotation. Now about to cross Highway 82. That is right around the Adams area. So there it is, lifting to the north. So we are looking at another tornado moving across Chilton County. There is County Road 357. Here is Lomax, Thorsby. You can see at the top of the screen Pools Crossroads. You are in the path of this. It's going to cross Highway 22. So Highway 22, it's about to cross there, not far from Highland. You can see the circulation, but this is approaching Gap of the Mountain, Thorsby, and the Lomax area. So we have tornado warnings happening now in Chilton County, and we have tornado warnings still ongoing. It's a radar indicated tornado warning for Talladega County, and the National Weather Service, they have upgraded to confirmed tornado warnings for downstream on this.
Yeah, so on the edge of the Chilton County warning, we have Lomax, Clanton, and Samaria. So those are going to be the next spots right along that Highway 31 corridor, and that will be approaching I-65, where we begin to see that crossover into Shelby County. So I know we have some folks listening who have family in Lomax and Clanton. Go ahead and give them a call or a text to let them know to go to that safe place. As we look at the estimated time of arrival, right now this tornado is moving through Adams, but it is going to be soon crossing Highway 22 and moving towards Clanton and Lomax, getting to I-65 right around 9:20. So make sure that as this is moving through, that you are in that safe shelter. As we look at it, we've still got a significant debris signature on it too, Wes.
Yeah, with all the lightning too, Lauren, if we look at the 65 camera there, I mean, you can see the base of the clouds and looking in the distance there. This is a fairly consistent debris signature that we're seeing with this particular storm. The Weather Service also noting that, so that's why we're also maintaining this downstream here as this continues to the northeast. Let's just stay on the radar. We keep losing that camera feed. Let's just stay right here and let's monitor this. This is right there along County Road 7. That is moving to the northeast. At this point, looks like it's about to cross. Is that County Road?
County Road 15.
Oh, County Road 15. So County Road 16, County Road 15. Let's back the view out and put some first alert times on here. Actually, you might want to do a
time of arrival.
Yeah, time of arrival. Just stay out ahead of this. That's the best thing to do. So there is 9:12. That is approaching at 9:12.
Close to Highway 22 around Isabella and Kinchin. May move right between those spots.
Okay, so 9:12 between Isabella and near I-22, as Lauren mentioned, and then we take it out to 9:16, 9:20, and it looks like it's approaching Clanton about 9:16, 9:20. So Clanton, first alert. This is a tornadic debris signature, a TDS as we call it, tornado debris signature that is moving in your direction. And with what we're seeing further up the road here, is that another debris signature? I just want to make sure.
Around Union Grove? I don't know if it's just.
You know, the thing is, sometimes what can happen if you have these tornadoes that loft a lot of this debris, you can see it pulled further upstream.
Yeah, it's not co-located with the storm itself.
Exactly.
It's just been moved.
That's exactly correct. I mean, it's been, I've seen situations, I mean, we talked about this earlier, we had tornadoes a county away, we had debris falling on Red Mountain. So this does not mean that's the exact location of the tornado. We just want to stress that. But let's go to velocity. Let me move this so you can see the radar on the screen. And Lauren, it's close. You can see right there. Yeah, I mean, there's the signature. That's County Road 15. Lauren's right on this thing where this tornado is located, and that is moving right along. Follow this line. You can see our AccuTrack. This technology, it just amazes me every time how accurately it shows the trajectory of some of these storms. That is right around 230, County Road 230. Is in the path of this. So within a couple of minutes, okay, County Road 230, it's going to continue to track along that path near Isabella. It's going to be close, and tornadoes wobble. You know, they don't take a direct straight line. Sometimes, I mean, you've seen video of tornadoes before, and they're volatile circulations of air in contact with the ground. That's what we're talking about. And when they pick up the debris, a lot of times that's when you see the tornado. That's when you actually see it. Tonight, obviously, it's more difficult, but in these situations when these violent columns of air, they rotate, they impact terrain, they can kind of waver in different directions. That's why you see these broad warning polygons just to give or take some locations north. We want everybody north, south of this to be on high alert and in a safe place right now. And if you are in Isabella, be in your safe place. Anywhere in this warning polygon, if you're in Clanton, north to Isabella, near the Jemison area, we need you in that tornado safe place. Still, look at what Lauren's showing. We have still a good eye on this with the radar that's just up the road at Shelby County. 101 mile per hour winds being detected. Now, if this is not far off the ground, so this is strong indication. We have another tornado here, 100 plus mile per hour winds, gate to gate shear. Another tornado could be around County Road 15 producing damage right there. We are tracking it. That is moving towards Clanton and Lomax. If you are in Quincy, if you're in Jumbo, Gap of the